Chapter 1889. I want to kill that bastard. Fight the experts of the upper universe. All of them fell silent. Their faces were quite gloomy. Everyone, farewell. Suddenly, Hao Tian stood up abruptly. He cupped his fist to the others and vanished. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and followed after Hao Tian. In the starry sky, Hao Tian stopped. He turned to look at Yang Yi and smiled. Let me guess, you're here to ask if Guya was telling the truth, right? Yang Yi nodded. Hao Tian looked up at Heaven Pillar Mountain's towering figure that rose deep into the starry sky. In the past, someone once said something which I felt made a lot of sense. The weak have no dignity, no rights, and no freedom. As far as the upper universe is concerned, everyone in this universe is weak. Yang Yi immediately came to an understanding when he heard this. Sure enough, this world really was like a farm. Hao Tian smiled. Is it cruel? Even if we're all humans, there are many times in life when everyone else won't treat other humans as humans. Yang Yi fell silent. Hao Tian added, actually, reality is even more brutal than you imagined. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the sky. The strong prey on the weak. Suddenly, a voice resounded from behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi turned to look, and he saw a woman in a red dress floating over. It was the woman in a red dress from Moment Mountain. She glanced at the depths of space and said, actually, a very long time ago, evil cultivators weren't called evil cultivators, and devil cultivators weren't called devil cultivators. We were all called cultivators. However, someone gave all of us a new definition later on. Righteousness, evil, and devil were merely excuses that some people made up to eliminate those who were different from them. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he looked up at Heaven Pillar Mountain. I want to revive my second sister and find Zir. Once I'm done with that, they'll return to Merak system. From then on, everything in this world won't be related to me anymore. Peace. The woman in a red dress shook her head slightly. When the time comes, you'll realize that peace is just a dream. Yang Yi didn't say anything. A ray of light flashed beneath his feet, and he vanished on the spot. Fengyu Forest. Yang Yi returned to Fengyu Forest. He didn't go to the pergola, and he went to the bamboo house instead. His figure stiffened when he walked in. There was a painting on the wall in the house, and it was the painting of a woman. He just happened to recognize her. It was his mother. Yang Yi's eyes were filled with disbelief. That's impossible. Suddenly, Guya appeared by Yang Yi's side and asked, You recognize the woman on that painting? Yang Yi gazed at Guya. Who does this bamboo house belong to? Guya shook his head slightly. The blind man. Yang Yi frowned slightly. The blind man? Guya nodded. A very long time ago, someone came to Heaven Pillar Mountain. He was blind, and had even lost both his hands. His identity was very mysterious, and he was extremely strong. He was the second person that Dragon didn't dare to offend. Blind and without hands. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Why did he have this painting? Guya gazed at Yang Yi. You recognize the person on it? Yang Yi nodded. Guya glanced at Yang Yi and said, So it's you. Yang Yi gazed at Guya. What do you mean? Guya gazed at the painting and said, He saved my life. After that, he said he was going somewhere. So he asked me to take care of this place and protect it from harm. Besides that, he said that if I met someone who recognized the woman in the painting, then I should pass a message to that person. Yang Yi asked, What is it? Guya answered, Sorry. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists, and no one knew what he was thinking. Guya said, Who was he to you? Yang Yi shook his head and left the bamboo house. On the peak of a mountain in the boundless mountain range, Yang Lianshuang and the others were before Yang Yi. Besides them, Su Qingshi, Zhuang Weiran, and the others had been brought over from the Yang clan as well. If he was going to the large universe, he naturally intended to bring all of them with him. Yang Yi glanced at Nether Maiden and the others. All of you are at the 6th stage of the true realm? They nodded. Yang Yi looked up at Heaven Pillar Mountain. We're going to the large universe in 2 weeks from now. The large universe. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Heaven Pillar Mountain suddenly started trembling. The barrier had started to weaken. At this moment, Countless looked up towards the mountain. In the 12th level of Heaven Pillar Mountain, it was a restricted area here, and usually no one dared to come here. But at this moment, 11 people had appeared here. They were led by Guya, and Yang Yi was amongst them. Suddenly, a huge dragon head emerged from above the clouds. It was the candle dragon. The candle dragon looked down at them with indifference, but there was a trace of fear deep within his eyes. Not a single one of the people before him was ordinary. The candle dragon's gaze stopped on Yang Yi, and then he gazed at Guya. "You've decided to head up there?" Guya smiled. "Brother Candle Dragon, you should understand that going up there is our only hope." The candle dragon replied, "You may find despair instead." Guya replied, "It's better than waiting for death to arrive." The candle dragon shook his head. "Since you've decided, I won't say anything. Good luck." He was about to leave after he finished speaking, but he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. "Kid, I advise you not to head up there." Yang Yi asked, "Why?" The candle dragon replied, "The sovereign of sky has started to investigate you. If I'm not wrong, he won't allow his daughter to have anything to do with a person like you." "A person like me?" Yang Yi chuckled. "Senior, what's wrong with me? So our friendship brings shame to him?" The candle dragon looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "Since you refuse to listen, then do as you wish." He vanished into the clouds once he finished speaking. Guya suddenly said, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, they charged up into the sky. It didn't take long for them to arrive in the boundless starry sky, and an ethereal barrier of light resided above them. The barrier that separated their universes. Visit Me for extra chapters. Guya glanced at everyone and said, "Who will do it?" Suddenly, a voice resounded from the group. "Yang Yi, of course." Yang Yi looked over. The person who said that was one of the 3 ancient cultivators, Qian Xie. Yang Yi glanced at him and didn't say a word. Since Qian Xie had been targeting him since the moment they met, it was obvious that there was more to it. Meanwhile, Qian Xie said, "Everyone here is a peak existence in this universe. But allow me to be honest, what ability does Yang Yi have to stand with us? Because he has the sovereign of man's sword?" Guya gazed at Yang Yi and smiled. "Young brother, what do you think?" Only the strong were respected, and only the strong could be treated as equals and respected. It was an unchanging principle of this world. Yang Yi naturally understood that. He glanced at them, and then his gaze descended onto Qian Xie. "Let's make a bet. Do you dare?" "A bet?" Qian Xie spoke with disdain. "I'm not interested." Yang Yi's face turned cold. "If I'm not wrong, the Night Emperor and the red-robed Heavenly Exalt were your subordinates, right?" Qian Xie spoke indifferently. "If you say so." Suddenly, Yang Yi withdrew his sword and said, "Everyone, I've changed my mind. I'm not going to the large universe today." Everyone here was speechless. Meanwhile, Yang Yi pointed his sword at Qian Xie. "I'm going to kill this bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious wave of energy swept out. The sword domain. Everyone's expressions changed slightly when the sword domain enveloped them, and then they flashed backwards and left the area covered by the sword domain. There was no enmity between them and Yang Yi, so they would naturally not destroy his sword domain by force. Sword energy flashed. Qian Xie's expression changed slightly when he saw this. A black, curved blade instantly appeared in his grasp, and then he grabbed it with both hands and swung it forward. It seemed even capable of slashing the heavens open. Bang! An explosion resounded in the clouds, and the aftershock from the collision caused space in a huge area to quake as if it would collapse at any moment. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and Qian Xie were pushed backwards repeatedly, but it didn't take long for them to shoot at each other. Sword howls resounded incessantly. Everyone here had quite weird expressions on their faces when they saw Yang Yi fight Qian Xie. They looked down on Yang Yi a little in the past. Because Yang Yi was just a junior and at the 6th stage of the true realm, the gap between them was huge. Even though Yang Yi's combat strength was extraordinary, as far as they were concerned, it was only because of the sovereign of man's sword. Yet now, Yang Yi wasn't using the sovereign of man's sword. It proved that Yang Yi's strength was on par with them. Bang! Yang Yi and Qian Xie split apart, and then they were about to attack again. However, Guya suddenly appeared before them. Guya glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Young brother Yang, you've proved your strength. As for the enmity between you two, You can deal with it in the upper universe, all right? Don't worry. I believe that Brother Qian Xia won't look for trouble with you until then. He gazed at Qian Xia and continued, right? Qian Xia glanced coldly at Yang Yi and didn't say a word. Yang Yi glanced at Qian Xia and said, I like watching you being helpless when you want to kill me. Qian Xia's face instantly became gloomy. Meanwhile, Guya gazed at Yang Yi. Young brother Yang, your sword is the bane of that barrier. So, why don't you complete the first step? Yang Yi looked up at the ethereal barrier of light. He fell silent for a short while, and then he intended to act. However, the ethereal barrier of light suddenly started trembling, and then a figure flashed out from there. Someone had come from the upper universe. Everyone watched as a man in violet armor appeared before them. At this moment, the armored man was clearly very weak, and his countenance was extremely pale. He was stunned when he saw Yang Yi and the others. There are so many people here? Suddenly, a voice resounded. Did the Sovereign of Man send you here for Yang Yi? The armored man gazed at the man in green clothes who had asked the question. How did you know? Suddenly, a mysterious wave of energy appeared here. The sword domain. A moment later, Yang Yi appeared behind the armored man. At this moment, the armored man's body had stiffened, and his eyes were opened wide and filled with disbelief. Yang Yi put his sword away and spoke indifferently. I guessed. Hiss. As soon as he finished speaking, the armored man's head flew up into the air. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1890, Upper Universe. Here. The armored man was quite strong. He was at the enlightened realm at least. However, had just come down here. So, had definitely gone through the chaotic flow of space, and it could be said that he was at his weakest. Coupled with the fact that he hadn't had his guard up against Yang Yi, so Yang Yi had killed him in an instant. Everyone glanced at Yang Yi in silence. Needless to say, there was a thought in all their minds, and it was to never rashly offend that madman. It wasn't that they feared him, they just really didn't want to offend him. Because he was an utterly rash fellow. Yang Yi paid no attention to the armored man's corpse, and he looked up at the barrier of light instead. A sword howl resounded, and then a ray of light tore through the sky. Everyone watched as a gap was sliced open on the barrier. Let's go. Gu Ya's voice resounded abruptly, and then all of them flashed into the rift in the barrier. 2 breaths of time later, the rift gradually healed. A short while later, a black-robed man appeared here. The candle dragon immediately showed himself again once the black-robed man arrived. The candle dragon gazed at the black-robed man while fear filled his eyes. Who are you? The black-robed man spoke indifferently. A dignified ancient beast is actually willing to submit to the sky race. What a humiliation. The candle dragon's face instantly became vicious. At the same time, the black-robed man waved his right hand. Bam! The candle dragon was blasted away, and a huge black palm print appeared on his head. At this moment, the candle dragon was astounded. Such an existence was in this medium universe? The black-robed man glanced at the candle dragon. It'll give your old master some face and spare you. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up at the barrier of light, and then he waved his right hand lightly. Hiss! The barrier of light was torn open, and a ray of light entered it. Around 15 minutes later, a ray of golden light appeared here, and then a golden rod shot up into the sky. Bang! A large hole was instantly blasted open in the barrier of light, and then a ray of light entered it. It didn't take long for the sky to return to normal. However, as soon as it healed, a woman suddenly strode through the air. The woman wore a moon-white dress. Her beautiful hair was tied up above her head, and she had an extremely gorgeous and rosy face. However, her countenance was slightly pale. She looked up at the sky. You still went up there? A breath of time later, the barrier of light was split open, and a white shadow flashed through it. The surroundings became calm once more. Meanwhile, the candle dragon's head suddenly emerged from the clouds. He looked up at the sky and said, Who the heck are they? the chaotic flow of space. At this moment, Yang Yi and the others were experiencing the chaotic flow of space. It was impossible to see the end of the boundless reaches of space. Powerful waves of energy frequently surged around Yang Yi and the others. The energy was extremely powerful, and even Yang Yi didn't dare to use his physical body to resist it directly, because even his body wouldn't be able to last for long. Everyone here had an extremely solemn expression on their face, and they didn't dare underestimate the danger around them. Be careful. Meanwhile, Guya said, the chaotic flow of space isn't the most dangerous thing here. The most dangerous thing here is the spatial rifts. These spatial rifts are linked to unknown places, and you'll be instantly torn apart upon entering one of them. Spatial rifts. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. In this world that was quite dim, he saw numerous rifts scattered around the area. He's right. Meanwhile, Ho Qing's voice resounded in Yang Ye's mind. Kid, these spatial rifts are no jokes. The energy within them isn't just able to destroy your body. Even our main bodies can't resist them. Yang Yi nodded. He could sense that the energy within them was indeed capable of obliterating him. Meanwhile, Guya suddenly said, everyone, stay close. It's best if we join forces and stay united for now. Otherwise, we're all doomed. As he spoke, he purposely glanced at Yang Yi and Qianxie. Yang Yi shrugged. I won't attack him if he doesn't attack me. Qianxie glanced coldly at Yang Yi and didn't say a word. Just like that, they joined forces and moved forward. While they didn't encounter numerous powerful waves of chaotic space, they were able to jointly defend themselves. So, while they did face danger, they were able to overcome it. However, at this moment, they'd realized how powerful the chaotic space here was, and they didn't dare underestimate it in the slightest. Be careful. Suddenly, Gu Ya's voice resounded, and it was filled with seriousness. Everyone looked up, and they saw a black vortex around 3 kilometers away from them. Lightning was flashing incessantly within it. The spatial vortex. Meanwhile, Guya explained, we'll be within the upper universe once we go through it. However, it won't be easy. See the lightning over there? They are heavenly lightning. We'll be obliterated if they hit us. Obliterated. Everyone had solemn expressions on their faces. A short while later, Guya made them speed up. The closer they got to the black vortex, the more solemn their expressions were. Even Yang Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face. Danger. Just like everyone else, he sensed danger too. He didn't dare act carelessly, and the profound energy within him surged. It didn't take long for them to enter the black vortex. Rumble. Lightning rumbled around them. At this moment, all of them revealed their respective skills. Yang Yi closed his eyes while an ethereal sword appeared beneath his feet. At the same time, 10 ethereal swords flickered incessantly around him and blocked away the lightning. It was fine in the beginning because his swords could resist the lightning, but as time passed, he noticed that the lightning was growing stronger, and his swords were starting to be unable to persist. Yang Yi had no choice but to activate the sword domain. His trembling swords instantly calmed down once the sword domain enveloped them. At the same time, the light they emanated grew sharper. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. He noticed that everyone else was able to resist the heavenly lightning, especially the woman in a red dress. Red light flickered around her, and the heavenly lightning were instantly obliterated upon coming into contact with them. The heavenly lightning didn't affect her at all. Strong. At this moment, her strength wasn't the same as when Head first met her. Suddenly, the woman in a red dress gazed at him, and then she immediately withdrew her gaze. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze as well, and then he sped up. A long time later, all of them saw sunlight. We're almost there. Gu Ya's voice resounded, and all of them sped up. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Around 15 minutes later, the thunderclaps grew softer and softer until finally vanishing. Finally, they stopped. All of them opened their eyes. A blue sky and white clouds. That was what all of them saw, and a calm vortex was behind them. It was the passageway to the lower universe. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly asked, "This is the upper universe?" Guya nodded. "It is." He paused for a moment and continued, "Everyone, The true danger begins now. Good luck. All of them were puzzled. Suddenly, numerous powerful auras appeared in the sky, and it made their expressions change. The enlightened realm. True enlightened realm experts. It didn't take long for 5 people to appear in the sky. They were led by a yellow-robed middle-aged man who held a dragon seal. The middle-aged man glanced at them and said, "Who's Yang Yi?" Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes drooped. No one knew what he was thinking. As for the gazes of everyone here, it had descended upon Yang Yi. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi. "Hand over the sovereign of man's sword, and ill keep your corpse intact." A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi withdrew the holy sword. Right when everyone thought Yang Yi would give it up, Yang Yi looked up at the middle-aged man. "Actually, I never intended to take this sword for myself. I never forcefully take what doesn't belong to me." However, a ferocious expression covered his face at this point. "However, I'm telling you right now, you want this sword? You can have it. Tell the sovereign of man to fucking kneel before me, and he'll give it to him, all right? How dare you?" The middle-aged man was furious, and he slammed the dragon seal at Yang Yi. Roar! A dragon roar resounded, and then a huge golden dragon flashed out from the seal and emanated a terrifying pressure as it slammed down towards Yang Yi. Everyone around Yang Yi moved aside. Yang Yi looked up at the huge golden dragon with a fearless gaze in his eyes. When it arrived around 300 m away from him, 3 ethereal swords suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi. In an instant, mysterious energy appeared in the surroundings. The sword domain. Yang Yi would naturally not act carelessly when facing someone who was at a higher realm of cultivation. A moment later, 3 rays of light shot up into the sky. They seemed like they were about to tear open the sky, and everyone watched as they sliced the golden dragon into bits. The middle-aged man was furious. "How dare you?" Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the middle-aged man when he appeared again. After that, a sword sheath appeared in Yang Yi's grasp. The holy sword sheath, and the holy sword was within it. Yang Yi grabbed the sword's hilt and drew it. Heaven rend. This time, Yang Yi overlapped almost 70 heaven rends. A powerful wave of energy pushed Guya and the others back repeatedly. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically when he saw it, and he tossed the dragon seal at Yang Yi. However, as soon as Yang Yi's sword was swung, the dragon seal was instantly sliced into 2, and the middle-aged man's figure stiffened on the spot. Hiss! An instant later, the middle-aged man's body split open from the center, and his internal organs sprayed out. It was an absolutely bloody sight. Yang Yi sheathed his sword, took a deep breath, and then looked up into the sky. Upper universe. "I, Yang Yi, am here. Tremble before me." End of Book 15. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1891. Did the chicken or the egg come first? Book 16. Hunted I, Yang Yi, am here. Tremble before me. Needless to say, Yang Yi wasn't keeping a low profile at all. However, it was exactly what he wanted, because he was very well aware that he was bound to be unable to keep a low profile upon arriving in the large universe. Since he couldn't do that, he intended to make a show of strength. After Yang Yi instantly annihilated the yellow-robed man, he gazed at the others, causing their expressions to change drastically. Meanwhile, Yang Yi spoke coldly. "Fuck off and tell the sovereign of man to clean his throat. They'll come get his head soon." The expressions of everyone here was quite off when they heard this. The sovereign of man. He was one of the leaders of the human race. Even in the large universe that was filled with experts, he was still someone who was ranked at the top. But Yang Yi wanted him to clean his throat and get ready to be killed. Arrogant. Absolutely arrogant. Those experts had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces when Yang Yi gazed at them. All of them were at the enlightened realm. Needless to say, they wanted to attack him, but they didn't dare to, because the yellow-robed man Yang Yi just killed was stronger than all of them. But Yang Yi had killed the yellow-robed man with a single attack. Just one attack. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly roared with fury. Are you still not going to fuck off? They glanced at him, and then the man who led the group now suddenly said, Yang Yi, this is betrayal of the human race. You? Yang Yi suddenly laughed with ridicule. So refusing to let the sovereign of man kill me is betrayal of the human race. That fellow intended to say more, but Yang Yi suddenly said, say another word and all four of you can stay here forever. That man stared at Yang Yi and said, let's see how long you can stay so arrogant. He turned around with the intent to leave, but a ray of light flashed below Yang Yi's feet. An instant later, a wave of mysterious energy appeared here. The sword domain. Everyone's expressions changed when the sword domain enveloped them. At the same time, a ray of light flashed. Split second, the man's figure stiffened on the spot, and then a hole suddenly split open on his forehead. An instant later, blood sprayed out like a fountain, and the man's face was covered in blood. The atmosphere here instantly became heavy. Yang Yi had killed because of the slightest disagreement. Guya and the others' gazes had a trace of fear when they gazed at Yang Yi again. The remaining experts who were sent by the sovereign of man didn't dare to say another word, and they immediately turned around and left. Or to be more precise, they fled. Yang Yi's expression remained calm when he saw them flee, but he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Even though he looked very powerful, he wouldn't be able to deal with them if they ganged up on him. After all, he wasn't at the enlightened realm. Moreover, he hadn't forgotten the people around him. Even though Guya and the others were from the medium universe, their strength was much greater than enlightened realm experts. Once he was too exhausted, he couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't attack him, especially Qian Xie. Meanwhile, Guya suddenly said, everyone, even though we're in the large universe now, we aren't truly safe. All of them gazed at Guya. Guya said, this place is called the Barrier's Entrance, and it's an extremely remote place in the large universe. We'll only truly be within the large universe once we leave this place. At that time, we'll be truly safe. However, if I'm not wrong, the experts of those large organizations are waiting for us at the exit. Suddenly, Qianxie said, I understand what you mean. You hope that we join forces, right? Guya nodded. Trust me, we're not a match for them on our own. Qianxie chuckled. Of course we can. But I have a suggestion. Yang Yi can't come with us. Everyone gazed at Qianxie. Yang Yi glanced at Qianxie and didn't say a word. Meanwhile, Qianxie said, everyone, I'm sure you're aware who Yang Yi has offended. The sovereign of man. Moreover, I'm sure all of you are aware that he hasn't just cultivated a devil cultivation technique, he has even cultivated the techniques of the human race's enemy, the shaman race. If we stay with him, we'll definitely suffer all sorts of trouble, and we may even become the enemies of the entire human race because of him. All of them fell silent when they heard Qianxie. Even though they didn't know why Qianxie kept targeting Yang Yi, they knew he was right. Yang Yi was strong, but he was too skilled at causing trouble. If he stayed with them, his problems might become their problems. Especially the sovereign of man. The sovereign of man would definitely not spare Yang Yi. At that time, if they were with Yang Yi, they couldn't guarantee that the sovereign of man's rage wouldn't extend to them too. So, as soon as they thought up to this point, they had a decision. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly stepped forward and smiled. I understand. Good luck. He turned around and intended to leave once he finished speaking. Suddenly, Guya flicked a scroll over to Yang Yi. It's the map of this place. Even though it isn't very complete, it should be helpful to you. Yang Yi didn't refuse. He took it and said, thank you. He vanished into the distance once he finished speaking. Qianxie watched Yang Yi leave with a cold smile on his face. Suddenly, the woman in a red dress from Moment Mountain walked off towards the distance. Everyone gazed at her. Guya suddenly asked, you're leaving? She stopped, glanced at them, and said, so what if we're devil cultivators or evil cultivators? Her figure turned ethereal, and then she was over 10,000 kilometers away. Suddenly, a voice resounded. She's an evil cultivator. All of them immediately came to an understanding. Guya withdrew his thoughts. Let's go. He immediately vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Around 15 minutes after they left, the ground suddenly trembled, and then a figure floated out from there. Their quality is quite good. Hee hee. The shadow vanished without making another sound. Meanwhile, Yang Yi withdrew the map, glanced at it, and then put it away after he found the exit. After that, he vanished into the distance. The exit, just like Guya and the others, he had to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, it was easy for him to be caught. It was around half a day's journey. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Based on his current speed, it would take him half a day to get to the exit. Of course, it would take that long only if nothing unexpected occurred. An hour later, Yang Yi suddenly stopped. He glanced at the surroundings before tapping 2 fingers forward. A ray of light flashed. Bang! A point in space around 3 kilometers away trembled, and then an old man walked out from there. The old man sized up Yang Yi and smiled. Interesting. Yang Yi glanced at the old man and spoke indifferently. Do you need something? The old man smiled. Your natural talent isn't bad. I want to take you as my disciple. He paused for a moment and added, I forgot to tell you that I'm Gu Qiantang, an elder of the Immortal Wing sect. The Immortal Wing sect? Yang Yi frowned slightly. Never heard of it. The old man wasn't angered by this and said, the human race has 10 paradises. The Immortal Wing sect is located on Immortal Wing Mountain, and it's one of those paradises. Young man, joining one of the 10 paradises is a dream that countless youths have. One of the 10 paradises. Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, what sort of existence is the sovereign of man in the human race? The sovereign of man? The old man was slightly stunned, and then he said, the sovereign of man is the holy monarch who manages the human world, and the 10 paradises belong to the human world. Yang Yi asked, do the 10 paradises obey the sovereign of man's orders? The old man thought for a moment and said, it depends on the situation. Normally, the 10 paradises don't obey the sovereign of man's orders. However, if we enter into battle with the shaman race, then the sovereign of man has the authority to gather all the powers and go to battle. Yang Yi suddenly asked, what happens if you don't obey his orders? The old man said, how can we not? If we disobey his orders, the human race would be in danger. All right, you'll find out about the large universe once you go back to the sect with me. Yang Yi glanced at the old man and said, I heard that once all of you take the people of the lower universes back with you, you erase their memories and take control of them, right? A wisp of surprise flashed through the old man's eyes. You know quite a bit. Yang Yi asked, is it true? The old man explained, that was in the past. Now, besides a few evil sects and devil sects, very few powers do that. Yang Yi asked, why? Potential problems. The old man continued, as those people gradually grew stronger, their memories recovered. Once they fully recovered their memories, it would be a problem. So, everyone changed our ways of doing things. We wrote people over to our side now. Yang Yi nodded slightly. He thought for a moment and said, Senior, I appreciate your kindness. However, out of consideration for you and your sect, I think that it's best that I don't join. The old man was puzzled. Why? Yang Yi replied, I'm afraid you might cry when the time comes. The old man felt speechless. Yang Yi didn't say another word. He just turned around and walked away. Suddenly, the old man appeared in front of Yang Yi. He looked Yang Yi in the eyes and asked, You refuse? Yang Yi nodded. The old man spoke indifferently, You looked not bad, so I wanted to take you as my disciple. But now it seems like you're really not sensible. Since that's the case, I don't mind using a different method. Yang Yi asked, Capture me? And then erase my memories? The old man replied, You chose this path. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed beneath Yang Yi's feet, and then a wave of mysterious energy appeared here. The old man's expression changed drastically, and he was about to leave. However, a sword pressed against his forehead. Yang Yi looked the old man in the eyes and said, Answer a question of mine, and I'll spare your life if your answer satisfied me. The old man stared at Yang Yi while disbelief filled his eyes. Meanwhile, Yang Yi pressed the sword a little harder against the old man's forehead and said, Tell me, did the chicken or the egg come first? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1892. I rather die than cower. Did the chicken or the egg come first? The old man hadn't expected Yang Yi to ask this question. A moment later, he understood what Yang Yi meant. His profound energy surged madly. Hiss! Suddenly, a sword pierced through his head, and then a bloody head flew up into the air. Yang Yi glanced at the old man's corpse and waved his right hand. The old man's spatial ring flew into his grasp. He glanced at it. There were many things within it, but most of them were useless. Yang Yi was about to withdraw his divine sense when a wisp of surprise suddenly flashed through his eyes. A moment later, a map appeared in his grasp. The map of the area. However, it was more complete than the map he already had. Yang Yi opened the map, and the full barrier entrance appeared before him. Yang Yi frowned as he scanned through it because he noticed that the exit labeled on Gu Ya's map wasn't the exit at all. It was the entrance. It was a trap. Yang Yi put the map away and looked off into the distance. He was looking in the direction of the so-called exit, the trap that those powers had laid for Gu Ya and the others. Wait. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something, and then his face fell. The map. The map was given to him by Gu Ya, so it meant that Gu Ya wanted him to go to the entrance. Gu Ya. Yang Yi thought about everything that had occurred before this, and he noticed that Gu Ya wasn't ordinary at all. Or it should be said that Gu Ya was very mysterious. Gu Ya had been to the upper universe, but he went back down, and he knew a lot about what was happening up here. He even had the map. It was strange no matter how Yang Yi thought about it. A short while later, Yang Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about it. In any case, he wasn't with them. As for Qian Xie and the others' fate, it didn't have anything to do with him. Or it should be said that he had to thank Qian Xie. If it wasn't for Qian Xie, he might have fallen into that trap with the others. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and continued forward. He passed through a huge mountain range and finally arrived at the true exit of barrier entrance. However, just as he expected, everything wasn't as straightforward and simple as had imagined. There was a woman in a red dress standing there. The woman in a red dress was the woman from Moment Mountain, and she was looking indifferently at him as she stood there. Yang Yi asked, "Do you need something?" She pointed towards her right. "There'll be no place for you in the human race." Yang Yi asked, "So?" She replied, "Join the Evil Alliance. We can protect you." The Evil Alliance? Yang Yi was puzzled. "What's that?" She explained, "An alliance of evil cultivators. Even the sovereign of man is nothing to fear for us." Yang Yi walked over to her and smiled. "Do I look like I fear the sovereign of man?" She looked him in the eyes and didn't say anything. Yang Yi continued, "Sword cultivators have no fear in their hearts. Even if I'm no match for him, I've never feared the sovereign of man. If I die, then I die. But if I hold fear in my heart and seek the help of others, then I'll be cowering from him. I'd rather die than cower." As soon as he finished speaking, he passed her and vanished into the distance. The woman in a red dress fell silent. Meanwhile, a black shadow appeared not too far away from her. The shadow looked in the direction Yang Yi left towards and said, "How insensible. Let me go deal with him." The shadow intended to pursue Yang Yi after finishing. However, the woman in a red dress suddenly said, "Go if you want to die." The shadow stopped. "What do you mean?" She stretched out her hand and combed the hair by her ear, and then she spoke indifferently. "Just a little while ago, he instantly killed 2 enlightened realm experts." The black shadow was speechless. She glanced at the direction Yang Yi vanished towards and said, "Take me to the evil progenitor. Welcome to the large universe." Ho Qing's voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. Yang Yi took a deep breath. At this moment, Head left the barrier entrance, and he was in the large universe. "Shao Qi, Zier, second sister." Yang Yi asked, "Senior, where's the sovereign of sky?" He wanted to go look for Shao Qi right away. Ho Qing replied, "You can't get there." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" Ho Qing replied, "Looks like you don't know much about the large universe. Let me explain it to you. They'll skip the part about how huge the large universe is. You'll be able to experience it for yourself soon. There are all sorts of races in the large universe, like the human race, demon race, shaman race, devil race, sky race, spirit race. The places they live are called dimensions. For example, The human race lives in the human dimension. Yang Yi asked. Shao-Chi is from the sky race, right? Ho-Ching replied, yes, she's from the sky race in the sky dimension. You must pass through the barrier between the human dimension and sky dimension to get there. But that requires the sovereign of man's approval. Not only do you need his approval, you need the approval of the sky dimension. Otherwise, you'll be killed. Because the top-rate experts of the various races guard the barriers between dimensions. The sky dimension. Yang Yi fell silent. I need the sovereign of man's approval to go to the sky dimension. Would the sovereign of man agree? Of course he wouldn't. So, that method of getting to the sky dimension would definitely not work. Ho-Ching suddenly asked, how about going to my shaman race? The shaman race? Yang Yi asked, what do you mean? Ho-Ching replied, return to the shaman race with me. I can help you get to the sky dimension from there. Yang Yi asked, I don't need the sovereign of man's approval to go to the shaman dimension? Ho-Ching replied, we can sneak over. I know how to sneak from into the human dimension from the shaman dimension, and I know how to sneak back. However, I don't know how to sneak into the sky dimension from the human dimension. The shaman dimension? Yang Yi didn't even hesitate, because the important matter at hand was to find Shao-Chi as soon as possible. He really wanted to know how Zir was right now. Besides that, he wanted to revive Blood Maiden. Yang Yi asked, how do I get to the shaman dimension? Ho-Ching replied, go to the border between the human dimension and shaman dimension, Broken Cliff Mountain. Yang Yi asked, how do I get there? Ho-Ching replied, I don't know. Yang Yi's face darkened. What do you mean? Ho-Ching explained, kid, I teleported to a point in space, but you don't have that ability right now. Yang Yi shook his head, glanced at the surroundings, and vanished on the spot. Presently, he had to figure out the situation in the human dimension, because he knew nothing about it. A short while later, Yang Yi noticed an ancient city. The city wasn't very huge, or it should be said to be very small. It was like a village in the lower universe. Yang Yi descended before the village, and then he looked up at the city entrance built with mud. There were 3 black words there, Peach Garden Village. Village, not city. Suddenly, a little black ball flew off the wall, and it rolled over to Yang Yi's foot. Meanwhile, the entrance opened a little, and then a small head emerged from there. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. It was a young girl around the age of 8 or 9. She wore a linen dress, and she had a small pair of twin tails. She glanced timidly at Yang Yi while holding tight to the corners of her dress. Quite some time passed before she summoned the courage to speak timidly. Big brother, can you give it back to me? Yang Yi gazed at her, and then he gazed at the ball by his foot. He shook his head and smiled. After that, he tapped it lightly with the tip of his foot, and it instantly rolled over to her. But the small ball wasn't the only thing which arrived before her. Yang Yi had appeared before her as well. Of course, Snowy was there with him. Yang Yi rubbed her head and smiled. Can I come in? She was clearly quite nervous. Meanwhile, Snowy appeared before her. As soon as she saw Snowy, she blinked at Snowy, and there was undisguised fondness in her eyes. Snowy pointed at the small black ball near the little girl's feet, and then she started waving her claws. The little girl couldn't understand Snowy at all. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, she's asking what that is. The young girl hesitated for a moment and spoke softly. A ball. A ball you can kick? After that, she flicked it up lightly with the tip of her foot, and then she started bouncing it with her legs. She frequently performed all sorts of tricks, and it made Snowy's eyes open wide. Excitement. She gazed at Snowy and asked, do you want to play? Snowy quickly nodded. She cracked a smile and passed the ball to Snowy. However, Snowy realized that her feet were too short. The young girl pointed at her head. You can use this too. As she spoke, she placed the ball on her head and bounced it slightly. Snowy was absolutely overjoyed, and she hurriedly placed it on her head and bounced it up too. It didn't take long for the 2 little fellows to start playing together. She brought Yang Yi into the village too. After he entered it, he noticed that the village was filled with ordinary people, and there wasn't a single cultivator. The young girl brought Yang Yi and Snowy to her home. Only her grandfather lived there with her. He was an old man on the verge of death, and he was an ordinary person too. You're not an ordinary person. These were the first words the old man spoke upon meeting Yang Yi. Yang Yi grinned. I'm just passing by. They'll leave soon. The old man hesitated for a moment and asked, Are you an immortal of legend? Yang Yi was puzzled. An immortal? The old man replied, People capable of flying and overturning oceans. Yang Yi rubbed his nose and said, Sort of. The old man suddenly sighed softly and gazed at the young girl. Her name is Jir. Her parents left 5 years ago. They said they want to cultivate, but we haven't heard from them for 5 years. As for her, she sits on the rock outside the village every evening. Yang Yi glanced at the young girl and fell silent. Meanwhile, the old man added, It's the first time she's so happy in so many years, and it's the first time I've seen her dare to speak to another. He suddenly stopped and glanced at Snowy, who acted like a person. He muttered to himself, That little fellow can be considered as a person, right? Yang Yi was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed drastically. Come back here. Snowy was still playing with Jir when she heard him. She shuddered, and then immediately flashed over to Yang Ye's shoulder. Meanwhile, a gorgeous woman in a black dress suddenly appeared where Snowy had been. The woman's left hand grabbed Jir, who still hadn't reacted to what had just happened, and her right hand descended where Snowy had been a moment ago. She glanced at her right hand, and then she shrugged and gazed at Yang Yi. She smiled. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm a subordinate of the sovereign of man. I'm one of the 3 greats, the cruel lady. Yang Yi looked her in the eye. Let go of her. Let go of her? The woman was slightly stunned, and then she gazed at Jir, who seemed utterly struck by panic, and she smiled. You care a lot about her? A smile suddenly curled up on the corners of her mouth at this point, but it was quite savage. After that, she suddenly grabbed Jir's right arm and pulled. Hiss. Just like that, Jir's right arm was pulled off from her body. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1893, Braised Snowy. This sudden turn of events caused the surroundings to fall deathly silent. Snowy's eyes were opened wide and filled with disbelief. Obviously, she hadn't expected that to happen. Meanwhile, the old man hurriedly knelt down on the ground and kowtowed incessantly. Immortal, she's just a child. Please spare her. He'll do anything you want to repay you. Yang Yi stared at the woman with a calm expression on his face. But those who knew Yang Yi knew that it was the moment he was the most terrifying. As for Jir, she fainted before she could even let out a shrill cry. Suddenly, the women grabbed Jir's other arm and gazed at Yang Yi. She smiled. Tiske, it's truly difficult to believe. They say you're an extremely cruel fellow who kills decisively, but now it seems like you aren't as I imagined. I'm disappointed, truly disappointed. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled again. Hiss. Jir's other arm was pulled off. Blood flowed from both her shoulders. The old man suddenly stood up and howled furiously at the woman. You have enmity with him, so seek vengeance from him. Why are you treating a little girl like that? Does bullying the weak bring you joy? Of course. She gazed at the old man and smiled. Why do we cultivate? It's to become strong. But why become strong? It's naturally so that we can do as we please. Old man. See? I can do as I please now, yet you can only watch. That's the difference between us. An ant will always be an ant and can only be trampled upon. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, Aren't I right? Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly leaped up into the air from Yang Ye's shoulder. A golden sword had appeared in her grasp. No, to be more precise, there were 2 swords, one in each of her claws. At this moment, Snowy's face was covered in anger, extreme rage. It was the first time that Snowy had ever been so furious. What a cute little fellow. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly chuckled. It would definitely taste really good if it's stewed. No, it'll be better if it's braised. Braised Snowy. Snowy was furious. She grabbed the swords and was about to charge at the woman, but Yang Yi stopped her. Snowy gazed at Yang Yi, and then she passed the sovereign of man's sword to Yang Yi, while she kept the other. Obviously, She wanted Yang Yi to attack with her. Even though Shed only known Jir for a short while, she had a very good impression of the little girl. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head lightly, and then he gazed at the woman. You know, I always thought that the strong should have their own pride. To be honest, if you did as you pleased and tortured people who were stronger than you, then I would be convinced of it. However, just look at yourself. Besides torturing the weak, what else can you do? As far as I'm concerned, those who bully the weak but fear the strong are worse than dogs. She was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly spread open his arms. Come, torture me. I beg you to torture me. She chuckled and tossed Jir to the side, and then she started walking towards Yang Yi. Looks like you're very confident. You. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. He didn't attack her, and he appeared beside Jir instead. He took Jir in his arms and pressed his palm on her chest. A short while passed before he heaved a sigh of relief. Her vitality hadn't dispersed completely. She could still be saved. Yang Yi placed her within the primordial pagoda, and Snowy gave up on killing the woman as well. She hurriedly went into the primordial pagoda and brought Jir to Ho Qing. She kept waving her little claws while a pleading expression filled her eyes. Ho Qing glanced at Snowy and muttered to himself, "Does this little fellow think I can do anything? She keeps seeking my help for everything." Even though Head muttered that to himself, he didn't dare delay. His gaze descended onto Jir, and then he shook his head upon seeing her. What a piece of trash! She caused such serious injuries to an ordinary person. Ho Qing was a powerful figure in the upper dimension too. Even though he was enemies with the human race, unless an ordinary person offended him, he wouldn't torture and kill the ordinary humans for no reason. Because it was just as Yang Yi had mentioned earlier. Pride. The strong had their pride. Meanwhile, Snowy waved her claws incessantly. Ho Qing hurriedly said, all right, my little lord. They'll save her. They'll do it right now." In the outside world, the woman sized up Yang Yi and said, "So you said all of that just to save her? Tsk, what a surprise." Yang Yi ignored her and gazed at the old man. "Don't worry, she's very safe." As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at the woman again. "Come." A ray of light shot up into the sky. He didn't choose to fight in the village because their battle would destroy it. A smile curled up on the corners of the woman's mouth, and then she vanished on the spot. The old man looked up at the sky. However, he couldn't see anything. He just looked at the sky and muttered, "The weak can only be trampled upon." High above in the sky, as soon as Yang Yi stopped, the woman appeared before him. She was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly turned around and swung his sword. Heaven Rend. His Heaven Rend wasn't the same as it had been anymore. It carried obliterating force now. Bang! As soon as it descended, a huge explosion resounded, and then countless sparks and rays of light sprayed towards the surroundings. A breath of time later, the woman's voice suddenly resounded. "Is that all you've got?" Yang Yi looked ahead. A woman walked out from amidst the sparks and light, and it was the woman from before. Moreover, she was completely unharmed. Yang Yi's gaze paused momentarily on the red shoulder guards she wore. Those shoulder guards had defended her from his attack. "Is that all you've got?" She suddenly chuckled. "To be honest, I'm very disappointed, extremely disappointed. Because when I accepted this mission, I thought it would be fun. But I didn't expect you to be much weaker than I expected. It's so boring." Suddenly, Yang Yi took a step forward. The sword domain. Once he released the sword domain, his aura was completely different. An instant later, a ray of light flashed below his feet, and then he appeared in front of her while his sword and sword sheath had been switched for the sovereign of man's sword. The smile on the woman's face immediately froze when he swung his sword. It was the same attack, but its strength was completely different. She stopped underestimating Yang Yi, and her profound energy surged madly. At the same time, her shoulder guards suddenly emanated a fiery glow. However, because she'd been underestimating him, she was too close to him, so Yang Yi had been able to converge the full strength of his attack on her. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the woman was blasted away. Even the red shoulder guards were slashed into bits by Yang Yi's attack. Yang Yi didn't stop, of course. Once he blasted her flying, a ray of light flashed beneath his feet, and he transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. Her expression changed drastically when she saw him charge at her. She couldn't be bothered about the injuries Shed suffered, and she just circulated her profound energy while forming a strange seal with both hands. In an instant, the space around her started to tremble violently, and then numerous rays of fiery light sprayed out from the space around her. Flames. Yang Yi was about to use his sword to destroy them with force, but he suddenly thought of something. A moment later, a strand of flames swept out from Yang Yi. In an instant, Yang Yi was covered in flames, and then the woman watched with astonishment as her flames actually started to surge backwards and to the sides. It was instinctively afraid. Even though her flames were extraordinary, the gap between them and Yang Yi's divining flame was too huge. So, as soon as they saw the divining flame, all of them immediately retreated instinctively. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared in front of her, and then he swung his sword again. It was just a simple swing of the sword. It had no flashy moves or special technique. It was just a simple swing. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the woman was blasted away again. This time, blood constantly sprayed out of her mouth as she flew. Yang Yi was about to attack again when she suddenly turned around and stomped her foot against the ground, and then her figure shot up towards the sky. Flee. Her trump card was those flames. However, Shed noticed to her shock that Yang Yi's flames were much stronger than hers. So, she could be said to be completely countered by Yang Yi, and thus Shed decisively chosen to flee. But would Yang Yi let her escape? A ray of light flashed beneath Yang Yi's feet, and then he appeared in front of her before swinging his sword again. Bang! She was blasted away once more. At the same time, a mysterious wave of energy appeared here. The sword domain. Yang Yi had activated the sword domain again, and then a ray of light flashed. A moment later, a sword was pressed against the woman's forehead. Shed lost. She stared at him and was about to speak, but Yang Yi suddenly used his sword to slap her right cheek. Slap. A loud slap resounded, and a clear mark was left behind on her cheek. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "That isn't symmetrical." As he spoke, he slapped her left cheek with his sword. Slap. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1894. Who have I ever feared? At this moment, there was a mark on each of her cheeks. She stared at him. Yang Yi, you can kill me, but don't. Suddenly, Yang Yi grabbed her by the throat, and then they appeared on the ground below. A moment later, Yang Yi slammed her against the ground. Bang! The ground cracked open. However, she was completely fine. She was a powerful expert, so the ground was naturally not as hard as her head. But Yang Yi's actions were a huge humiliation for her. Her face warped as she stared at Yang Yi, and she was about to speak when Yang Yi stomped his foot on her face. After that, he slowly pressed down as he said, "Act as you please? Didn't you say that you act as you please? Do you know what it's like now?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi kicked her on the face. Bang! She was kicked around 3 kilometers away. Her figure hadn't even fallen to the ground when he appeared in front of her again, and then he stomped his foot down on her head. Yang Yi pressed lightly with his left foot and said, "I planned to kill you in an instant, but doing that would be letting you off too easily." Yang Yi pointed his finger downwards, and a ray of sword energy entered her stomach. In an instant, her eyes opened wide. Her dantian had been shattered. Even though it wasn't difficult for her to form another dantian with the strength she possessed right now, it depended on whether Yang Yi was willing to let her go. Obviously, it was impossible. After he shattered her dantian, Yang Yi tapped a few times in succession, and 4 swords nailed her to the ground while he entered the primordial pagoda instead. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi went to Jir. At this moment, her condition was much better. Moreover, she was conscious. Besides Snowy, Schwer, Bauer, and Lei Lin were there too. All of them gazed at Yang Yi when they saw him. Snowy flew over to Yang Yi's shoulder, and then she pointed at Jir's shoulders. Her shoulders were empty. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head, and then he walked over to Jir. She glanced at Yang Yi and spoke timidly, Big brother, how's Grandpa? Yang Yi rubbed her head. He's fine. Jir visibly relaxed when she heard Yang Yi. She hesitated for a moment and spoke softly, Big brother, they said you can help me regrow my arms. Is that true? As she spoke, she gazed at Yang Yi with eyes filled with anticipation. Yang Yi smiled and placed his hands on her shoulders, of course. As he spoke, he circulated countless strands of primordial violet energy into her, and it only took a short while for her arms to grow once more. Jir instantly cried tears of joy when she saw her new arms. Meanwhile, Snowy flew over to her, pointed at Yang Yi, and then started waving her claws. Snowy was saying I didn't lie to you, huh? Jir cracked a smile as she gazed at Snowy. Thank you. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to look at Ho Qing. She was clearly quite afraid because Ho Qing only had a head. She walked over to Ho Qing, knelt down and said, Grandpa, thank you for saving me. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to face Yang Yi and continued, Big brother, you too? Yang Yi pulled her up and said, Don't kneel so easily. She grinned and didn't say anything. Come, let's go see someone. As soon as he finished speaking, he took her out of the primordial pagoda and brought her before the woman. Jir seemed very afraid when she saw the woman, and she immediately hid behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled. It's fine. He flipped his palm and raised a sword in front of Jir. Kill her. Jir was stunned. Yang Yi asked, Don't you want revenge? Jir glanced at her, and then she gazed at the sword in Yang Yi's grasp. A short while passed before she shook her head. Yang Yi asked, What? Jir spoke softly, Killing her is meaningless. Because I'm still weak, and others will still be able to bully me as they please in the future. Yang Yi gazed at her for a short while and said, Smart girl. He naturally understood what she meant. Meanwhile, Jir suddenly knelt down and said, Please forgive me. She clearly had other intentions when she said that. Simply speaking, Shed played a little trick. Yang Yi shook his head and asked, You want to cultivate? Jir hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yang Yi asked, Why? She replied softly, If I'm as strong as you, I can go look for my parents. Yang Yi's slight frown immediately eased up when he heard this. He didn't like people who played tricks, but now that he heard her, he realized that she was still a child. She wanted to become stronger so that she could find her loved ones. Meanwhile, Ho Qing suddenly said, Nothing can be said about that reason. She has a kind heart, but she knows that the person she has encountered is able to change her fate, so she played a little trick. It's very normal. Yang Yi smiled. Senior, you have quite a good impression of her, huh? Ho Qing said, Her character is unlike yours. Haven't you noticed? There was no hatred in her eyes when she gazed at that woman. There are two types of people in this world who are quite terrifying. The first are people like you. People who are absolutely vengeful and go to extremes. Yang Yi's face darkened. What the hell? Meanwhile, Ho Qing continued. The other type is people like this little girl. The kind. Yang Yi asked, They're terrifying too? Of course. Ho Qing explained. Kid, those who are truly kind will definitely be repaid with kindness and good luck. She's kind and without ill intent, and that's why your little lord became close with her and played with her. It's also why she encountered you even when in danger, was transformed by the primordial violet energy you possess, and we've even taken a liking to her. It's her karmic luck. Yang Yi had quite a strange expression on his face. If he was being honest, he really didn't think so much about it all. Meanwhile, Ho Qing added, Kid, let me ask you something. What would you have done if she took your sword and killed that woman? Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, I'd find a place for her to live in and give her a life of wealth, and then I'd leave. Ho Qing asked, What about now? Yang Yi fell silent. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Ho Qing said, Fate and karmic luck can't be seen or touched, but they exist. It was fate that brought you together, so help her. Yang Yi shook his head. I can't bring her around with me. Ho Qing replied, It's fine so long as you have the intent to help her. Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at Jir. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "What should we do to that woman?" He wanted to test her character. Jir glanced at the woman, hesitated for a moment, and said, Ask her to apologize, and well, let her go. All right? Apologize. Yang Yi chuckled, and then he rubbed her head. No wonder Snowy was willing to play with you. However, we can't let her go. Otherwise, she'll go kill other people. Jir spoke softly. Big brother, you decide. Yang Yi walked over to the woman and said, Apologize, and I'll let you die a quicker death. She stared at Yang Yi and remained silent. Yang Yi gave her a thumbs up. I love unyielding people. He sized her up. There was once a person whom I sliced into over 10,000 pieces. Just his head was sliced into over 1,000 slices. Even though I haven't done it for a long time, you don't have to worry. I won't make yours any lesser. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword appeared in his grasp. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something at this point, and he sent Jir into the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, in the world outside, Yang Yi waved his hand incessantly while piece after piece of flesh flew into the air. All of the flesh naturally belonged to that woman. However, she seemed to be very unyielding and didn't make a sound. It didn't take long for her to become completely unrecognizable. Only her soul was left, but even her soul wasn't able to escape. Her soul gazed at her and said, What else can you do? Feel free to try. Yang Yi smiled. Don't worry. It's only the beginning. He snapped his finger and a flame appeared on his thumb. The divining flame. As soon as it appeared, the temperature here became blazing hot. She immediately revealed fear in her eyes when she saw the divining flame. What are you planning? Yang Yi grinned. Nothing much. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked the flame forward, and it enveloped the woman. A shrill and miserable cry resounded. It was clearly painful to be burned by the divining flame. It only took a while for a weak voice to resound. I'll apologize. She wanted to apologize. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, No, let's speak about that a little later. Yang Yi, she howled. Yang Yi closed his eyes. At this moment, Head realized something. He finally knew why the sovereign of man and the others wanted to kill him. The strong. As far as the sovereign of man and the others were concerned, they were strong, and he was just from the lower universe. He was a weakling, an ant. At most times, the strong didn't need a reason to ill-treat the weak. If one insisted on a reason, it may be because it made them happy, or they couldn't stand the sight of the person. Since the ancient times, the strong did as they pleased, and the weak were resigned to their fate. It was an eternal truth. Quite some time passed before Yang Yi opened his eyes. He looked up at the sky and said, The winds of spring blow, the drums of war rumble. But when have I, Yang Yi, ever feared any more? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1895. It'll teach you how to act. A short while later, her soul vanished completely. She'd been tortured to death. Yang Yi didn't let her apologize and just tortured her to death. Normally, he wouldn't do that because he wasn't fond of torturing people. However, he felt that even letting her die was letting her off easily. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, and then he brought Jir to her grandfather. Yang Yi rubbed her head and gazed at the old man. I want to take her with me and help her. The old man immediately knelt down when he heard Yang Yi. Thank you. Thank you, immortal. Thank you. He would naturally not stop the old man. Because he knew very well what his actions meant, it meant that Jir's fate would be changed. Fortune and luck. It was Jir's fortune and luck. Meanwhile, a gust of wind pushed the old man up, and Yang Yi said, You said that her parents went to cultivate. Do you know where? The old man replied, I think it's a place called Floating Mountain. Yang Yi asked, They abandoned their daughter to cultivate? Jir lowered her head slightly when she heard Yang Yi. The old man laughed bitterly. An immortal passed by one day and saw them. That immortal said their physique isn't bad and wanted to guide them onto the path of cultivation. They knew it was a once-in-lifetime chance. So, They agreed. However, Jir was still young, and they couldn't take her with them. Even that immortal refused. So, Yang Yi gazed at the young girl, rubbed her head, and said, "Fate brought us together. They'll take you to see them." As far as he was concerned, it merely took a few days. Besides, because of his fondness for her, he was helping her for another reason, and it was because he was the reason Shed suffered earlier. Besides fondness, there was a trace of guilt. Yang Yi flicked 10 energy pearls to the old man. "It can lengthen your lifespan. Take care." The old man glanced at the energy pearls and gazed at the young girl. The young girl spoke softly, "Grandpa, he'll come back. Wait for me." The old man grinned. "All right, I'll wait for you." Yang Yi nodded, and then he took her hand and vanished into the sky. The old man looked up at the ray of light in the sky with a slightly blank gaze. "Grandpa probably won't be able to wait until you return." Once they left the village, Yang Yi flew almost 2 hours before he finally arrived at a real city. After entering the city and asking around, Yang Yi finally found out where Floating Mountain was. He didn't stay a while longer in the city and left for Floating Mountain. Yang Yi had thought it would take just a few hours to get there, but he was wrong. The human dimension size truly surpassed his expectations. Had flown for almost an entire day and night before he finally arrived there. Floating Mountain, it was one of the 10 paradises of the human dimension. It wasn't just a single mountain but 36 mountains, and all of them floated in the sky. Clouds and mist coiled around the top of the mountains, and mysterious white cranes flew by from time to time. It was truly like a mountain residence of immortals. The Floating Sect. The Floating Sect resided on Floating Mountain. Yang Yi didn't just fly straight into the sect. He wasn't an idiot. If he did that, it would definitely cause endless trouble for him. Most importantly, he didn't have the strength to fight the entire sect on his own. The Floating Sect couldn't be compared to those powers of the lower universe. It was a true titan, and even the sovereign of man had to be careful when dealing with one of the 10 paradises. There was a city below the mountains, and it was called Floating City. Even though the Floating Sect stood high above the masses, it couldn't fully separate itself from the world of mortals. Because their disciples were selected from the mortal world, and Floating City was a station between the Floating Sect and the mortal world. Besides that, everyone who came to visit Floating Sect would first find a place to stay in Floating City. There was a path in Floating City and below Floating Mountain. It was called the Floating Path. It was a test. Anyone who could pass through it would be allowed to join the Floating Sect and become an outer court disciple. There was nothing special about the Floating Path. At the very least, it looked very ordinary. Yang Yi couldn't help but feel slightly conflicted as he gazed at the floating path. Do I really have to go through this path? How will I go to Floating Mountain if I don't? Yang Yi had planned to sneak in, but Ho Qing had stopped him. Because besides an array of powerful and mysterious grand formations, it had extraordinary experts too. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and decided to use the test as his way into Floating Mountain. He was only here to find Jir's parents. He wasn't here to cause trouble. So, sneaking in wasn't necessary. You're going to try the floating path? Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice came from Yang Yi's right. Yang Yi turned to look, and he saw a man in green clothes. The man was simply too beautiful. He had red lips, white teeth, willow leaf-shaped brows, large eyes, and an extremely slender figure. It could be said that even women would feel inferior before him. Yang Yi glanced at the man and immediately realized that it wasn't a man at all. It was a woman dressed as a man. Moreover, the woman was clearly not trying to conceal it. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and nodded. The woman grinned. "Brother, do you know what the floating path is for?" Yang Yi shook his head. She said, "The floating path was created by the floating sect's master many years ago, and it's naturally here to help the floating sect select extraordinary geniuses. Actually, the floating sect isn't the only one. All the other paradises have similar tests." Yang Yi turned to look at her. "What are you trying to say?" She suddenly withdrew a folding fan and fanned herself lightly while smiling silently. Yang Yi felt speechless. Suddenly, Yang Yi turned to the side, and an old man in a blue robe had suddenly appeared before them. The old man was very strong. Yang Yi's expression became quite solemn. The feeling the old man gave him was like the feeling Hao Tian gave him. Unfathomable. Ho Ching hadn't lied to him. The floating sect wasn't ordinary at all. The old man ignored Yang Yi and gazed at the woman instead. If I'm not wrong, you're the one who has gone through 9 paradises, Nancy, right? She grinned. I am. The old man pondered deeply for a moment and said, You're here to get through my sect's floating path? She pointed at the floating path before her and said, It's the last one. The old man said, While it's a little rude, I have to ask, why are you doing this? Is it because you're trying to prove your natural talent to the world? Not at all. Nancy grinned. I don't have to prove anything to anyone. I'm only doing this because I made a bet with a friend. My friend said that if I'm able to get through the trials of all 10 paradises and break the records there, then she'll be my maidservant for 3 years. Conversely, I'll be her maidservant for 3 years. Now, I'm just one trial away from that. The old man glanced at her and asked, Who are you? Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. I can't say. Nancy grinned. You won't stop me, right? The old man asked, What if I do? Nancy grinned and withdrew a piece of jade. The old man's expression changed drastically when he saw it. He took a deep and long glance at her and said, So you're from there? Nancy shrugged. Can I start now? The old man nodded. Yes. Nancy was about to step foot on the floating path when she suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and she asked, What's the best record? The old man replied, 27 breaths. 27. Nancy glanced at the path. It wasn't very long and just stretched forward for 3 kilometers. It looked like a normal path. So, if one moved at an ordinary speed, it would take around 100 breaths of time at most. However, it was difficult to maintain one's speed on that path. Suddenly, she smiled. 20 breaths of time are enough. The old man's eyelids twitched. He glanced at her and remained silent. Meanwhile, she gazed at Yang Yi. Young man, are you sure that you want to watch? Yang Yi gazed at her with a puzzled expression in his eyes. She smiled. It's nothing. I'm just afraid that it'll be a blow to your confidence. A strange expression appeared on Yang Yi's face. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly said, That young brother isn't ordinary. I know. Nancy smiled. I wouldn't have wasted my breath on him if he wasn't. She paused for a moment and continued, Brother, how about we play a game? It'll be really fun. Yang Yi hadn't even spoken when she added, I'll let you start first for 20 breaths of time, and then I'll start after you. If I win, I want something from you. You want something? Yang Yi frowned slightly. What? Nancy pointed at the sword in Yang Yi's grasp. His sword. After he arrived at the large universe, Yang Yi would naturally not let his guard down, so his sword was always in his grasp. However, he wasn't using the sword precursor because it was being nurtured in his sea of consciousness, so it couldn't fight with him for now. It wasn't the sword precursor, and it wasn't the sovereign of man's holy sword. After all, using that sword would cause a lot of trouble for him. He was using the unfettered one sword. Even though he wasn't its owner, he could still use it. The sword acted quite sensibly and cooperated as well. Yang Yi moved his gaze away and gazed at her. What if you lose? What if I lose? She was slightly stunned, and then she smiled. Is that even possible? Yang Yi replied, What if? Nancy smiled. What do you want? Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, I need a maidservant too. Be my maidservant if I lose, all right? The old man's expression changed when he heard Yang Yi, and then he glanced at Yang Yi and shook his head while speaking to himself. He's courting death. Nancy-E's eyes opened wide, and she looked at Yang Yi for quite some time before she roared with laughter. Good. Very good. Your maidservant. Very good indeed. It's decided then. I'll be your maidservant. It's a promise. Come, go on. I'll give you 20 breaths of time before I start. Meanwhile, Yang Yi walked over to her and spoke seriously. I'm very strong, but I never proclaim it. Watch, I'll teach you how to act properly. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped onto the floating path. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1896. I accidentally went too fast. The floating path was a difficult one. The floating sect had created it, so it was clearly not that easy to pass through. It tested a person's mentality, will, and courage. As soon as Yang Yi stepped foot onto the path, the scene before his eyes instantly changed. An illusion. However, such illusions were useless against Yang Yi. His mentality, will, and courage were extraordinary. Moreover, he was a sword cultivator who possessed the enlightened sword heart. So, Nancy-in and the old man were stunned by the scene which followed. Yang Yi shot through it swiftly. It didn't even take him 9 breaths of time to reach the end. Silence. Deathly silence. Meanwhile, Yang Yi returned to them, and he gazed at Nancy-in. Sorry, I accidentally went too fast. Right, go on. It's your turn. Nancy-in clenched her right fist and stared at Yang Yi as if she wanted to see through him. Yang Yi walked over to her and smiled. What? You're going to choose to be my maidservant? Looks like I misjudged you. Suddenly, the old man said, May I know why you've come to my sect? Yang Yi turned to look at the old man and smiled. I'm here to see 2 people. The old man asked, You're looking for someone? Yang Yi nodded and said, Zhao Ling and Jiang Sheng. Those were the names of Zhier's parents. The old man asked, May I know why you're looking for them? Yang Yi smiled. Don't worry, I'm not here to look for trouble with them. I want to meet them for certain reasons. I wonder if you can help me tell them to come meet me? The old man glanced at Yang Yi, thought for a moment, and then nodded. Wait a moment. I'll get someone to check. I'll tell them to come meet you if they are in my sect. Yang Yi cupped his fist. Thank you. The old man nodded slightly and didn't say a word. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at Nancy-in. So, can I take this as an admission of defeat? Nancy-in stared at Yang Yi for a long time before she suddenly cracked a smile. I didn't expect myself to misjudge someone. 9 breaths of time. I can't accomplish that indeed. But do you really want me to be your maidservant? Yang Yi asked. What? Nancy-in smiled. It's nothing. I'm just afraid you'll be found dead on the side of a road. Yang Yi's face gradually fell. A threat? Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. What? Can't accept your defeat? So you're trying to threaten me? Nancy-in shook her head. It's not a threat. I'm just stating a fact. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly said, She isn't lying. If you make her your maidservant, I'm afraid you'll really be killed. It's just a friendly warning, and I don't have any other intentions. Nancy-in grinned and remained silent. Meanwhile, Yang Yi looked her in the eyes and said, I was actually just joking, and I had no intention to make you my maidservant. But now, I've changed my mind. I want you to be my maidservant. The smile on her face froze. Are you sure? Yang Yi smiled. I am. Of course, I can't do anything if you plan to go back on your promise. After all, I can't force you. She gazed at him for a long time and said, All right, I'll be your maidservant. But trust me, you won't even survive until tomorrow without begging me to take back what I said. Yang Yi smiled. Then let's just wait and see. She chuckled and withdrew a rock that flickered with green light, and then she spoke softly to it. Someone has made me his maidservant. I'm on floating mountain. A breath of time later, a voice came from the rock. They'll be there in 4 hours. Nancy-in put the rock away and gazed at Yang Yi. 4 hours. You may be able to escape if you flee now. Yang Yi suddenly said, I'm thirsty. I want some tea. Nancy-in's eyes narrowed slightly while the intent to kill flickered within them. Meanwhile, Yang Yi smiled. What? Can't accept your defeat? Nancy-in gazed at him for a long time, and then she cracked a smile. Of course not. She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. 2 breaths of time later, a cup of tea appeared before Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi ignored the tea and gazed at the old man. A middle-aged man had appeared beside the old man. The middle-aged man bowed slightly to the old man. Elder, they're not in the sect for now. However, I've given the order for them to return as soon as possible. The old man gazed at Yang Yi, and Yang Yi grinned. I can wait. The old man said, You really don't seem like you're here to look for trouble with them. Yang Yi replied, Of course not. The old man nodded and fell silent. Around 10 minutes later, 2 rays of light appeared in the sky. and they descended here. The light dispersed to reveal a young man and woman. They seemed to be around Yang Ye's age. They bowed to the middle-aged man beside the old man, and the man said, "Manager Imo, may I know why you're looking for us?" The middle-aged man gazed at the old man, and the old man gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi walked over to them and asked, "Do you have a daughter called Jir?" A wisp of astonishment flashed through their eyes when they heard Yang Yi, and the man asked, "How do you know?" Yang Yi waved his hand, and the young girl appeared here. She glanced at the man and woman, and she was slightly timid. They gazed at Jir as well, and the man sized her up before saying, "You're Jir?" She nodded lightly in response. The man said, "You've grown so big." She glanced at the man and woman, and she hesitated to speak. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly asked, "She's your daughter?" The man and woman exchanged glances. In the end, the man hesitated for a moment and replied, "Sort of. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters." Yang Yi frowned. "What do you mean?" The man glanced at Yang Yi. "May I know who you are?" Yang Yi's face fell. "Answer me." At this moment, he was quite unhappy. He naturally didn't have a good impression of the man and woman who'd abandoned their children, and the way they acted right now made him even more displeased. The young man was clearly someone with a temper, so his face fell when Yang Yi responded like that. This is the floating sect's territory, and I'm a core inner court disciple of the floating sect. You. Suddenly, the old man's expression changed drastically. He tapped his finger forward, and a ray of cold light flashed. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Meanwhile, a sword was pressed against the young man's forehead. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi, especially the old man. For the very first time, there was a solemn expression in his eyes. Because Head actually failed to stop Yang Yi's attack. It didn't mean he was weaker than Yang Yi, but Yang Yi had been faster. As for the young man and woman, they were utterly stunned. Especially the young man. He hadn't expected that the man before him, who seemed to be around his age, actually possessed such terrifying strength. The woman by Yang Yi's side glanced at him with a trace of surprise in her eyes. Obviously, she was quite surprised by his strength. However, she was only surprised. She had seen too many experts in her life. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly said, "You really concealed your strength well. However, you seem to have forgotten that this is the floating sect. Are you here to show off in my sect?" Yang Yi curled up his finger slightly, and the sword against the young man's forehead instantly vanished. Yang Yi gazed at the old man. "Sorry, I'm a little rash." Since the old man was helping him, he naturally wouldn't overstep. The old man glanced at Yang Yi. "Don't do it again." He gazed at the young man and continued, "Answer all his questions." The young man hurriedly bowed. "Understood." The young man immediately gazed at Yang Yi. This time, he had quite a respectful expression on his face. Actually, she isn't our own flesh and blood." Jir's figure stiffened when she heard this, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Yang Yi frowned as well. He hadn't expected that to be the truth, because the young man didn't seem like he was lying. Meanwhile, the young man continued, "It was in the winter. I remember it very well. I heard a loud noise and went out to have a look, and there was a baby in front of me." He withdrew a palm-sized jade pendant. It was ink black, and there was an extremely fierce beast on it. Yang Yi's frown deepened when he saw the beast. For some reason, it made his heart palpitate slightly. The young man continued, "She had it with her, and it should be related to her birth." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked it over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi took it and transported it into the primordial pagoda. However, his expression changed drastically just a moment later. Because the jade pendant had returned to his grasp, the primordial pagoda refused to let it in. Yang Yi gazed at the jade pendant. "What is this?" The primordial pagoda actually refused to let it enter? Yang Yi was filled with questions. Meanwhile, Jir suddenly kneeled before the man and woman. "No matter what, thank you for saving my life." The man glanced at her, and there was a trace of complicated emotions in his eyes. Jir stood up and gazed at Yang Yi. He grinned and said, "It's fine. We'll search slowly until we succeed. It's my promise to you. All right?" She smiled slightly. "Thank you, big brother." Yang Yi sent her into the primordial pagoda. As for the jade pendant, he put it away. After that, he gazed at the old man. He was about to speak when a terrifying aura descended from the sky. Meanwhile, Nancy suddenly unfolded her fan, fanned herself lightly, and smiled in Yang Yi's direction. Beg me. You'll beg me. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1897, Northern Sky Prefecture. The woman's face was covered in a smile. A confident smile, a smile that felt like she had everything under her control. For some reason, it absolutely displeased Yang Yi. Since he was displeased, he discarded his decision to make a compromise and put an end to future troubles. Everyone watched as the aura arrived before them, and it was accompanied by a young man. The young man seemed to be around the age of 27 or 28. He wore an embroidered robe, had sharp brows, large eyes, and seemed very handsome. Of course, he was extremely strong too. He was at the enlightened realm at such a young age, and his aura was deep like an ocean. It was extremely heavy to others. The man's gaze immediately fell onto Nancy. At this moment, his expression became gentle, and there even was a slight smile on his face. "Seeing, you should have told me that you were coming here." She frowned slightly. "Gongjin, what are you doing here?" "Oh, it's obvious that carefree brother of mine told you, so that you can come rescue the beauty, right?" The man was rather embarrassed. He smiled with embarrassment, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. While he was still smiling when he gazed at Yang Yi, it wasn't the same smile anymore. It was a ridiculing one. The man called Gongjin smiled. "You're the one who wants her to be his maidservant?" Yang Yi ignored the man and gazed at Nancy. "What?" Nancy shrugged and interrupted Yang Yi. "I'm not going back on my word. I'm still your maidservant. Of course, if you die, or something happens to you, then it's not my fault, right?" Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Nancy when he appeared again. Her expression changed drastically, and she clawed at him. However, Yang Yi was even faster, and his hand instantly wrapped around her throat. There was a golden spear behind Yang Yi, and it was just a few centimeters away from Yang Yi's back. The man in embroidered clothes was behind the spear. Head attacked as soon as Yang Yi had. However, had been slightly slower. Yang Yi ignored the man, and he squeezed down slightly and lifted her up. "I don't like being interrupted. Understand?" She stared at him and remained silent. Suddenly, Yang Yi squeezed down further, causing her face to turn purple. "How dare you?" Suddenly, Gongjin roared angrily. "Do you know who she is? If you dare to harm a single hair on her, everyone related to you will be annihilated." Yang Yi suddenly gazed at Gongjin. "I'm so afraid." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised Nancy even higher up. Gongjin's face grew terrifyingly gloomy, but he didn't dare to do anything. Yang Yi gazed at Nancy. "Did you understand what I just said?" She still gazed silently at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi tightened his grip. Nancy instantly felt suffocated. A trace of panic flashed through Gongjin's eyes at this point. He knew that if she died here, it would be a serious problem, and even he would probably have to suffer. The old man frowned as well, because if she died, even the floating sect would be in quite a bit of trouble. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Young brother, don't be rash. There's no irreconcilable enmity between you, so it really isn't necessary to go this far." Yang Yi smiled. "Senior, you're right. It was a small matter. Unfortunately, I hate it when people act all high and mighty. They think their status is special, so they can bully and look down on everyone else." He gazed at Nancy and continued, "I'll ask you one last time. Did you hear me or not? If you didn't, then trust me, your head is going to get separated from your body." He hadn't intended to get entangled with her, but she didn't just take a yard when given an inch, she even threatened him. That infuriated Yang Yi. Face was something that was given mutually. If you give me some, I will give you some too. If you don't give me any, then why would I give you any? Nancy stared at Yang Yi. At this moment, She knew that the man before her wasn't lying, and he really did dare to kill her. He dared to kill her. She had no proof, and it was just a feeling. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and his grip grew even tighter. Nancy suddenly said, "I did. I heard you." Gong Jin and the old man seemed visibly relieved when they witnessed this. They were afraid Nancy would resist until the end and the situation would go out of hand. Yang Yi released her and slapped her lightly on the face. "Remember that since you're a maidservant, you should act like one." Suddenly, a speck of golden light appeared behind Yang Yi. Gong Jin had attacked. However, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was behind Gong Jin when he appeared again. After that, a sword descended upon Gong Jin. Gong Jin's expression changed. However, his reaction wasn't slow at all. He turned around and raised his spear. At the same time, he clenched his left fist and was ready to attack once he stopped Yang Ye's attack. However, bang! Gong Jin was blasted over 10 kilometers away. Nancy gazed at Yang Yi with disbelief. She hadn't expected Yang Yi to repel Gong Jin with such ease. There was a trace of surprise in the old man's eyes as well because Yang Ye's strength far exceeded their expectations. Gong Jin glanced at his spear. It had cracked open, and even his hand had cracked open. He suppressed the shock in his heart and looked up at Yang Yi. "Who are you?" Yang Yi ignored Gong Jin. He turned to look at the old man from the floating sect. "Senior, thank you for your help. I have other matters to attend to, so will be taking my leave." The old man glanced at Yang Yi. "Farewell." Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he gazed at Jier's foster parents. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Your good deed should be repaid with kindness." He flicked a spatial ring to them. Had gotten that from one of the people had killed. He didn't need the treasures within it, but they were definitely great treasures for the young man and woman. The young man cupped his fist to Yang Yi while a trace of excitement could be seen in his eyes. "Thank you. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters." Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at Nancy. "You're free now." He vanished into the sky once he finished speaking. Nancy fell silent for a moment, and then she suddenly looked up in the direction Yang Yi had vanished towards. "You think you can just escape?" "No way." As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of multicolored light appeared below her feet, and then a rainbow appeared in the sky. Seeing, Gong Jin was shocked and intended to chase after her. However, the old man suddenly said, "If you want to save her, it's best if you notify her family." Gong Jin gazed at the old man, and the latter added, "Since he possesses such strength and courage at his age, he's definitely not ordinary. Not only will chasing after them change nothing, it might infuriate him and make him kill you." Gong Jin's expression changed. In the end, he didn't chase after them and withdrew a rock instead. The old man withdrew his gaze and looked at Jier's foster parents. "From now on, you're not inner court disciples anymore." Both of them were shocked. Meanwhile, the old man added, "From now on, you're elite disciples." They were stunned for a moment, and then wild joy filled their hearts. Yang Yi shot swiftly through the sky on his sword. Suddenly, he stopped and turned around. Nancy was behind him. Yang Yi glanced at her. "What?" Nancy smiled. "Don't forget that I'm your maidservant." Yang Yi asked, "You're that desperate to die?" Nancy walked over to him. "People should always keep their word. Since I, Nancy dared to make that bet with you, I'll naturally keep my promise. So, I'm your maidservant from now on." Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Where's Broken Cliff Mountain?" At this moment, he recalled that he didn't know where it was. Broken Cliff Mountain. Nancy was slightly stunned, and then her eyes lit up. "You're going to the shaman dimension?" Yang Yi frowned. "Mind your own business." Nancy smiled. "Fine. But you're going to Broken Cliff Mountain, right? I just happen to be going there too. Let's go together. I can lead the way." Yang Yi naturally didn't want to let her come with him, because her background wasn't ordinary at all. If she stayed with him, his troubles would be endless. While he didn't fear it, he didn't want more trouble to come looking for him. The important matter at hand for him was to go to the sky dimension. Suddenly, Nancy added, "In order to get to Broken Cliff Mountain, you must pass through one of the 4 prefectures in the human dimension. the Northern Sky Prefecture, but it's guarded by extraordinarily strong experts. Normal people aren't able to get there at all, but I can. Yang Yi was about to speak when Ho Qing's voice suddenly resounded in his mind. She's not wrong. Northern Sky Prefecture is guarded by the Northern Sky King. No one can enter Broken Cliff Mountain without the sovereign of man's approval. I snuck over, but your current strength is utterly incapable of accomplishing that. Yang Yi fell silent for a while, and then he gazed at Nancy. You really can? Nancy smiled. Of course. Yang Yi nodded. Then he'll go with you. Right. It's best if you don't tell your clansmen to come for you. She smiled. Why? You're afraid? Yang Yi glanced at her and spoke indifferently. I'm afraid. I'm afraid I might kill them by accident. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1898, Royal Crocodile. Nancy sized up Yang Yi and asked, Who are you? Yang Yi didn't answer her. He just closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi asked, Senior, do you recognize the beast on that jade pendant? The primordial pagoda had refused to let it come in, and it made Yang Yi extremely puzzled. It was very strange, extremely even. Ho Qing shook his head and gazed at Qiongqi. Yang Yi gazed at Qiongqi as well. Qiongqi was from the demon race, and the beast on the jade pendant was clearly a demon beast. Even if it wasn't, it was definitely related to demon beasts. Qiongqi fell silent for a long time before he asked, It was with that little girl? Yang Yi nodded. Qiongqi spoke solemnly. If I'm not wrong, it should be a very ferocious demon beast from the ancient times, the royal crocodile. The royal crocodile? Yang Yi and Ho Qing exchanged glances, and then they gazed at Qiongqi. Qiongqi spoke solemnly. The royal crocodile was born during the ancient times, and it fed on dragons and phoenixes. It was born ferocious and violent. Besides a few demon beasts, no other demon beast from the ancient times dared to offend it. However, for some reason, the royal crocodile started to gradually vanish. Now, they fed on dragons and phoenixes. Yang Yi's eyelids couldn't help but twitch when he heard this. That was amazing. Moreover, based on how Qiongqi looked, he was clearly quite afraid of the royal crocodiles. So, what was Zhir's identity? Yang Yi didn't linger on the question. The important matter at hand for him was to go to Broken Cliff Mountain. In the world outside, Yang Yi opened his eyes and gazed at Nancy. Let's go. A ray of light flashed beneath his feet, and he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Nancy fell silent for a short while and suddenly chuckled. Mysterious, truly mysterious. However, that makes it interesting. A multicolored glow appeared below her feet, and then a dazzling rainbow appeared in the horizon while Nancy had vanished. As he shot forward swiftly on his sword, Yang Yi gained a rough understanding of the human dimension from Nancy. The human dimension was divided into 5 prefectures: the Southern Unicorn Prefecture, the Northern Sky Prefecture, the Eastern Abyss Prefecture, Western Coral Prefecture, and Central Prefecture. The 5 prefectures were guarded by 5 supreme experts of the human race, and the sovereign of man was guarding the Central Prefecture and possessed authority over the entire dimension. Besides the 5 prefectures, there were 3 hallowed grounds and 10 paradises. The 3 hallowed grounds had the highest status, because even the sovereign of man couldn't order them around. At this moment, Yang Yi had an understanding of the forces under the sovereign of man's disposal. It was a colossus, a true colossus. The sovereign of man's strength was definitely at the peak of the human dimension. Besides that, he had countless experts under his command like the 4 kings of the other 4 prefectures. They were peerless experts too. At this moment, Yang Yi understood why the sovereign of man didn't come personally. He was just that confident. This time, Yang Yi and Nancy-in's destination was the Northern Sky Prefecture. Its strength was merely inferior to the Central Prefecture because it was the entrance to the human dimension, and a powerful enemy of the human race, the shaman race, was just beyond it. As for where they were right now, it was the Southern Unicorn Prefecture. Based on what Nancy told him, It would take them at least 2 weeks to get there at their current speed. 2 weeks. How fast was he right now? Traveling 5,000 kilometers in an instant wasn't a problem at all. However, it would still take him 2 weeks to get to the Northern Sky Prefecture, so it showed how huge the world was. Stop flying. Suddenly, Nancy spoke abruptly. Yang Yi turned to look at her, and she pointed down. See that? There's a city down there, and it definitely sells flying transports. We can get one. Otherwise, we'll get tired to death if we keep flying like this. Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. Even though he had sufficient energy pearls, he didn't want to exhaust himself like that. After all, it wasn't for just a day or two. It was for 2 weeks. If they had a flying transport to carry them all the way, he could enter the primordial pagoda and cultivate. They descended to the ground. Yang Yi looked up and saw 3 large golden words above the city gates. Blue Mist City. The city wasn't very big, but it was very old. Nancy said, "Let's go." Yang Yi glanced at her. He couldn't figure out what she actually wanted, because up until now, no one had come looking for trouble with them. Obviously, she had definitely done something, and that was why. So, why was she following him? Was she really just curious about him? Or because she thought it was fun? Yang Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He followed her into the city. Yang Yi sized up the surroundings with a curious gaze. Actually, there wasn't a huge difference between the upper and lower universes. It was the people, the same sky, the same ground. If one insisted on pointing out something different, then it was obviously that the people here were much stronger. Because since he entered the city, the weakest amongst the cultivators Yang Yi saw was at the Exalt realm, and even a child around the age of 10 was at the Exalt realm. They started at quite a high level of cultivation. Suddenly, Nancy-Ean's voice resounded. "Hurry up." Yang Yi nodded and sped up. It didn't take long for them to stop, and a pavilion was before them. It had 7 levels and covered a huge area of land. Yang Yi looked up, and he saw 3 dazzling words at the top of it. Sky Treasure Pavilion. Its owner is extraordinary. Meanwhile, Nancy suddenly said, "It's someone that even the 3 hallowed grounds have to give face to. Let's go." Nancy led him in, and it didn't take long for a young man to greet them. He was about to speak when Nancy withdrew a golden card, and it made the young man's expression change. The young man bowed respectfully to her and said, "Honored guest, please wait a moment." He turned around and entered the inner area of the pavilion. Meanwhile, Nancy waved the golden card at Yang Yi and smiled. "A VIP card of the Sky Treasure Pavilion. A gold one too." "Right, there's a violet card above the gold card, and then there's nothing above that." Yang Yi asked, "What are you trying to say?" She shook her head. "What a blockhead. Do you know how difficult it is to become a VIP of the Sky Treasure Pavilion, and especially a gold one?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't know." Nancy was about to say something when a pretty woman in a green dress walked out from the inner area of the pavilion. She walked over to Nancy and smiled. "I didn't expect an honored guest to come to such a remote place. I'm Mingshui, the manager here. If it's within my ability, I won't refuse any request. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters." Nancy said, "I need a sound shuttle. Right now." A sound shuttle? Mingshui was slightly stunned, and then she seemed quite hesitant. Nancy frowned. "What is it?" Mingshui replied, "The only sound shuttle in the city has been booked, and the customer has paid the deposit. I can't cancel it for no reason. So, how about I prepare a cloud shuttle for you?" "A cloud shuttle?" Nancy shook her head. "It's too slow." Yang Yi suddenly asked, "How slow?" Nancy replied, "It'll take at least a month to go where you want." Yang Yi frowned slightly. "That's too slow. Are there any other merchant groups in the city?" Mingshui's expression changed slightly when she heard Yang Yi, and then she hurriedly said, "I apologize. How about I ask the closest city to send a sound shuttle over there?" Nancy asked, "How long will it take?" Mingshui replied, 2 days at least." Nancy gazed at Yang Yi, and he shook his head. "I'll travel myself." He turned around and walked away. Nancy hurriedly stopped him and said, "Don't do that. We'll try to get a sound shuttle." Yang Yi could endure it, but she couldn't. Yang Yi was about to speak when Ming Shui suddenly asked, "Where are you going?" Yang Yi replied, "The Northern Sky Prefecture." Ming Shui smiled. "It just so happens that the other customer is heading in that direction too. So, how about you ride the same sound shuttle?" Nancy Yin gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and nodded. Ming Shui walked towards the side. "Follow me." Yang Yi and Nancy Yin followed Ming Shui high above the clouds, and there was a colossus hidden there. It was the cloud shuttle. It was shaped like a ship, but there was a difference. Both ends of it were extremely sharp. Meanwhile, a woman walked out of it. She was around the age of 20 and wore a cloud-white dress. She couldn't be called very beautiful, but she wasn't ugly either. She seemed extremely gentle and delicate. There was a small black bird on her shoulder. Ming Shui walked over to the woman and said a few words. In the end, the woman glanced at Yang Yi and Nancy Yin before nodding. Ming Shui visibly relaxed when she witnessed this, and then she gazed at Yang Yi and Nancy Yin. "Please come in." They nodded and flew up into the sound shuttle. The woman grinned at them. Yang Yi was about to speak when a chill suddenly ran down his spine. It just happened out of nowhere. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1899, Shaman Hunters. Chapter 1899, Shaman Hunters. What's going on? Yang Yi suddenly looked up at the small bird on her shoulder. It was a completely pitch-black, fist-sized bird. At this moment, Yang Yi noticed that it only had a single leg, and it was looking at him. It was just looking at him. The bird's eyes were pitch black. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem special. However, Yang Yi felt a chill run down his spine when it looked at him. It wasn't ordinary. Yang Yi was about to speak when the woman suddenly patted the bird, and it immediately lowered its head and stopped looking at Yang Yi. After that, she grinned at Yang Yi and entered her own room. Meanwhile, Nancy Yin suddenly said, "She's not ordinary." Yang Yi glanced at Nancy Yin and didn't say a word. He just walked into his room. Nancy Yin shrugged. "Do you have to be so arrogant?" Meanwhile, in a room, the woman gazed at the bird, and her lips moved slightly. She seemed to be talking to it. The woman suddenly asked, "The shaman race's aura?" The bird nodded slightly. She frowned a little. "Are you sure?" The bird hesitated for a moment, shook its head, and then its beak started moving. A short while later, the woman's frown deepened. In Yang Yi's room, Yang Yi had just sat down cross-legged, and then Ho Qing's voice resounded in his mind, "Kid, you must remember that while you are amongst the human race, you must never expose the aura of the shaman race that you carry. Otherwise, you'll be in a huge amount of trouble. This isn't the lower universe, and you can't just deter everyone by killing a few people. The more you kill, and the stronger those people are, the more the human race will refuse to let you live." The aura of the shaman race. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "I know. I've used the sword domain to suppress it." Ho Qing sighed softly. "Kid, the sword domain isn't almighty. Besides various powerful experts, there are other beings with strange and extraordinary talents, or even some treasures. Sigh, just be careful." Yang Yi nodded. He was being careful. After all, it wasn't fun to be pursued by those so-called righteous people. After talking with Ho Qing for a while, Yang Yi went to the cultivation room. Yang Lianshuang and the others were here. But at this moment, all of them were cultivating. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto Sky Maiden. At this moment, her entire body was emanating faint black light, and she seemed like a tiny vortex. Ho Qing's voice suddenly resounded. "Her cultivation technique isn't ordinary." Yang Yi asked, "What do you mean?" Ho Qing replied, "I don't know. It's just a feeling. She's undergoing a qualitative transformation. Once she succeeds, she'll become extremely terrifying." Yang Yi shook his head. "But it's taking too long." "Too long?" Ho Qing replied. "This isn't a long time at all. Some even cultivate behind closed doors for 100 years to cultivate a cultivation technique or combat technique. To a certain extent, the longer it takes to cultivate, the better the technique is. So, if she succeeds, it'll definitely be extraordinary." Yang Yi glanced at her and nodded. He hoped for that too. Yang Yi didn't disturb all of them. He just sat down cross-legged and placed his sword by his side. The sword instantly vanished on the spot. It had gone to Snowy. Even though Snowy was quite mischievous, she was still kind and pure. So, she was loved by beings naturally formed from the world and conscious beings alike. Yang Yi smiled and closed his eyes. It didn't take long for faint golden light to appear around him. The gold form? He wasn't just at the divine realm of strength. He possessed the gold form. It could be said that ordinary enlightened realm experts couldn't harm him at all. Besides that, Head merged everything Head learned in the past, simplified them, and improved them. So, his attacks were even simpler and sharper. Besides that, he had the sword domain. He was slowly developing the sword domain, and not just defensively. Activating the sword domain in battle wasn't just able to suppress his opponents, it could improve the strength of his attacks. It could be said that while he was just at the 6th stage of the true realm, ordinary enlightened realm experts were nothing before him. However, Yang Yi knew that such strength was far from sufficient in the upper universe. He had many things that he wanted to do, and the precondition for them is possessing powerful strength. Cultivate. Besides ceaselessly improving his sword techniques, Yang Yi had to work hard on improving his cultivation. His cultivation was his foundation, so he naturally wouldn't overlook it. He believed that once he attained the enlightened realm, his strength would undergo a qualitative change. The fruit of rebirth and energy pearls. Yang Yi withdrew them all. Improving his cultivation required a huge amount of spirit energy. Fortunately, he had no shortage of that. Time trickled by. 3 months had passed in the primordial pagoda. At this moment, the aura Yang Yi emanated was growing stronger and stronger, but he immediately restrained it every single time. Just like that, Yang Yi sat there in a meditative state for 2 months. At this moment, the aura he occasionally released even made the surrounding space tremble. Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes. Huff! Yang Yi released a mouthful of foul air, and there was a trace of disappointment in his eyes. He hadn't attained the enlightened realm, but Head touched the barrier between him and the enlightened realm. He wanted to charge through it, but Head clearly failed. You can't rush it. Suddenly, Ho Qing said, It's very good that you were able to touch the barrier between the realms. You just need a fortuitous encounter, and you'll be able to blast it open with ease. But some people aren't able to come into contact with the barrier throughout their lifetimes. Yang Yi smiled, I understand. He wasn't very disappointed, because while he hadn't attained the enlightened realm, his gains throughout these few months had been really good. Head fortified his cultivation, and it was very solid now. Besides that, Head comprehended many things related to the sword Dao. Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda, and there was a knock on his door. Yang Yi said, Come in. The door opened, and Nancy Een was there. She sized up Yang Yi and said, We're almost at Northern Sky City. Yang Yi walked over to her, looked her in the eyes, and said, I don't know what you want, but I advise you not to follow me. I don't have any other ability but the ability to cause trouble. I'm not joking. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. She said, Are you trying to cast me aside after I've helped you? Yang Yi shook his head. He was about to speak when she suddenly smiled. You wouldn't be able to get to Broken Cliff Mountain without my help? Yang Yi asked, What do you want? She blinked. Nothing. I just think it's fun because I've never been to the shaman dimension. As for you, you're going there, right? Yang Yi said, Do as you please. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked around her and left the room. A playful smile curled up on the corners of Nancy Een's lips. How interesting. Even with that damn woman's ability, she was actually unable to discover your background. Interesting, truly interesting. Yang Yi walked to the corner of the sound shuttle's front. There was a thin barrier of light around there, and it protected the sound shuttle's passengers from its high speeds. The boundless starry sky was outside the barrier. The boundless starry sky wasn't any different to the starry sky in the lower universe. It was similarly vast and deep. Suddenly, a woman appeared by Yang Ye's side. She looked up towards the distance and spoke softly. You've come to Northern Sky City to head to the shaman dimension? Yang Yi turned to glance at her, and then he said, So what if I am? So what if I'm not? She grinned. What do you think of the shaman race? Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. What are you trying to say? She smiled. Nothing. I'm just asking. Is it very difficult for you to answer? Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and said, what do I think about the shaman race? I don't think anything about it. That's my answer. Her eyes narrowed slightly. What would you do if you encountered someone from the shaman race? Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Nothing. She slowly clenched her left fist. You're a human. As a human, you actually won't do anything to the shaman race? Yang Yi turned to look at her. All the humans are good, and all the shamans are bad. She looked him in the eyes and didn't say a word. Yang Yi continued, perhaps there's some sort of enmity between you and the shaman race, but why do you have to place that enmity onto others? Since you hate the shaman race, you want others to hate the shaman race too? That isn't very good, isn't it? She suddenly grinned. You have quite a good impression of the shaman race. Yang Yi replied, my opinion of the human race and shaman race is the same. As far as he was concerned, the shaman race was made out of humans, and the human race was made out of humans too. Even though he had enmity with the sovereign of man, he didn't eye the entire human race with hostility. He wasn't a madman. Moreover, the sovereign of man couldn't represent the entire human race. As for the shaman race, he hadn't even come into contact with them, so he would naturally not be hostile towards them. The enemies of the human race? As far as he was concerned, it was just some tricks those in power were playing. Simply speaking, Yang Yi had his own views and opinions, and he wouldn't just follow what others said. The woman fell silent when she heard him. A short while passed before she suddenly looked up at Yang Yi. I sensed the aura of the shaman race coming from you. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. So what? She gazed at Yang Yi, and then the corners of her lips suddenly curled up slightly. An instant later, a blood-red mark appeared at the center of her forehead. It was shaped like a sword, and it flickered with faint red light. Meanwhile, Ho Qing's anxious voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. Kid, she's a shaman hunter. Run. As soon as Ho Qing finished speaking, a dark red pike suddenly stabbed Yang Yi's chest. Hiss. The pike pierced through his skin with absolute ease, and it continued straight forward towards his heart. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1900. What? You're afraid? Chapter 1900. What? You're afraid? Yang Yi naturally didn't just sit there and wait for death to arrive. As soon as the pike stabbed through his skin, head vanished on the spot. Yang Yi glanced at his chest as he stood far away. There was a hole there and blood was seeping out incessantly. Meanwhile, Ho Qing's voice resounded again. Kid, be careful of her weapon. Her weapon was specially made to pierce the defenses of our shaman race. No, kid, don't get locked in battle with her. Run immediately, or you'll be in big trouble. Run. Yang Yi shook his head because that wasn't his style. He gazed at her and she suddenly said, You really do have the shaman race's bloodline. A drop of blood was burning on her pike. It was Yang Yi's blood. She looked up at him and said, As a human, cultivating the cultivation techniques of the shaman race is a serious offense. You deserve death. As soon as she finished speaking, her pike shot forward. As soon as it arrived before him, she was behind the pike, and she grabbed it and twisted it. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes while a cold glow flashed through his eyes, and then he pressed his middle and index fingers together before tapping them forward. A ray of light coiled around the tip of his fingers. Bang! As soon as their attacks came into contact, the pike shook violently, but Yang Yi's fingers were pulled back as if had been shocked by electricity. At the same time, he moved around 1 kilometer back. Yang Yi glanced at his fingers. They'd cracked open, and he would have lost them if he was just a little slower. He looked up at the pike in the woman's grasp, and he truly understood how strong it was as a counter for his physical body. Ho Qing's voice was quite anxious. Kid, stop trying to fight her. You'll be in big trouble once she places a blood brand on you. Even I wouldn't dare to go head-on against people from the Shaman Hunter clan. Listen to me and flee right now. Flee. Yang Yi laughed bitterly, Senior. I think it's too cowardly to flee just like that. As he spoke, he looked up at the woman, and then he took a step forward and tapped his fingers forward again. The space before her suddenly tore open, and then a ray of light flashed out and slashed down towards her. She closed her eyes slowly while clenching tightly to the pike in her right hand. An instant later, a ray of red light surged out from the blood-red sword-shaped mark on her forehead. Bang! Yang Yi's sword energy was blasted into bits, and the ray of red light didn't slow down at all as it shot towards Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had vanished on the spot, and he was behind her when he appeared again. This time, there was a sword in his grasp. He drew it. A sword howl resounded, and then a beam of sword energy slashed down towards her from above. At the same time, the woman turned around and stabbed her pike upwards. Bang! Yang Yi remained on the spot while she was blasted over 1 kilometer away. Swords! Suddenly, Yang Yi's voice resounded, and then 10 ethereal swords appeared around the woman. A moment later, rays of light crisscrossed and enveloped her. The sword control technique. Presently, he could fight both at close quarters and from afar. The swords emanated rays of light as they surrounded her like a storm of swords. During this period, the woman had broken a few of the swords, but as soon as they vanished, a new one would immediately appear to take its place. They were endless. Night Crow. Suddenly, the woman's voice resounded. A moment later, an extremely terrifying aura swept out from her, and then Yang Yi's swords were shattered. At the same time, a black bird appeared above her. It was completely pitch black and had a single leg. Yang Yi had seen that bird before. It had been on her shoulder when they first met, but at this moment, it was much larger than it had been. Yang Yi stood there with his sword in hand. He stretched out his hand and made a provoking gesture at the bird. Come. A vicious glow immediately flashed through its eyes, and then it flapped its wings and transformed into a ray of black light that shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi was about to swing his sword when it suddenly opened its mouth. Screech! A sharp cry resounded, and it surged straight into Yang Yi's ears. In an instant, Yang Yi felt extremely uncomfortable. His eardrums hurt, and it felt like something had torn them open. In that exact same instant, the bird suddenly flew over to Yang Yi, and then its claws grabbed onto Yang Yi's shoulders. It intended to tear him apart. Suddenly, a ray of golden light appeared around Yang Yi. The gold form. At this moment, Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly, and he activated the gold form. His mind instantly cleared up once he used the gold form. Meanwhile, he felt the bird's claws trying to tear him apart. It hurt. At this moment, Yang Yi felt quite a bit of lingering fear, because if he hadn't used the gold form, it was very likely that he would have been torn apart. Yang Yi didn't give it any further thought, and he just raised his sword and stabbed. Bang! The bird was blasted away. Meanwhile, the woman appeared before Yang Yi with her pike in hand. The cold glow in Yang Yi's eyes transformed into viciousness when he saw her stab her pike at him. He was furious. Yang Yi took a step forward, and then a wave of mysterious energy suddenly appeared here. The sword domain. This time, Head utilized the sword domain. Yang Yi instantly vanished on the spot. Split second. The woman's expression changed drastically. Hiss. A moment later, her pike was suddenly split into two. At the same time, one of her arms flew up into the air. Yang Yi was about to attack when Nanxiyin suddenly appeared before him. You can't kill her. Yang Yi frowned. He was about to speak when Nanxiyin grabbed his arm. Leave right now. Ho Qing suddenly said. Listen to her and leave immediately. You won't be able to kill her quickly with that bird by her side. Leave now, or it'll be extremely difficult for you to leave later. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Ho Qing's tone was very serious. Yang Yi didn't insist, and he nodded. Yang Yi glanced at the woman. At this moment, she was looking at him too. An instant later, Yang Yi and Nanxiyin vanished on the spot. Once they left, she glanced at her arm and spoke softly, the sword domain. Suddenly, a blood-red triangular formation of light appeared in front of her. The woman spoke indifferently. You're too late. Far away in the sky, Yang Yi shot through the sky on his sword, and Nancy-in was by his side. Yang Yi closed his eyes and asked inwardly, "Senior, what are shaman hunters?" Ho Qing explained, "An ancient clan that's very mysterious. My shaman race wasn't able to determine their origins even after using every resource at our disposal. All we do know is that they are extremely hostile against our shaman race. No, I should say that their mission is to hunt the members of our shaman race. They specialize in hunting the shaman race." Yang Yi frowned. "Do they have some sort of deep enmity with the shaman race?" "I don't know." Ho Qing continued. "The shaman progenitor and some others acted against them in the past, but their clan still exists until now. So, you understand why I asked you to leave immediately, right? Because you really can't afford to offend them. At the very least, you can't afford to offend them right now." Yang Yi said, "I don't want to offend them. They want to offend me." Ho Qing said, "Kid, it's best to make compromises when facing them. Otherwise, once you kill one of them, you'll be pursued endlessly. I'm not joking. Even offending the sovereign of man is better than offending them." "Otherwise," Yang Yi said, "Senior, I don't want to offend them. Didn't you see? They want to kill me." Ho Qing fell silent for a short while and said, "If you can't afford to offend them, you can avoid them, right?" Yang Yi shook his head. "Hide from them? It won't solve anything. The only way to solve problems is the fist. Only strength can resolve problems. Reason with them? Of course that was possible. But it was under the circumstances that one possessed sufficient strength. Just think about it. Would an elephant ever reason with an ant?" As if he knew what Yang Yi was thinking, Ho Qing added, "Kid, you must realize that you really don't have the strength to fight the shaman hunter clan right now. Isn't there a saying in the human race? A moment of forbearance brings a lifetime of peace." Yang Yi grinned. "Let's not talk about that. Now, let's rush to the shaman dimension." "Right, to the shaman dimension." Ho Qing continued, "Even though the shaman hunter clan is mysterious and powerful, so long as you go to the shaman dimension, they will be helpless against you. They don't have the ability to cause trouble in the shaman dimension." Yang Yi nodded and restrained his thoughts. In the outside world, as soon as Yang Yi opened his eyes, he saw a pair of eyes looking at him. Their owner was Nancy-in, of course. Yang Yi asked, "What are you looking at?" She sized up Yang Yi and replied, "Do you really have the shaman race's bloodline?" Yang Yi nodded. "What? You're afraid?" Nancy-in shook her head. "I'm not afraid. But you're definitely going to die. Do you know who was the one who tried to kill you? Someone from the shaman hunter clan. They're extremely terrifying. The sovereign of man once recruited an expert from the shaman race, but in the end, that fellow died. The sovereign of man sealed off all information about it, so outsiders aren't aware of it. However, I know that he was killed by the shaman hunter clan." Yang Yi asked, and Nancy-in replied, "Even though the shaman hunter clan is very powerful, my clan doesn't fear them. So, come back home with me. My clan needs a guard. Help us with that, and he'll keep you alive, all right?" Yang Yi was about to speak when a terrifying aura appeared far away in the sky. "They're back." Nancy-in smiled. "You still have time to agree right now." Yang Yi ignored her and looked up at the sky. Meanwhile, Ho Qing said, "Retreat for now." Yang Yi shook his head, took a deep breath, and then looked up into the sky. A vicious glow flashed through his eyes. "Do you really fucking think I'm that easy to bully?" A sword howl suddenly resounded from Yang Yi's sword. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 1901, Northern Sky City. Chapter 1901, Northern Sky City. At this moment, Yang Yi was very angry. There was no enmity between him and the shaman hunters, but she wanted to kill him just because he had the shaman race's bloodline. She wanted to kill him. That was absolutely overbearing. The shaman hunters were absolutely overbearing. Yang Yi had no burdens in the upper universe because all his loved ones were in the primordial pagoda. It could be said that he had nothing to worry about. As for what Ho Qing told him about retreating for now, had done that just now, but what did he get in return? They refused to let him go. The facts proved that retreating would only make them take things further. Nanseen blinked when she witnessed this and asked, "You're not really thinking about killing someone from the Shaman Hunter clan, right?" Yang Yi didn't say anything. A ray of light flashed below his feet, and then he was in the sky. The woman he severed an arm from was in front of him, and there was a middle-aged man by her side. The middle-aged man wore a black robe, and he held a black pike, just like the woman. However, his pike was slightly longer. The middle-aged man sized up Yang Yi and said, "As a human, you possess the bloodline of the shaman race and have cultivated their techniques. You're really fallen." Yang Yi suddenly raised his right hand and interrupted the middle-aged man. He looked the middle-aged man in the eyes and said, "What I cultivate is none of your fucking business." The atmosphere here instantly became tense. A wisp of ghastly coldness flashed through the man's eyes. "Looks like you're very confident. But that's fine. You won't be so confident very soon." Suddenly, Yang Yi took a step forward. The sword domain swept out. The woman's expression changed, and she hurriedly warned, "Be careful." However, Yang Yi was already in front of the middle-aged man, and then he drew his sword and swung it. 80 overlapped heaven rends. It was Yang Yi's limit. The world around them dimmed down before Yang Yi's attack. At the same instant, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically while astonishment filled his eyes. At this moment, he realized that Head underestimated his opponent a little. Actually, it wasn't just a little. Head underestimated his opponent severely. He hastily raised the pike in his hand to block Yang Yi's attack. Crack. Bang. Along with a cracking sound, Nanseen watched with shock as the middle-aged man was blasted extremely far away. The pike was still there where the middle-aged man had been standing moments ago, but the pike was in two halves now. That was how terrifying his attack had been. Nanseen glanced at Yang Yi and spoke softly, "This fellow is that strong." The battle hadn't come to an end yet. After he blasted the middle-aged man back, Yang Yi waved his hands. In an instant, 10 ethereal swords appeared around the middle-aged man, and then rays of light crisscrossed towards him. The reason Yang Yi hadn't chased after the middle-aged man himself was that the woman had suddenly appeared before him once he blasted the middle-aged man away, and her pike stabbed towards his forehead. A vicious glow flashed through his eyes as he gazed at her. He stomped his right foot down and shot forward. Split second. They were extremely close, so how terrifying would the explosive force created by his technique be? Boom. An explosion resounded, and the woman was blasted far away. As soon as she stopped herself, she spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared in front of her again, and then a ray of light slashed down towards her. Bang! The woman was fine, and it was Yang Yi's sword energy that was dispersed instead. At the same time, Yang Yi returned to where Head had been standing a little while ago, because that black bird had appeared in front of her again. At this moment, it was staring at Yang Yi, and its eyes were filled with viciousness and a trace of fear. It didn't dare to attack again, this time. It just protected the woman and told her to retreat. Danger. It sensed danger. The woman understood the bird, but she was quite hesitant. However, Yang Yi didn't hesitate. A moment later, he appeared before the bird, and then a ray of dazzling light slashed down towards it. Viciousness flashed through the black bird's eyes, and it let out a long cry before slamming itself in Yang Yi's direction. Bang! An instant later, the bird was blasted flying, and some parts of its body had cracked open. Meanwhile, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. The woman's eyelids twitched at the sight of this, and she was about to counterattack. However, it only took a moment for her expression to change drastically, and she gazed at the middle-aged man who was fighting Yang Yi's ethereal swords. "Watch out!" But it was too late. A shrill and miserable cry resounded, and then a bloody head shot up into the air. It was the middle-aged man's head. The surroundings instantly became deathly silent at this point. Nanseen gazed at that head, and then touched her own neck. Now, she felt quite a bit of fear, because Shed realized that the man Shed been following was absolutely fearless. If she hadn't given in when Yang Yi had his hand around her throat, she would be dead by now. He even dared to kill a shaman hunter. Nanseen stared at Yang Yi, while curiosity filled her heart. Who is he? Yang Yi glanced at the head, and then he gazed at the woman. He was about to attack when she suddenly appeared on the bird, and then they transformed into a ray of black light that vanished from Yang Yi's field of vision. They'd fled. Extremely swiftly, too. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi didn't go after them. Because he couldn't. They were too fast, so it would take at least a few days and nights for him to catch up. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, turned around, and an ethereal sword soundlessly appeared below his feet. A moment later, Yang Yi vanished into the sky. Nanxian hesitated for a moment and followed after him. Nanxian asked, "Do you know what the Shaman Hunter clan represents?" Yang Yi glanced at her. "What are you trying to say?" Nanxian hesitated for a moment and said, "The Shaman Hunter clan is extremely strong. Even the sovereign of man wouldn't rashly offend them. Yet you killed one of them, possess the bloodline of the shaman race, and have cultivated the cultivation techniques of the shaman race. They'll never let you go." Yang Yi chuckled. "Do you know the shaman progenitor?" Nanxian replied, "Of course." Yang Yi said, "If they're that strong, why don't they kill the shaman progenitor?" Nanxian was at a loss for words. Yang Yi said, "See? They're just some fellows who only bully the weak but fear the strong. Because they know that if they kill the shaman progenitor and the top experts of the shaman race, then the shaman race would be finished. However, they dare not do that. Right?" Nanxian hesitated for a moment and said, But even if that's true, you're still a weakling to them. Moreover, you don't possess the shaman progenitor's strength." Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Then what do you think I should do?" Nanxian was speechless again. Yang Yi smiled. "Flee? Do you think they would let me? That's clearly impossible. In any case, they won't let me go now. So, why should I spare them? Killing one makes us even, and two is a gain for me. But if I don't kill them, wouldn't it be a complete loss if I were to be killed by them?" Nanxian thought for a moment and said, "That does sound right. But, Sai, you're in big trouble." Yang Yi suddenly stopped and looked up into the distance. There was a city there. It was huge. It was an extremely huge city. Even when looking down at it from the sky, it was still impossible to see the end of it. Nanxian suddenly said, "That's Northern Sky City." Yang Yi nodded. "Let's go down there." They descended to the ground. They felt tiny as they stood before the city. It was like they were standing in the boundless starry sky and facing the universe. Because Northern Sky City was truly too huge. Just the city walls stretched for over 1 kilometer upwards. What was that like? It was like an ant standing before an elephant. It's magnificent, right? Nanxian smiled. This isn't the largest city in the human dimension. The largest is the capital in the central prefecture. Yang Yi glanced at the thick city walls. It's used to stop the shaman race? Nanxian nodded. Once its formations are activated, even experts above the enlightened realm wouldn't be able to shake it. Besides that, it has extremely powerful lethal attacks. Yang Yi gazed at her. Attacks? Nanxian blinked. Attacks? I didn't say anything. Yang Yi didn't pursue an answer, and he turned to look at the city. Needless to say, they were really tiny before the city. Even he would find it difficult to break through the city walls with a single attack. Even if he succeeded, it would probably be nothing to the city. They were about to enter the city when they suddenly stopped at the same time and turned around. There was a colossus not too far away from them. A dragon. A black dragon that was very long, and there was a small palace on its back. The palace was beautifully decorated, and it seemed extraordinarily luxurious. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1902, Killing a Dragon. Chapter 1902, Killing a Dragon. Nanxian suddenly said, "A dragon chariot." Yang Yi gazed at her. "What the heck?" She glanced at him and said, "It's a symbol of status. Amongst the human race, only few powers dare to enslave the dragon clan, but those who dare are definitely not ordinary." Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Does your clan dare to do that?" Nanxian smiled. "My clan doesn't just have dragons, we have phoenixes too." Moreover, they're golden dragons and golden phoenixes. Right? They're 2 levels higher than this fellow's dragon. Oh. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze. Meanwhile, Nancy asked, "Does your clan dare to do that?" She was trying to find out about Yang Yi's identity. Yang Yi glanced at Nancy and spoke indifferently, "Dragons and demons like it are too low level." Nancy was speechless. Actually, Yang Yi wasn't bragging. Head even sat on Qi's back. Who was Qi? An ancient ferocious beast and a demon king of the demon race. So, could an ordinary dragon even be compared to him? However, Yang Yi always kept a low profile and never showed off. So, while he was great, he never told anyone about it. Suddenly, the dragon stopped when it passed by the 2 of them. After that, a man in an embroidered robe walked out of the palace. There was a young girl around the age of 8 or 9 on his right. The man was around the age of 20. He was handsome, and there was a smile on his face. The first impression he gave anyone was very good. As for the young girl, she wore a blue dress with flower patterns, and she had a small ponytail. She was extremely cute, and seemed so pretty like she was carved out of jade. The man took her hand in one hand, while pointing at Yang Yi and Nancy with his other hand. He smiled. "Linger, you asked me why we cultivate. Now, I'll tell you the answer. See them? They're very weak, extremely weak. So, they don't have any control over their lives. Because I can kill them with ease. But they can only accept their fate. That's the fate of those who don't work hard on their cultivation." The young girl blinked and asked naively, "Really?" The man smiled. "Big brother will show you." As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped his foot down, and the dragon beneath him suddenly opened its eyes before biting at Yang Yi and Nancy. Nancy's face fell at the sight of this. As for Yang Yi, his face was calm, and it was impossible to see any emotions from it. It didn't take long for the dragon to arrive above them, and then it opened its mouth with the intent to devour them. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Yang Yi's grasp, and then a ray of light shot up into the air. The sword energy shot through the dragon's mouth. Roar! In an instant, a dragon roar resounded, and it carried boundless pain. However, that wasn't the end of it. Yang Yi, who'd arrived above the dragon's head, suddenly swung his sword down at the dragon's neck. Hiss! The dragon wasn't even able to react before it lost its head. Head killed the dragon. The dragon crashed to the ground, and blood sprayed all over. Yang Yi descended before the man and woman. The young girl was clearly quite afraid, but the man seemed very calm and composed. Yang Yi glanced at the young girl and said, "Actually, your brother is right. Because both of you are weaklings to me, and so long as I want to, I can make both of you lose your heads right now. Do you want to see that?" The young girl hurriedly shook her head. Yang Yi cracked a smile. He didn't say another word. He lowered his sword and started walking in the city's direction. However, he suddenly stopped a little while later and said, "Just killing a dragon doesn't feel enough to me. Fine, I just got here, so I should keep a low profile. Just apologize and I'll let it go. All right?" He was naturally talking to the man. The man sized up Yang Yi and said, "It was my mistake. I hope you forgive me." He flicked a spatial ring over to Yang Yi while he spoke. "Treat it as your compensation. Please accept it." Yang Yi nodded, "All right." He waved his hand, took the spatial ring, and walked towards the city. Nancy gazed at Yang Yi's figure, and a strange glow flickered in her eyes. She immediately went after him. On the dead dragon's back, the young girl suddenly pulled on the man's sleeve and spoke timidly, "Big brother." The man withdrew his gaze and looked at the young girl. He smiled. "Linger, don't be afraid. Nothing will happen to us." Linger spoke softly. "Should we call Grandpa in?" The man said, "You want to take revenge?" She hesitated for a moment and remained silent. The man rubbed her head gently. "Linger, since you were born in our clan, you're mature beyond your age. I understand it because I was the same. Even though it allowed you to obtain many things you wanted from the clan, it makes you lose a lot too." Linger blinked. "Big brother, it's too deep for me to understand." He smiled and said, "I taught you a principle just now. Now, I'll teach you another one. Let me ask you something. Is there any severe enmity between us?" She shook her head. The man smiled. Then do you know anything about his background? She shook her head again. The man continued, then do you know how strong he really is? She still shook her head. The man rubbed her head gently and smiled. See, there's no enmity between us, and you don't know his true strength or identity. So, what if Grandpa Lin can't defeat him? Or perhaps his identity is one that's even greater than our clan. At that time, a whim of yours will create a powerful enemy for our clan. Tell me, how will the clan treat us if that happens? She fell silent for a short while, and then she replied, we'll either be killed or expelled. The man nodded and smiled. Now, do you still want to take revenge? She shook her head. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. The man smiled. Have you learned anything from all of this? She thought for a moment and replied, we should keep a low profile. The man nodded. Indeed. Right? Don't play any tricks if you meet your big sister Tsongyue. Otherwise, she'll kick you out of the city. Linger nodded. I understand. It didn't take long for them to enter the city. Once they entered the city, Nancy Yin walked over to Yang Ye's side and asked, why didn't you kill that man? Yang Yi shook his head and remained silent. There were two reasons why he hadn't killed the man. The first was because he didn't want to get himself in too much trouble. That person's background wasn't ordinary, so while he didn't fear it, it would definitely cause him a lot of trouble. The second reason was still trouble. Had sensed an obscure aura earlier, and it had locked onto him. If he attacked, the owner of the aura would attack as well. So, he hadn't attacked so that he could avoid trouble. Meanwhile, Nancy Yin asked, why aren't you saying anything? Yang Yi gazed at her. I want to go to the shaman dimension. She hesitated for a moment and asked, can you tell me why? Yang Yi replied, I can't. She puckered her lips and said, fine. I don't even want to know. So, if you want to go to the shaman dimension, you need a command token from the Northern Sky King's estate. Only then will you be able to leave through the Northern Sky Gate. She seemed to know what Yang Yi was thinking and immediately continued, don't even think about doing it by force. Even the Shaman Hunter clan has to get a command token from the Northern Sky King's estate to get through. Because there isn't just an extremely powerful formation there are at least two extraordinary experts guarding it. Yang Yi spoke solemnly, you have a way through, right? She smiled, I just happen to have one. Yang Yi spoke indifferently, what are your conditions? She replied, I want to go with you. Yang Yi frowned, what are you going there for? She replied with a question, then what are you going there for? Yang Yi walked over to her, looked her in the eyes and said, Miss Nan, I know your identity is extraordinary, and your strength isn't bad as well. However, I'm going to the shaman dimension, so your identity is useless there. As for your strength, if I'm to be honest, I can fight 10 people like you. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly. What are you trying to say? Yang Yi said, I can't refuse you if your condition is to go with me, but if you go there with me, I won't protect you, nor do I have the strength to protect you. She said, I don't need you to protect me. Yang Yi nodded. Then do as you wish. Nancy Yin said, come with me to the Northern Sky King's estate. She started walking off into the distance, and Yang Yi just followed her without saying anything. It didn't take long for them to arrive before the Northern Sky King's estate. The estate was huge, and it covered an enormous area. There were 2 bronze beast statues at the entrance of the estate. Wait here for me. Once she finished speaking, she swaggered off towards the entrance. She suddenly stopped when she arrived at the entrance, and then she withdrew a jade slip and waved it. Just a moment later, the door opened, and she walked in. Not long after she went in, 3 old men in golden robes suddenly appeared around Yang Yi. Their auras locked onto Yang Yi, and they even released their auras and pressed it down upon Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly and said, let me give you a friendly warning. I'm in a very bad mood. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1903. Obstructed. Chapter 1903. Obstructed. I'm in a very bad mood. Yang Yi wasn't joking. He really wasn't in a good mood. because nothing had gone smoothly all along the way, but had been constantly encountering trouble. Troubles. He wasn't afraid of it, but he didn't want it either. However, trouble kept coming for him. The old man who led the group revealed a ridiculing smile. "You're in a bad mood? Don't worry, you won't be in any mood soon." As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of aura swept out from him. Suddenly, a voice resounded from within the estate. Scram! It was like a deafening thunderclap. The expression of the old man in the lead changed slightly, and he turned to look in the direction of the estate while a trace of fear could be seen in his eyes. Suddenly, Nancy walked out from the estate. She was slightly stunned when she saw the old man, and then her face fell. "Gong Jin sent you?" The old man who led the group bowed to her. "Young Miss Een, our young master was merely worried about your safety and sent us to protect you." Nancy spoke indifferently. "I told him not to tell my clan. He didn't notify them, right?" The old man shook his head. "He didn't." Nancy nodded slightly and said, "You can return. I'm not in danger." The old man was hesitant. Nancy frowned slightly. "What?" The old man glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Young Miss Een, he's absolutely not a good person. It's very dangerous to stay with him. Forgive me for overstepping, but please come home with us." She walked over to the old man and said, "I appreciate your intentions, but let me repeat myself. Leave. Understand?" The old man hesitated for a moment, and then he sighed softly and nodded. "Take care." He gazed at Yang Yi once he finished speaking. "You'll die if she's injured in the slightest." He vanished on the spot with the other two old men. "Die." Yang Yi ignored the three old men and gazed at Nancy. The latter said, "They're not from my clan. They are from the Gong clan." Yang Yi shook his head. "I'm not interested in that." She puckered her lips and said, "I didn't get the command token." Yang Yi frowned when he heard this. Meanwhile, she added, "The Northern Sky King isn't in the city, and the command token to head to Broken Cliff Mountain can only be obtained with his daughter, Bei Kangyu's, permission. So, we have to go see her." "Bei Tsongyue?" Yang Yi asked, "Where is she?" Nancy replied, "Come with me." She walked off towards the distance. Yang Yi immediately followed her. "Kid, you have to be careful in this city." Meanwhile, Ho Qing's voice resounded in Yang Ye's head. "There are a huge number of experts in this city, and the Northern Sky King's strength is clearly not someone you can fight right now. Even if I were at my prime, I would be no match for him." "The Northern Sky King?" Yang Yi asked. "Who is he?" Ho Qing replied, "He's an influential figure in the human race. He has a cavalry under his control, and it's renowned throughout the human dimension. The Sky Dragon Cavalry. It's no ordinary cavalry. In any case, if you have the chance, you can have a look for yourself in the future." Yang Yi asked, "Is he on the Sovereign of Man's side?" Ho Qing answered, "Of course. However, according to the information my shaman race possesses, the Sovereign of Man seems to fear that fellow. Actually, it does make sense. The Northern Sky King's strength is beyond doubt, and the army under his command battles my shaman race all year round. So, he's the strongest amongst the four kings. If you're the emperor, and you had someone like him under your command, wouldn't you fear him too?" Yang Yi replied, "Senior, you're from the shaman race, but when it comes to this Northern Sky King, you seem to—" Ho Qing finished Yang Ye's sentence. "I seem to not hold that much hate towards him, right?" Yang Yi nodded. Ho Qing explained, "Even though the human race and shaman race are at war, and the Northern Sky King has killed countless experts from my shaman race has similarly killed countless experts of the human race. As far as we're concerned, strong enemies deserve our respect. Of course, while we respect them, we still kill those we have to kill." Yang Yi smiled. He was about to speak when Nancy-En's voice entered his ears. "We're here." Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and looked up. There was a pavilion before them. It was smaller than the Northern Sky King's estate, and it wasn't as luxurious either. However, it was very exquisite. There were two bronze beast statues at the entrance. Nancy-En suddenly asked, "Do you know what demon beasts they are?" Yang Yi shook his head, and Nancy-En smiled. "They're spirit hawks. Their speed is, yes, much faster than you." Yang Yi said, "Stop wasting time. Boring. She rolled her eyes at him and said, right? Don't act rashly in front of Bae Songyua. She's the #2 figure in Northern Sky City, and her prestige is only inferior to her father, the Northern Sky King. Yang Yi said, don't worry, I won't act rashly. Nancy nodded. Let's go. As she spoke, she walked over to the pavilion. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man appeared before her. Nancy withdrew a jade slip and said, please notify young Miss Songyue that someone from the Nancy clan wishes to see her. She wasn't seeking an audience. She wished to see Bae Songyue. The middle-aged man frowned when he heard her, and he was visibly displeased. However, surprise flashed through his eyes when he saw the jade slip in her grasp. A short while later, he spoke softly, young miss, please wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, he entered the pavilion, and it only took 3 breaths of time for him to appear on the spot again. He said, young miss, please come in. Nancy turned around and gazed at Yang Yi. Let's go. Yang Yi nodded, and they followed the middle-aged man into the pavilion. As soon as they entered, a woman walked over to them. She looked around the age of 20, and she was very beautiful. She had exquisite features that were completely flawless, and it was especially so for her figure. She wasn't just tall, she was extremely slender too. Coupled with the tight white dress she wore, it made her seem even more attractive. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. She was the Northern Sky King's daughter, Bae Songyue. Bae Songyue gazed at Nancy and smiled. So it's Sister Nancy. Why are you in my Northern Sky City instead of completing the trials of the 10 paradises? Right? I don't think there are any trials in my city for you to challenge. Nancy was clearly able to adapt to something like this, and she took Bae Kangyu's hand and smiled. I heard Big Sister Songyue is an extraordinary expert amongst us women. Now that I've met you, you really live up to your reputation. Just like that, they kept praising each other and talking like they were old friends. However, Yang Yi was very well aware that they didn't know each other before today. It was just nonsense. Yang Yi closed his eyes. They're really good at talking nonsense. Some time passed before Bae Kangyu's eyes suddenly descended upon Yang Yi. He is? He's a friend of mine. Nancy smiled. To be honest, we're here because we need your help. Oh. Bae Songyue glanced at them and smiled. What is it? Nancy replied. We want to go to Broken Cliff Mountain. Broken Cliff Mountain. Bae Songyue asked. You want to go to the shaman dimension? Nancy replied seriously. Exactly. She knew that it was impossible to conceal. So, she just admitted it. Bae Kangyu's smile gradually vanished. A short while passed before she replied, I'm sure you're aware that Broken Cliff Mountain isn't a place that just anyone can go to, especially someone of high standing like you. Of course, I'm not trying to say anything about you, but you should be aware that Northern Sky City protects the safety of the human race, so not even a single mistake can be allowed. Nancy said, Are you afraid we'll betray the human race or collude with the shaman race? Bae Songyue grinned. You must be joking. Nancy asked, Can you make an exception? Bae Songyue shook her head slightly. Anything else can be discussed, but this. Nancy still wanted to say something, but Yang Yi suddenly asked, Is there any other way through Broken Cliff Mountain? Nancy gazed at Yang Yi. There is, but we'll have to go an extremely far way around. We'll have to go all the way around Northern Sky Prefecture. In short, it'll take at least 2 months with your speed. Yang Yi couldn't help but frown. Meanwhile, Bae Songyue suddenly asked, Why are you going to the shaman dimension? Nancy gazed at Yang Yi. It was a question she wanted to know the answer to as well. Bae Songyue immediately gazed at Yang Yi when she saw this. For the first time, there was a slightly scrutinizing gaze in her eyes. Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, It's nothing much. I just heard it's fun, so I want to experience it for myself. Nancy's face instantly darkened. I've never heard a worse excuse. Bae Songyue spoke indifferently. It's dangerous. You should go somewhere else to enjoy yourself. Yang Yi asked, Is there no room for discussion? Bae Songyue shook her head. Yang Yi's face fell, and his sword suddenly started to tremble. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1904. It's easy to die in the outside world. Chapter 1904. It's easy to die in the outside world. Nancy-Yi's expression changed at the sight of this. She quickly went over to Yang Yi, grabbed his arm, and spoke softly. Don't be rash. They were in northern Sky City. If Yang Yi acted rashly, they would definitely die. A cup of tea had appeared in Bei Kangyu's grasp, and she took a sip and acted as if she hadn't seen Yang Yi's actions. Meanwhile, Yang Yi smiled and gazed at Nancy-Yin. Let's go. Nancy-Yin hesitated for a moment and nodded. Meanwhile, Bei Songyue smiled. Feel free to visit when you're free. Nancy-Yin suddenly stopped and gazed at Bei Songyue. Actually, I'm quite curious. I'm sure that my identity is enough to make you not refuse us. However, you have. I'm very puzzled. Bei Songyue grinned. If you're going alone, you can go at any time. Nancy-Yin gazed at Yang Yi when she heard this. She wasn't against Nancy-Yin going. She was against Yang Yi going. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, I don't think I've offended Northern Sky City. Bei Songyue smiled, of course. But you seem to have offended someone else. As soon as he heard her, Yang Yi had a rough idea who it was. That woman from the Shaman Hunter clan. Because only that woman knew he was heading to Broken Cliff Mountain, and the Shaman Hunter clan seemed to be quite strong. So, only they had the ability to make Bei Songyue stop him from passing through the city. She just refused to stop hunting him. Yang Yi shook his head and gazed at Nancy-Yin. Let's go. He turned around and left. Nancy-Yin glanced at Bei Songyue. I heard you're perceptive and are said to be a good judge of talent. But now that I've seen it for myself... Heh. As soon as she finished speaking, she left the hall. After Nancy-Yin left, a man in a luxurious robe suddenly appeared in the hall. Bei Songyue gazed at the man, and he shook his head slightly. I wasn't able to find out anything about him. However, I did find out that someone from the Shaman Hunter clan died here. Bei Kangyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He did it? The man nodded slightly. I'm not sure, but it's very likely. He dared to kill a member of the Shaman Hunter clan. A smile appeared on Bei Kangyu's face. Interesting. The man said, Young Miss Yu, I'm sure you know he's no ordinary person. So why don't you let him go and make him owe you a favor? Bei Songyue shook her head. My clan has been defending Northern Sky Prefecture for generations, and the Shaman Hunter clan has been helpful in our fight against the Shaman race. So, we naturally can't offend them for someone of unknown background. The man said, but you've clearly offended that man and that young miss from the Nancy clan. Bei Songyue grinned. She's just a young miss of the Nancy clan, not its successor. As for that man, she paused for a moment and spoke indifferently, not to mention a single person like him. So what if I offend 100? Confidence. It wasn't pride or conceit. It was confidence. The Northern Sky Prefecture and the Northern Sky King's estate had such ability and confidence. Once they left the pavilion, Nancy-Yin's face was extremely gloomy. Yang Yi glanced at her and asked, What is it? Nancy-Yin spoke in a low voice. She wouldn't have dared to do that if I was the Nancy clan's successor. Yang Yi couldn't help but strike a blow to her confidence. Unfortunately, you aren't the successor. She grunted coldly in response. At least she was willing to give me face. As for you, she didn't want to give you any face. Yang Yi smiled, and then he glanced at the pavilion behind them. She won't treat me like that soon. Nancy-Yin suddenly walked over to Yang Yi. Who are you? Yang Yi replied, Why are you suddenly asking that question? Nancy-Yin replied, It's nothing. I'm just curious. Yang Yi said, You'll find out in the future. He suddenly looked towards the side. Show yourself. The space there trembled slightly, and then Yang Yi and Nancy-Yin exchanged glances before vanishing on the spot. A short while later, they arrived before an estate. An old man appeared in front of them and gestured. Please come in. Yang Yi asked, Why? The old man said, You're going to Broken Cliff Mountain, right? A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. How did you know? The old man replied, My young master can help you. He's inside. Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded, and then he intended to walk into the estate. However, Nancy suddenly grabbed his arm. Aren't you afraid that it's a trap? Yang Yi smiled. If anyone dares to set a trap for me, they'll get a grave for him. As soon as he finished speaking, he entered the estate. Nancy was stunned for a moment and said, "What they?" As soon as they entered the estate, a young man greeted them. He was around the age of 25, handsome, and had a smile on his face. "Welcome, young Miss Nancy and this brother. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Baitsangqi, the young master of Northern Sky City. Baitsongyue, whom you just met, is my elder sister." "Right, my real elder sister." Baitsangqi. Nancy glanced at him and said, "I didn't know the Northern Sky King had a son." Baitsangqi grinned. "Of course. Everyone knows my father and sister. As for me, sigh, I'm embarrassed to say that I'm not that outstanding and am a burden to them." Meanwhile, Yang Yi asked, "You can get me to Broken Cliff Mountain? Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters." Baitsangqi nodded and smiled. "Of course." Yang Yi said, "Conditions." Baitsangqi smiled. "You look quite strong, and I may have some trouble in the future. I hope you'll help me when the time comes. All right?" Yang Yi glanced at him and said, "Okay." Baitsangqi smiled. "Thank you." As he spoke, he withdrew a jade slip and passed it to Yang Yi. "Go to Northern Sky Gate, and then show this to the person there. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll be able to pass through." Yang Yi flicked a strand of his divine sense to Baitsangqi. "Contact me if you need me." As soon as he finished speaking, he left with Nancy. Right after they left, the old man behind Baitsangqi said, "Young master, that jade slip can make that person at Northern Sky Gate help you do something. Are you really going to waste it like that?" Baitsangqi smiled. "How can you call it a waste?" The old man said, "Even though the young miss of the Nancy clan possesses quite an extraordinary identity, she doesn't have any real authority, so she's of no help to you. As for him, his strength might not be bad, but allow me to be honest, he may not be of much help to you either. At the very least, he can't compare to that person at Northern Sky Gate." Baitsangqi smiled and said, "Big sister is amazing, extremely amazing, and she's even better at father at some things. However, she cares too much about gains and losses. If you were too calculative, life would be meaningless." The old man wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything in the end. After they left the estate, Yang Yi and Nancy shot towards the Northern Sky Gate, and it took them 4 hours to get there. Northern Sky Gate. It was tall, extremely tall. That was Yang Yi's first impression. It was at least 3 kilometers tall, and it could be said to rival a mountain. Moreover, it was extremely strong, and it was so strong that he felt that even a swing of his sword couldn't pierce through it. It was there to stop the shaman race. Yang Yi had a rough understanding of the shaman race's strength after seeing all of this. Meanwhile, Nancy suddenly asked, "Are you really planning on going to the shaman dimension?" Yang Yi gazed at her. "Why?" She hesitated for a moment and replied, "It's very dangerous." Yang Yi asked, "Then why don't you just stay here?" She shook her head. "In the past, I only traveled through the human dimension, and because of my clan, practically all the other powers would give me some face and never make things difficult for me. I think that I can't grow in such an environment. So, I've decided to go to the shaman dimension with you." Yang Yi said, "It's easy to die in the outside world." Nancy replied, "How can one grow without experiencing hardships?" She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Your cultivation is lower than both Gong Jin and I, but if it's in terms of combat strength, even both of us together may not be able to defeat you." "Why is that?" "It's because you crawled out of life and death battles, and we have experienced too few battles like that." Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Then let's go." He started walking towards the gate, and a wave of mysterious energy instantly locked onto him when he arrived before it. Yang Yi felt like 100 mountains were pressing down on him, and it was almost suffocating. It really is guarded by extraordinary experts. Yang Yi calmed himself and flicked Bei Kanki's jade slip into the air. As soon as the jade slip appeared, the aura around him gradually weakened, and then the jade slip suddenly vanished. The aura vanished along with the jade slip, and the gate before Yang Yi started opening slowly. Yang Yi gazed at Nancy. "Let's go." She nodded and left the city with Yang Yi. Not long after Yang Yi and Nanxian left, an old man and woman suddenly arrived here. The old man glanced at the surroundings and spoke in a low voice. You killed someone from my shaman hunter clan. Humph. Even if you're the chosen one of the hallowed grounds, they'll still kill you. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1905. I only use 30% of my strength. Chapter 1905. I only use 30% of my strength. Suddenly, Beit Songyue appeared before them. The old man glanced at Beit Songyue and said, Young Miss you agreed to stop them from leaving and heading to the shaman dimension. Beit Songyue replied, I'm sorry. Something unexpected happened. The old man spoke indifferently. Forget it. Well, forget it ever happened. Young Miss you, we want to go to the shaman dimension. Please let us through. Of course. Beit Songyue smiled and looked up at the sky. Uncle Zhen, please open the gate. A moment of silence ensued. Then the gate suddenly started opening slowly. Farewell. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he vanished on the spot with the young girl. Bei Kangyu's smile gradually vanished as she watched them leave. The shaman hunter clan is still so proud. Suddenly, a voice came from high above. They have the ability to act like that. Beit Songyue nodded slightly. They do. Meanwhile, the voice resounded again. Don't get mixed up in this. Beit Songyue looked up at the sky. You're worried about the Nancy clan? The voice replied, No, it's that young man. Beit Songyue was puzzled. Why? The voice replied, He's not ordinary. He's not ordinary. Beit Songyue frowned slightly because it wasn't easy to make the person who was speaking to her say those words. Meanwhile, the voice asked, You're going to the shaman dimension too? Beit Songyue nodded slightly. I've gathered some friends, and I plan to try my luck. The voice fell silent for a moment and said, It's worth the risk. Be careful. Once they left the northern sky gate, they immediately sped up, and it didn't take long for a boundless mountain range to appear within their fields of vision. It was extremely tall and endless. Broken Cliff Mountain Range. Meanwhile, Nanxian suddenly said, This is Broken Cliff Mountain Range. The renowned Broken Cliff Mountain is at the end of the mountain range, and the shaman dimension is just beyond it. Broken Cliff Mountain. The sky dimension. Yang Yi took a deep breath and sped up. However, Nanxian suddenly grabbed him. We can't continue flying. Yang Yi gazed at her with a puzzled expression on his face. Why? She explained, Even though this isn't the shaman race's territory yet, there are experts from the shaman race here, and there are even human experts here. We'll be too conspicuous if we fly through the air, and it's easy for trouble to find us. Especially the shaman race, it's very likely that they'll attack once they sense the aura of humans. Yang Yi thought for a moment and descended to the ground with her. Even though Yang Yi was walking swiftly on the ground, his mind was immersed within him. Senior Ho Qing, we're almost at the shaman dimension. Can you come out now? Ho Qing suddenly asked, Are you sure that you want to let me out? Yang Yi smiled. If I wasn't going to let you out, then why would I have come here with you? Ho Qing replied, Kid, I know about your secrets. Yang Yi asked, What are you trying to say? Ho Qing answered, Once I leave and expose your secrets to the shaman progenitor, you'll definitely die. Yang Yi smiled. Will you? Ho Qing replied, No one can say for sure. Yang Yi replied, I'm someone who repays kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. There was enmity between us, but it has been resolved. Moreover, you've helped me repeatedly and given me the cultivation techniques of the shaman race. That's a kindness to me, and I naturally have to repay such kindness. So, you can leave at any time. Ho Qing fell silent for quite some time and said, I can't leave for now. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Ho Qing explained, If I'm not wrong, people are monitoring my location, and my body hasn't recovered fully yet. So, if I appear in the shaman dimension, they'll die. The brutality of the shaman race is much more terrifying than the human race. Yang Yi asked, Then what do you plan to do? Ho Qing replied, I plan to stay with you for now, and he'll return to the shaman race and take back what's mine once I've fully recovered my strength and body. Of course, while I can't show myself here, I can help you get to the sky dimension." Yang Yi nodded and restrained his thoughts. He sped up again in the world outside. 4 hours later, Yang Yi and Nancy Yin finally stopped. At this moment, there was a mountain that towered into the clouds standing before them. Broken Cliff Mountain. It was the border between the human dimension and shaman dimension. Yang Yi was about to go over when he suddenly frowned, and then a pitch-black pike suddenly appeared just 2 centimeters away from his forehead. It had just appeared out of nowhere. Yang Yi's reaction wasn't slow at all. He grabbed the pike with his left hand as soon as it appeared before his forehead. But the force carried within it blasted him backwards, and he only stopped after being pushed over 1 kilometer back. Meanwhile, an old man and young woman had appeared not too far in front of Yang Yi. The woman was the woman whom had severed an arm from earlier, but her arm was healed now. The Shaman Hunter clan. Yang Yi's face turned gloomy when he saw them. They really just refused to give up. Yang Yi tossed the pike at the old man. Hiss! Air was split open. The old man stretched out his right hand, and a ball of black light appeared in his palm. As soon as the pike struck the black light, it instantly calmed down, and the old man didn't move even half a step back. Meanwhile, Nancy Yin's voice resounded, "Be careful. He's a 2nd stage enlightened realm expert. 2nd stage." Yang Yi gazed at her. "How many stages does the enlightened realm have?" Nancy Yin seemed astounded. "You don't know?" Yang Yi nodded. She glanced at him with a strange gaze in her eyes and said, 5. After attaining the enlightened realm, every advancement of a stage is extremely difficult. So, every advancement provides a huge increase in combat strength. Let me explain it like this. 10 first stage enlightened realm experts may only be able to barely fight a 2nd stage enlightened realm expert. Of course, extraordinary geniuses who can surmount their realms of cultivation to do battle are excluded from that. The 2nd stage of the enlightened realm. Yang Yi looked up at the old man. No wonder the old man's strength feels much stronger than the young woman by his side. The 2nd stage of the enlightened realm. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. He was only at the peak of the 6th stage of the true realm right now. The old man sized up Yang Yi and said, "You possess such strength at such an age. You truly are extraordinary." But his expression became quite vicious at this point. "How dare you kill a member of my Shaman Hunter clan?" Yang Yi chuckled. "Old man, first get it through your head that it was your clan which wanted to kill me first." The old man stared at Yang Yi. "As a human, you possess the bloodline of the shaman race and have cultivated the shaman race's cultivation technique. So, you deserve death." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. "What the fuck does that have to do with you? You're courting death." The old man was furious, and he transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Yang Yi. The energy he emanated caused a huge expanse of space to ripple. Needless to say, the old man's aura was extremely terrifying. At the very least, Yang Yi felt pressured and slightly suffocated by it. A vicious flow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and then he took a step forward before swinging his sword. Bang! A huge vortex of energy erupted, and it instantly swallowed both Yang Yi and the old man. Moreover, explosions and sword howls resounded incessantly from within the vortex. A 6th stage true realm expert versus a 2nd stage enlightened realm expert. Nancy Yin had an extremely complicated expression in her eyes. Even though she was at the enlightened realm and was an expert from a large clan, it was clearly impossible for her to fight the old man if she was just at the 6th stage of the true realm, because the old man's cultivation hadn't been gained through help from external forces. He was a true enlightened realm expert. But Yang Yi was able to fight such a 2nd stage enlightened realm expert, while he was only at the 6th stage of the true realm. Yang Yi was an absolutely monstrous genius. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion resounded, and then 2 figures were blasted away. It was Yang Yi and the old man. As his figure flew, Yang Yi pointed his finger at the old man. In an instant, the space before the old man was torn open, and then a ray of light flashed out and slashed down towards the old man. The old man's expression changed slightly. He tightened his grip on his pike, and then swung it forward. Bang! Yang Ye's sword energy was blasted apart, but the old man was pushed back again. Suddenly, the old man slowed down. The sword domain. Yang Yi had activated the sword domain. At this moment, the old man was horrified, because Yang Yi was in front of him now, and a sword had arrived with Yang Yi. The sword was stabbing towards his forehead. It was an attack capable of obliterating everything around it, and it was the first time the old man sensed danger in this battle. He didn't dare act carelessly at all, and his profound energy surged madly. An instant later, all of it entered his pike, and then he swung his pike with both hands. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and the old man's pike was obliterated while his figure was blasted away. But that wasn't the end of it. Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. Split second combined with the sword domain. Yang Yi had executed the same attack again. This time, the old man didn't have a chance to dodge or defend himself. Yang Yi appeared not too far behind the old man, and the old man's body stiffened on the spot. An instant later, his body split open from the center, and both blood and internal organs sprayed out. Yang Yi lowered his sword and looked at the young woman. "I'm not joking. I only used 30% of my strength just now. That old man was really too weak." The young woman was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1906 Sage. Chapter 1906 Sage. 30%. Nancy naturally didn't believe Yang Ye's nonsense, but she was still shocked. Yang Yi had killed a second stage enlightened realm expert, while at the sixth stage of the true realm. Of course, while Head succeeded at killing the old man, the enmity between him and the Shaman Hunter clan had become serious. Yang Yi didn't really understand the implications of it, but she knew the Shaman Hunter clan's strength very well. Yang Yi gazed at the young. Suddenly, a huge bird appeared behind her, and it stared at Yang Yi while prepared to attack at any moment. She stared at Yang Yi and asked, "Who are you?" Yang Yi didn't answer her. He just turned around and walked towards Broken Cliff Mountain. Nancy glanced at the young woman. "Hey, just stop using your Shaman Hunter clan to scare him, because he isn't afraid at all." She quickly followed Yang Yi once she finished speaking. The young woman gazed at the old man's corpse in silence. Provocation. Yang Ye's actions were clearly the greatest form of provocation against the Shaman Hunter clan. A short while later, she took the old man's corpse and vanished on the spot with the bird. Nancy asked, "Why didn't you kill her too?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I can't outrun that bird." Nancy was stunned speechless. Yang Yi wasn't lying. That bird was too swift. If it chose to flee, then he wouldn't be able to catch up at all, unless he was willing to spend many days chasing after it. But he clearly didn't have the time for that right now. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the mountainside. Meanwhile, Ho Qing's voice resounded in Yang Ye's mind. "Be careful. Broken Cliff Mountain is guarded by experts from the shaman race." Yang Yi asked, "Is the shaman dimension huge?" Ho Qing replied, "Very. It's much larger than the human dimension." Yang Yi asked, "Then why does the shaman race attack the human race?" Ho Qing replied, "Kid, you've misunderstood something. At most times, it isn't the shaman race that's attacking the human race. It's the human race that's attacking the shaman race." Yang Yi was bewildered. "What do you mean?" Ho Qing explained, "The shaman race, human race, or even the demon race have wild ambitions. The shaman race wants to rule over even larger territories and obtain more resources. So, it attacks the human race. But the human race does the same too. There is no right or wrong, and there's only strong and weak. If the shaman race is weak, the human army would have gone past Broken Cliff Mountain." Yang Yi shook his head. Needless to say, what Ho Qing said really made sense. The weaker race of beings in the world would be bullied or even annihilated. So, there was no right or wrong between the human race and shaman race. Just as Ho Qing had said, there was no right and wrong. There was only strong and weak. A short while later, they arrived at the peak of Broken Cliff Mountain. Standing there was like standing at the top of the clouds, and they could see endless mountains from here. However, Yang Yi faintly saw a city from here. Besides the shaman progenitor, the shaman race has another 12 shaman kings. Meanwhile, Ho Qing's voice resounded in Yang Ye's mind. You have to look for one of the 12 shaman kings, the Yin Ho. I'm quite good friends with her, so she'll help you get to the sky dimension. The 12 shaman kings. Yang Yi nodded slightly and asked, where is she? Ho Qing replied, Engorge. Right, I should remind you that you have the aura of the human race, and there's this human girl by your side. Even though there are humans who come to the shaman dimension and live amongst the shaman race, they conceal themselves very well. If you're exposed, you'll be in big trouble. Yang Yi nodded and restrained his thoughts. He gazed at Nancy Yin. I'll ask you one last time. Are you really coming with me? She replied, we're already here. Am I supposed to go back now? Yang Yi said, all right, then let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. She quickly followed after him. After he arrived within the shaman dimension, Yang Yi didn't fly on his sword because he would be painting a huge target on his back. It was like telling the shaman race that a human sword cultivator was here. But even if he couldn't fly on his sword, he was still extremely fast while relying on his physical strength. Around 2 hours later, they saw an ancient city ahead of them, and it was a city made of huge rocks. It was quite small when compared to Northern Sky City, and it wasn't as exquisite either. It seemed a little messy. They were lagging behind when it came to progress. The shaman race was lagging behind the human race when it came to progress, but they were comparable to humans in other aspects. Yang Yi looked up, and he saw 2 words atop the city gate, Boulder City. Yang Yi and Nancy exchanged glances, and then they entered the city. Once they did, they were quite surprised because they saw many people in the city. They were from the shaman race, but they didn't look any different from them. It was a difference of beliefs. At this moment, Yang Yi recalled what Ho Qing had told him in the past. The human race and shaman race actually had the same origins, but they held different beliefs and cultivated in a different way, so they'd split apart in the end and become enemies. Suddenly, Yang Yi stopped, and then he pulled Nancy Yin to a corner. She was puzzled. What is it? Yang Yi looked towards the city gates. 5 people were walking in from there, and they just happened to recognize the leader of the group. It was Bei Songyue. Besides that, Yang Yi recognized one of the men by Bei Kangyu's side. It was that man on the dragon chariot head met outside Northern Sky City. Meanwhile, Nancy Yin suddenly asked, what are they doing here too? Yang Yi shook his head. He was about to withdraw his gaze when Bei Songyue suddenly looked in their direction. Bei Songyue was slightly stunned when she saw that it was Yang Yi, and there was a trace of surprise in her eyes. Yang Yi glanced at her and left with Nancy Yin. Meanwhile, a man by Bei Kangyu's side said, it's him. Bei Songyue gazed at the man. Brother Lianqing, you know him? Gu Lianqing shook his head. Not really. I had a little disagreement with him outside the city, but it has been resolved. Bei Songyue grinned, and then she looked towards where Yang Yi had vanished and spoke softly. He's actually alive. Interesting indeed. Meanwhile, Gu Lianqing suddenly said, young Miss Songyue, let's go. Bei Songyue restrained her thoughts, nodded, and vanished with the others. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi had no intention of staying in the city, and he intended to leave. However, Nancy Yin suddenly stopped. Yang Yi gazed at Nancy Yin, and the latter closed her eyes. Some time passed before she opened her eyes and gazed at Yang Yi. I know why Bei Kangyu's group is here. Yang Yi asked, why? Nancy Yin spoke solemnly. I received news that a sage ruins has been found in the shaman dimension. A sage ruins? Yang Yi frowned. What's that? She replied, a sage ruins is a place where an extraordinarily powerful expert perished or lived out the ends of his or her lifespan. She paused for a moment and continued. My clan asked me to try my luck there. Yang Yi nodded and smiled. Go on. I have other things to do, so we'll be leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and intended to leave. However, Nancy Yin suddenly obstructed his path. Do you know what a sage ruins represents? Yang Yi shook his head. She took a deep breath and explained. The discovery of a sage ruins represents that a sage has something to be passed down, because experts at their level usually don't die. Once they do die, they definitely leave their inheritance behind so that their accomplishments don't end with them. Simply speaking, they leave behind their karma. As for the reason, it may be for new life or something else. In any case, it's a huge fortune, an absolute fortune. Yang Yi shook his head. I'm not interested. As he spoke, he intended to leave, but Ho Qing's voice suddenly resounded. If it really is a sage ruins, then you should have a look. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Ho Qing replied, do you know what kind of expert sages are? Yang Yi shook his head. Ho Qing replied, they're experts like your master and the shaman progenitor. Even if they're slightly weaker, since they can be called sages, they are absolutely not much weaker. Right. Know the sovereign of man? He once obtained the inheritance of a sage, and it's also why he possesses his current accomplishments. Right. Supposedly, even his sword came from a sage ruins. Yang Yi fell silent. Now, he was only thinking about how to get to the sky dimension as soon as possible. Ho Qing seemed to know what Yang Yi was thinking and said, Kid, you're in no rush to get to the sky dimension, because those two little girls are definitely safe there. You should be worried about what you would do if the Sovereign of Sky wants to kill you because he can't stand the sight of you. The Sovereign of Sky. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. My luck isn't that bad, right? Maybe. Ho Qing continued. You haven't just cultivated the techniques of the shaman race. You've cultivated a devil technique. Most importantly, you've comprehended slaughter intent, and there are many types of karma coiled around you. The Sovereign of Sky will definitely not allow his daughter to have anything to do with you. People like them sometimes only require a small reason to kill someone, and they may not even need a reason. He paused for a moment and continued, so, I suggest that you go. Perhaps you'll get that sage's inheritance, or something else. At that time, your strength will definitely rise quite a bit. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, then he'll go. Yang Yi opened his eyes and said, come, let's go to that sage ruins. Nancy Yin's voice carried a trace of pleasant surprise. You're coming with me? Yang Yi nodded. Let's go try our luck. Nancy Yin smiled. She was about to speak when she suddenly frowned slightly. A short while passed before she gazed at Yang Yi. My clan wants me to stay away from you. Yang Yi asked, why? Nancy Yin spoke softly. The Shaman Hunter clan has issued a blood warrant. To be honest, I'm not joking when I say that if you don't have extremely extraordinary backing, then you're really finished. Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, my backing is extremely formidable. Nancy Yin's eyes lit up, and they were filled with curiosity. What is it? Yang Yi walked closer to her and spoke softly. An old man wearing a Taoist's robes. I'm serious. If he shows himself, then the Shaman Hunter clan would take just an instant to annihilate. Nancy Yin asked, where is he? Yang Yi blinked and replied, that's what I want to know too. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1907. I don't rob. Chapter 1907. I don't rob. The old man in Taoist robes. Yang Yi wasn't lying. He did want to know where the old man was. After all, the old man was an extraordinarily formidable backing for him. He was certain that if the old man showed himself, then the Shaman Hunter clan would be nothing. Unfortunately, that powerful backing was just a legend to him. Nancy Yin was quite unhappy. Are you playing with me? Yang Yi shook his head. I'm not joking. She was about to say something when Yang Yi suddenly said, let's stop wasting time. Come, let's go to the ruins. Just as Ho Qing had said, he shouldn't give up on any chance to improve his strength. Strength. He couldn't do anything without it, and he didn't want to continue being pursued and go into hiding all over the world. It didn't take long for them to leave Boulder City. On the way, Nancy Yin said, according to the location my clan provided, it's in Diving Cove Gorge, and it's around a day from here. Right? We have to be careful because it isn't just the human race that's participating in this. The experts of the other races will be coming too. Yang Yi asked, it appeared in the shaman dimension. But the shaman race is willing to share it with everyone? Nancy answered, they dare not keep it for themselves. Yang Yi asked, why? Nancy grinned. The appearance of a sage ruins represents that a sage wants to hand down his or her inheritance. If they try to take it for themselves, it would be no different than offending a sage. Even though the sage is dead, even if an expert at that level is dead, no one dares to rashly offend them. She cracked a smile. So, there's an unspoken rule in our world. Once a sage ruins appears, all the races will share it. However, the race that has it in their territory usually has the advantage. Yang Yi nodded. At this moment, he noticed that bringing Nancy in along wasn't a bad thing at all. He didn't know a great deal about this world, but she just happened to be able to make up for that. After traveling for a while, Nancy somehow produced a carriage. Of course, it was no ordinary carriage. The horse that pulled it was many times larger than ordinary horses, and vortexes of wind flickered below its feet. While it wasn't as fast as him, it wasn't slow at all. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground within the carriage, and he immersed his mind into his body. Yang Yi went to the first level of the primordial pagoda. Snowy, Yang Yinxue, and the others were playing together. Or to be more precise, Jir was teaching them how to play with a ball. Yang Yi gazed at Jir. At this moment, she was very happy, and she seemed to have forgotten all the unhappy things that had happened to her. Meanwhile, Ho Qing appeared by Yang Ye's side. That little girl isn't ordinary. Yang Yi gazed at Ho Qing. What do you mean? Ho Qing gazed at Yang Yi and replied with a question. What do you think? Yang Yi gazed at Jir again. Actually, he could sense that she wasn't ordinary. However, he had that feeling because of the jade pendant. Meanwhile, Ho Qing suddenly said, she's learning shaman techniques from me. Yang Yi gazed at Ho Qing with astonishment, and the latter said, it's all because of that little lord of yours. That little lord of yours made me teach her. Yang Yi asked, and Ho Qing said, and then I noticed that she's extremely terrifying, because I only have to teach her once before she remembers everything, and she can even list out a string of questions. Yang Yi smiled, so, she's a genius. Ho Qing gazed at Yang Yi. Stop playing around, I'm serious. Her identity and background is absolutely not ordinary. Yang Yi smiled. So what? Senior, just look around you. Who's ordinary? Ho Qing was at a loss for words. Yang Yi smiled. I know what you're worried about, but I don't care about that, right? Ho Qing smiled. You're already in so much trouble. Even a little more makes no difference. Yang Yi smiled. He chatted with Ho Qing for a while and left the primordial pagoda. In the real world, Yang Yi left the carriage and went to its roof. At this moment, the veil of night had descended, and the sky was filled with stars. Suddenly, a voice came from Yang Ye's side. You're not from the large universe, are you? It was Nancy. Yang Yi glanced at her, and she continued, I heard about the lower universe in the past, but I've never been there. However, I never expected to get to know someone from the lower universe, and I never imagined that person to be so strong. Yang Yi replied, there are many formidable people. Nancy smiled, right? How did you get the shaman race's bloodline? Yang Yi didn't answer her. She continued, I have no other intentions. It's just that you possess the shaman race's bloodline and have even cultivated their techniques. But you're a human. Normally speaking, it's very difficult for someone like you to survive amongst the human race. Yang Yi spoke indifferently, it's fine. As I killed and killed, I was able to survive just fine. Nancy was at a loss for words. A night passed by. Early in the morning on the next day, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes while he sat on the roof of the carriage. Meanwhile, Nancy's voice came from beside him. We'll be at Diving Cove Gorge once we travel through that mountain pass. Yang Yi looked up. Before him were two mountains that towered into the clouds, and there was a path between them. Suddenly, Yang Yi turned to the side, and he saw a rock fly swiftly from behind him. There were 5 people seated on it, and Beit Songyue was at the front of them. Nancy couldn't help but frown when she saw them. It's them. At this moment, Beit Songyue had noticed them too. It didn't take long for the rock to descend before them, and she grinned. Long time no see. Nancy spoke indifferently. Young Miss Songyue probably didn't expect to see us here, right? Bait Songyue smiled. I see you're still angry about that. Suddenly, Yang Yi gazed at Nancy Yin. Let's go. He really didn't want to waste time talking nonsense with that woman, and he didn't want Nancy Yin to do that either. Because he knew that if they were allowed to engage in such an argument, it was a very terrifying thing. Nancy Yin withdrew her gaze, and then tapped her foot lightly against the carriage. In an instant, they shot forward. Suddenly, a young man by Bei Kangyu's side appeared before them. He smiled and said, "That's not very polite of you." Yang Yi frowned while Nancy Yin suddenly stood up. She looked the young man in the eyes. "Who do you think you are? How dare you obstruct my path?" The young man's face became gloomy. "You uncouth piece of trash. They'll teach you how to." Suddenly, Bei Songyue said, "Brother Lin Yin. She's the eldest young miss of the Nancy clan." The Nancy clan. The others by Bei Kangyu's side were shocked by this, and then they gazed at Nancy Yin. But it only took a moment for them to move their gazes to Lin Yin, and there was a slightly ridiculing expression in their eyes. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. At this moment, Lin Yin had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. His clan was a large clan too, but it couldn't be compared to the Nancy clan at all. It could be said that while all of the clans behind the people here were extraordinary, only Bei Kangyu's clan could barely compare with Nancy Yin's clan. Meanwhile, Nancy Yin said, "What? Go on." Lin Yin took a deep breath and cupped his fist in Nancy Yin's direction. "It was my mistake. I hope you forgive me." Nancy Yin wanted to say something, but Yang Yi suddenly said, "Let's go." She withdrew her gaze and nodded. They continued forward. However, Bei Kangyu's group was faster than them, and the 5 of them arrived at the mountain pass before them. But they stopped there because a young man supporting a large saber on his shoulder had appeared before them. The young man wore black clothes, had black hair, violet pupils, and was biting on a blade of grass while his leg was crossed over the other. Not too far behind the young man was a woman who wore a dress with flower patterns. She seemed very young, and her hair was tied into numerous small bunches. There was a black sledgehammer that was much larger than her, resting by her feet. She was biting on a blade of grass as well. Bei Kangyu's group stopped. She glanced at the man and said, "You're blocking our path." "Tui." The man spat out the grass and sized up Bei Kangyu's group. He smiled. "So it's the human race. But don't worry, I'm impartial." He stretched out his hand and gestured. 10 immortal crystals. Robbery. Bei Songyue and the others' faces fell when they witnessed this. Nancy Yin suddenly said while she stood by Yang Yi's side, "Wow, 10 immortal crystals. Haha." Yang Yi gazed at Nancy Yin. "What's that?" She explained. "Something extremely valuable. It can replenish a first-stage, enlightened realm expert's energy in 10 breaths of time. Even I can only get 2 every month. But this fellow's actually asking for 10. He's crazy." Immortal crystals. Yang Yi thought for a moment, and he knew that it was definitely much more precious than spirit pearls. "I wonder if Snowy can make them. I should get one and ask Snowy to try." Bei Songyue spoke indifferently. 10 immortal crystals? Haha, that's really a high price. Is it? The man chuckled, and then he waved his hand. At the instant he did that, Bei Songyue suddenly vanished on the spot. However, a man behind her was blasted over 3 kilometers away. It was Lin Yin. As soon as Lin Yin dropped to the ground, his arms fell off his shoulders. At this moment, everyone had a solemn expression on their faces. Bei Songyue turned to look at the man, the devil saber, Shou Shanyue. "It's him." Nancy Yin spoke softly by Yang Yi's side, and her voice carried a trace of shock. Yang Yi asked, "Who?" Nancy Yin didn't answer him. Meanwhile, Shou Shanyue glanced at Bei Kangyu's group, and then he smiled. "Sorry, I made a mistake earlier. It's not 10 immortal crystals, but 10 each." He suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and Nancy Yin at this point. "I almost forgot both of you. It's the same for you too." Nancy Yin gazed at Yang Yi, and the latter shrugged before he spoke softly. "Actually, robbing isn't right." Nancy Yin nodded. "It is." "So." Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, "I know it's wrong, so I usually don't do it." Nancy Yin was astonished. "You've done something similar too?" Yang Yi looked up at the sky while ripples surged through his eyes. He seemed to be recalling the past as he said, I haven't robbed anymore for many years. Nancy Een was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1908. They'll rob them again. Chapter 1908. They'll rob them again. Beit Songyue and the others' faces were quite gloomy. All of the others behind Beit Songyue gazed at her. Obviously, they wanted her to decide. Beit Songyue walked over to the man and smiled. I didn't expect the devil saber, Shito Shanyue, to actually be reduced to a common bandit. It's truly surprising. Shio Shanyue put his saber against the ground and shot a sideways glance at her. Let's be a little straightforward. Will you pay or not? A man by Bei Kangyu's side suddenly said, Shue Shanyue, stop acting so arrogantly. She's the daughter of Northern Sky City's Northern Sky King. The Northern Sky King? Shio Shanyue smiled. If he was here himself, I would turn around and leave right now. Unfortunately, he isn't. Of course, I have to give the Northern Sky King some face. All right, young Miss Beit Songyue can pay just 8 immortal crystals. I've given you a 20% discount. Ha ha ha. Bei Kangyu's face turned gloomy, and a black glow flickered in her grasp. Suddenly, she turned to look at Yang Yi, and then she said, He'll pay if he does. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi when they heard her. Shio Shanyue and the woman behind him gazed at Yang Yi too. Yang Yi glanced at Beit Songyue, and his face was calm. NancyEen's face was extremely gloomy because Beit Songyue was diverting the problem to them. It was absolutely cunning and malicious. Beit Songyue glanced at them and grinned in silence. Shio Shanyue gazed at Yang Yi and Nancy Een. So, will you pay? Nancy Een was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly asked, How many immortal crystals do you have? She gazed at Yang Yi and spoke with astonishment. You really intend to pay? Yang Yi asked, How many? She glanced at him and replied, 25. That's all I have. Yang Yi stretched out his hand. She hurriedly shook her head. They're extremely difficult to get, even for me. Consider it as lending them to me. Yang Yi interrupted her. They'll return them to you in a short while. Nancy Een gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she flicked a spatial ring to him. Yang Yi didn't even take a glance at it before flicking it over to Shue Shanyue. Shio Shanyue took it, and it had 20 immortal crystals. A smile curled up on Shio Shanyue's lips. He gazed at Yang Yi and said, Wise men submit to their circumstances. Kid, you have a good future. Ha ha ha. His laughter was filled with undisguised ridicule. Trash. Meanwhile, a woman behind Shio Shanyue spoke abruptly. Yang Yi closed his eyes and remained silent. Beit Songyue gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then she said, I truly never expected you to not even resist. It's truly a surprise. Yang Yi still remained silent, and Nancy Een fell silent just like him. Meanwhile, Shio Shanyue gazed at Bei Kangyu's group. He has paid, so it's your turn now. Of course, you can attack me. However, if you do, I won't just ask for payment. Beit Songyue smiled. I always keep my word. She flicked a spatial ring to Shio Shanyue. It had exactly 50 immortal crystals. They were paying their way through. Even though she possessed real authority in Northern Sky City, 50 immortal crystals was an extremely huge amount even for her. However, she had to pay because Shio Shanyue wasn't a human cultivator, so he wouldn't give her or her father any face. If she refused, then it represented that they would have to fight Shio Shanyue's group of 2. Her goal was the Sage Ruins, so she didn't want to fight someone before getting there and sustain heavy injuries. She hoped Yang Yi and Shio Shanyue would fight until both were injured so that she could take advantage of them. However, she hadn't expected Yang Yi to act in such a cowardly manner. Even though she had paid, Beit Songyue wasn't someone who was fond of suffering a loss. She glanced at Shio Shanyue and the woman, and she said, They'll leave it with you for now. They'll come get it very soon. Shio Shanyue looked up at Beit Songyue and smiled. They'll be waiting. Beit Songyue didn't say another word and intended to leave, but Yang Yi suddenly walked over to Shio Shanyue. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi when they noticed this. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive before Xiao Shangyue. He didn't say a word, and his sword just left its sheath. A sword howl resounded. Everyone watched as a ray of sword energy descended towards Xiao Shanyu's head. No one had expected Yang Yi to attack abruptly. It was extremely swift, but Xiao Shanyue clearly had his guard up. So, as soon as Yang Yi attacked, Head raised his saber above him. Clang! A sharp and ear-piercing explosion resounded, and it hurt everyone's ears. Xiao Shanyue was actually blasted backwards, and as his figure moved back, 10 energy swords suddenly appeared around him and shot towards him. Slash! Meanwhile, Xiao Shanyu's voice resounded abruptly. A moment later, a ray of saber energy shot out from not too far ahead of Yang Yi, and Yang Yi's energy swords were instantly slashed into bits. After that, a ray of cold light flashed above Yang Yi. His attack had arrived before Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression remained calm as he took a step back, and then everyone's expressions changed. The sword domain. As soon as the sword domain appeared, Xiao Shanyu's saber slowed down, and Yang Yi's sword moved. Bang! No one saw it clearly, but Xiao Shanyue instantly appeared 3 kilometers away, and there was a long gash on his chest. Xiao Shanyue looked up at Yang Yi and was about to speak, but Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Xiao Shanyu's pupils constricted. He grabbed his saber with both hands and swung it forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Xiao Shanyue was blasted back again. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was about to attack again, but the young woman by Xiao Shanyu's side appeared in front of him, and then a sledgehammer slammed down towards Yang Yi's head. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. However, Yang Yi ignored her. A ray of light flashed beneath his feet, and he appeared before Xiao Shanyue again. After that, 10 rays of light enveloped Xiao Shanyue. Xiao Shanyue was shocked. He couldn't be bothered to avoid straining the injury on his chest, and he just grabbed his saber with both hands and swung it. Bang! Yang Yi's sword energy was obliterated, but Xiao Shanyue spat out a mouthful of blood while his figure was blasted away once more. He hadn't even stopped himself when Yang Yi appeared in front of him again, and then a sword pressed against the center of his forehead. The surroundings instantly fell silent. 3 attacks. Since Yang Yi attacked, Head only launched 3 attacks, and Head defeated Xiao Shanyue, who was at the enlightened realm. Bei Songyue stared at Yang Yi as if she wanted to see through him. Xiao Shanyue gazed at Yang Yi and asked, "Who are you?" Yang Yi didn't answer him. He stretched out his hand, and the 3 spatial rings on Xiao Shanyu's hand flew into his grasp. One of them belonged to Nancy Yin, the other belonged to Bei Songyue, and the last one was Xiao Shanyu's. Yang Yi put them away, withdrew his sword, and walked off towards the distance. But he hadn't even taken a few steps before he suddenly stopped. He turned to glance at Bei Songyue. "Thanks." At this moment, Bei Songyue had an extremely unsightly expression on her face. Now, she finally understood Yang Yi's plan. She wasn't the only one. Everyone here had come to an understanding. Nancy Yin gazed at Bei Songyue and smiled. 50 immortal crystals. TSK, TSK. Thank you for being so generous, young Miss Songyue. I'll treat you to a meal another day. She hurriedly followed after Yang Yi once she finished speaking. Bei Kangyu's face was gloomy, and no one knew what she was thinking. Meanwhile, Xiao Shanyu's expression was similarly gloomy to the extreme. Not only had he failed to rob them, had been robbed as well. So, Head felt truly humiliated. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Bei Kangyu's face. She gazed at Xiao Shanyue. "I think you won't want to just forget this, right?" Xiao Shanyue gazed at her, and she smiled. "The Sage Ruins is extremely dangerous. Young Master Xiao Shanyue, shall we go together?" Xiao Shanyue naturally understood what she meant. He hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Of course." Bei Kangyu's smile grew even brighter. Meanwhile, Nancy Yin chuckled. "I knew you weren't someone who cowered that easily." Yang Yi withdrew a spatial ring and passed it to her. "Here, it's what I owe you." She took it and said, "Tell me the truth. Did you plan to rob him from the beginning?" Yang Yi glanced at her. "Am I that kind of person?" She sized him up seriously and replied, "I think so." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, she hesitated for a moment and said, "I think that they won't just let the matter rest." Yang Yi spoke indifferently, so? Nancy added, what will you do if they join forces? Yang Yi stopped and looked her in the eyes. Then he'll rob them again. Nancy was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1909. A brain is a good thing. They didn't say a word to each other all along the way. Nancy frequently glanced at Yang Yi, and there was a wisp of curiosity and complicated emotions in her eyes. She was curious. She was only staying with Yang Yi purely out of curiosity. She was curious about his identity and background. However, at this point, Shed realized that she hadn't just been unable to find out anything about that. Shed grown even more curious. He was a complete mystery. At this moment, Yang Yi's consciousness was within the primordial pagoda. He checked through the spoils of the battle. The total amount of immortal crystals had obtained from Baitsongyue and Shoushanyue were 103. 103 immortal crystals represented that he didn't have to worry about his profound energy while in battle with others. Yang Yi took one of the immortal crystals and went over to Snowy. He passed it over to Snowy and grinned. Can you make this? Snowy took the immortal crystal and sniffed it. After that, she scanned it, and then she shook her head while Yang Yi watched with anticipation. Yang Yi spoke softly. You can't? Snowy shook her head. In the end, she withdrew a pearl. It was the spirit energy pearl had gotten her that day. After that, she started waving a claw. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to come to an understanding. It wasn't that Snowy couldn't create immortal crystals. The spirit energy pearl's spirit energy wasn't pure enough or abundant enough. So, she couldn't create immortal crystals. In other words, she could create them if she had a good source of spirit energy. Yang Yi committed this to memory. If he had the chance, he would definitely get her a better spirit energy pearl. Not just to make more immortal crystals, but because spirit energy pearls were very beneficial to Snowy's growth. Yang Yi played with Snowy for a while and returned to the outside world. Suddenly, Nancy said, We've arrived. Yang Yi stopped and looked up. He could faintly see a huge gorge around 3 kilometers ahead. It was surrounded by tall mountains of all sorts of shapes and sizes. They were scattered all around the area, and they seemed very messy. Diving Cove Gorge. Be careful. Nancy said, According to my knowledge, the devil race, demon race, and even some other races will be coming. In short, it's best to be careful, because the discovery of a sage ruins has great implications, and the geniuses of all races will definitely not give up such an opportunity. Yang Yi nodded. Let's go. Nancy obstructed Yang Yi's path. You don't seem to really care. Yang Yi replied, I won't underestimate my opponents. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked around her and continued forward. What a weirdo. She shook her head and followed him. It didn't take long for them to arrive within the gorge, and figures were flashing through it from time to time. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. They were surrounded by mountains. In the end, he looked towards a distant mountain wall. There was a faint golden light coming from there. Besides that, there was a trace of an aura seeping out from there. A sage's aura. Suddenly Nancy said, Diving Cove Gorge was once just an ordinary place. But one day, a phenomenon appeared here, and it drew the attention of countless experts. After that, they noticed that there was a sage ruins here. The shaman race tried to stop any information from getting out, but it was too late. Yang Yi asked, How do we get in? She shook her head. I don't know. Yang Yi felt speechless. Let's just wait. Nancy looked towards the mountain wall in the distance. There should have been a formation here, but it has clearly vanished. So, the sage's aura is leaking. It may have been done intentionally by the sage. So, it won't take long before the hidden door into the ruins will appear on its own. Yang Yi nodded, and then he sat cross-legged on the ground. Then let's wait. Nancy sat by Yang Yi's side. She was about to speak when she suddenly looked towards the distance. A group was walking over slowly. They were led by Baitsongyue. Baitsongyue grinned at Nancy, and then she withdrew her gaze and led her group to another side. Nancy withdrew her gaze and said, I think they won't let the matter rest that easily. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Are you afraid? Nancy shook her head. She won't dare to kill me, but she definitely dares to kill you. Yang Yi suddenly asked, why doesn't she? Nancy chuckled. My Nancy clan isn't that easy to bully. Right, have you heard of the Nancy clan? Yang Yi shook his head. Nancy's face froze, and then she shook her head. They'll let you see for yourself if we have the chance. Time trickled by, and more people arrived. The atmosphere here grew more and more heavy and tense. I wonder who'll get the sage's inheritance this time. Nancy suddenly said, a sage's inheritance isn't just inheriting the sage's mantle. There'll be many treasures. Hee, those are awesome. You know the sovereign of man, right? The sovereign of man's holy sword was gained from an inheritance like this. Yang Yi looked up towards the distant mountain wall. Instead of the sage's inheritance, he was even more curious about a sage's strength. Suddenly, Yang Yi looked up towards the distance. He wasn't the only one. Many others had done the same at this moment. A man was walking slowly in their direction. He wore a white robe, had hair that hung down to his shoulders, and carried a platinum spear on his back. The reason everyone was looking at him was that he was emanating his aura. It was extraordinarily powerful, and it made countless people here feel quite a bit of pressure. Aura. Imposing aura. Yang Yi glanced at the man and withdrew his gaze. Nancy said, he's very strong. Yang Yi nodded. He couldn't deny that the man was very strong, much stronger than Xiao Shanyue whom he fought earlier. However, Yang Yi noticed many stronger auras hiding in the shadows. Those experts who were hiding in the shadows were the true experts. Normally, the stronger a person was, the less attention they tried to attract. Because they'd seen the world, and they knew that there were many stronger existences in the world. So, they kept a low profile. Meanwhile, the man with a spear on his back walked over to Beit Songyue, and then he cupped his fist towards her. Young Miss Songyue, am not too late, right? Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Beit Songyue smiled. Gu Suyin, tell me the truth. Why are you so late? Gu Suyin smiled and replied, I encountered a few ignorant, enlightened realm experts on the way here. That's why I'm late. Oh. Beit Songyue said, let me guess. All of them have vanished forever, right? Gu Suyin smiled. I'm sorry to say that one of the four escaped. It meant that Head killed 3 enlightened realm experts. Beit Songyue smiled. Congratulations. Your strength has grown again. Gu Suyin grinned. It's nothing worth mentioning. There are countless young geniuses. Besides the sage ruins, I'm also here to experience the strength of even more monstrous geniuses. Beit Songyue said, you'll get your wish. Crack. Suddenly, a crack resounded from the mountain wall in the distance. At this moment, everyone looked up at it, and then it slowly split open towards both sides. The crack gradually grew larger and larger, and it didn't take long for a passageway that was around 300 m wide to appear before everyone. A moment of silence ensued, and then figures started shooting into the passageway. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stood up slowly and said, let's head in too. Nancy nodded, and she walked towards it with Yang Yi. However, it didn't take long for them to stop because Bei Kangyu's group appeared by their side. Beit Songyue sized up Yang Yi and Nancy, and then she smiled. While the sage's inheritance is great, your lives are more important. What do you think? It was a threat? Nancy frowned when she heard Bei Songyue. She was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly said, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he continued off into the distance. Nancy glanced coldly at Beit Songyue and followed him. They ignored her. Bei Kangyu's face was quite gloomy, because Yang Yi was openly ignoring her. Suddenly, Gu Suyin spoke abruptly. Songyue, you have enmity with them? Beit Songyue spoke indifferently. Not really. We were just tricked by them. But it's fine. We can take revenge in the future. In the future? Gu Suyin chuckled. How can you wait until the future for something like this? Songyue, you're really too kind-hearted and nice. Of course, it's a very good thing. However, you should be ruthless when it's needed. Otherwise, Others will think that you're easy to bully. Bei Songyue remained silent. Meanwhile, Gu Suyin suddenly patted her on the shoulder and smiled. Watch. It'll help you vent. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and appeared before Yang Yi and Nancy Yin. Gu Suyin sized up Yang Yi and Nancy Yin, and then he smiled. Songyue is kind-hearted, and she doesn't like to make a fuss about things. However, it doesn't represent that others can do as they please. No matter what you've done, I don't want to know anything about it. Now, go over to her, kneel down, and admit your mistakes. If she forgives you, then it'll let you live. Otherwise, suddenly, Yang Yi interrupted Gu Suyin and said, Brains. Gu Suyin frowned. What? Yang Yi walked over to Gu Suyin and looked him in the eyes. A brain is a good thing. I hope you have one. Gu Suyin was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1910. Don't waste your breath if you can use your fist. Gu Suyin's face instantly became gloomy. A humiliation. For the first time, had been humiliated before countless people. Gu Suyin took a step forward, and he was very close to Yang Yi now. He looked Yang Yi in the eyes and said, Go on. I didn't hear you clearly just now. Say it one more time. Nancy Yin was about to say something when Yang Yi suddenly gazed at her, and he said, Remember this. Don't waste your breath if you can use your fist. It was Yang Yi's style. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his sword. Gu Suyin's expression immediately changed at the same time. Danger. At this moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. Head underestimated his enemy. Head absolutely underestimated Yang Yi. Fortunately, he was no ordinary expert, and his reaction wasn't slow at all. As soon as Yang Yi's sword was swung towards him, Head crossed his arms above him. Golden armor appeared on his shoulder. Bang! Gu Suyin's figure was blasted over 10 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, his shoulder guards cracked apart and fell. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi with shock in their eyes. Of course, there was even more fear in their eyes. At this moment, Bei Songyue and the others were looking at Yang Yi too. Except Bei Songyue, who had a calm expression on her face, all the others' eyes were filled with fear. After blasting Gu Suyin back, Yang Yi started walking slowly in Gu Suyin's direction. Gu Suyin took the spear hanging on his back and spoke solemnly, Who are you? He was no fool. It was obvious that someone capable of pushing him back with a single attack was absolutely not ordinary. Yang Yi stopped. He ignored Gu Suyin and gazed at Bei Songyue instead. A moment of silence ensued, and then he suddenly cracked a smile and started walking towards Bei Songyue. Bei Songyue slowly clenched her fists at the sight of this. As for the others by her side, they seemed like they were facing a formidable enemy, and they were fully vigilant. Being ignored by Yang Yi made Gu Suyin's face become even more unsightly, especially when it happened while Bei Songyue was watching. He remained silent for a moment, and then he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of white light that shot towards Yang Yi. When he arrived around 10 kilometers away from Yang Yi, he stabbed his spear at Yang Yi. Yang Yi stopped, and then a ray of light flashed beneath his feet before he vanished on the spot. He was in front of Gu Suyin when he appeared again, and his sword stabbed forward. Yang Yi and Gu Suyin's attacks collided head-on in the most direct manner. Bang! The space in a huge area trembled violently, and then Gu Suyin's figure was blasted away. Once he was blasted away, Yang Yi didn't attack again, and Yang Yi just walked slowly in Bei Songyue's direction. However, a vicious glow flashed through Gu Suyin's eyes, and then he grabbed his spear with both hands and hurled it at Yang Yi. The spear tore through the sky, and the space before it cracked apart. Yang Yi stopped again. He turned around and swung his sword. Bang! It blasted the spear away. A moment later, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Gu Suyin when he appeared once more. After that, 10 ethereal swords appeared around Gu Suyin. An instant later, Gu Suyin was drowned beneath them. Meanwhile, Yang Yi vanished and entered the area covered by sword energy. Suddenly, a shrill and miserable cry resounded, and then the sword energy vanished. After that, a man holding a bloody head walked out from there. It was Yang Yi, of course. As for the head, it was Gu Suyin's. Dead. Gu Suyin was dead. Yang Yi glanced at the head, shook his head, and then tossed it aside. After that, he started walking in Bei Kangyu's direction. Nancy Yin's eyelids twitched, and she hesitated to say something. She wanted to stop Yang Yi because Bei Songyue wasn't someone who could just be killed like that. Killing her would definitely cause a huge amount of trouble, but she knew that Yang Yi definitely didn't care. Yang Yi dared to kill the members of the Shaman Hunter clan and even her, but no matter how outstanding Bei Kangyu's identity was, it couldn't compare to her or the Shaman Hunter clan. Yang Yi stopped. At this moment, he was less than 30 m away from Bei Songyue. All the others around Bei Songyue were extremely vigilant. Yang Yi gazed at her and then smiled. I heard about your father. How should I put it? Your father is extraordinary indeed, but I didn't expect his daughter to be such trash like you. Bei Kangyu's expression changed, but Yang Yi continued. Your father relied on his own strength to gain his current accomplishments, but what about you? Playing tricks like this? Don't you think you're dragging your father's name into the dirt? Bei Songyue gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and cracked a smile. She was about to say something when Yang Yi suddenly appeared before her, and then a sword pressed against her forehead. It had happened out of nowhere. Bei Songyue hadn't been able to react because she'd been too close to Yang Yi, and Yang Yi had utilized the sword domain in split second. She couldn't defend herself against it at all. Yang Yi held his sword against her forehead and said, See, I can kill you at any time. Bei Songyue spoke in a low voice. I really underestimated you. Yang Yi said, I hate people who play tricks like these, but you've been doing it over and over again. To be honest, I'm really losing my patience. As soon as he finished speaking, his sword stabbed in a little. Blood instantly seeped out and covered Bei Kangyu's face. Young brother, please show mercy. Meanwhile, an aged voice resounded, and then an old man appeared not too far behind Bei Songyue. Yang Yi gazed at the old man. I thought you weren't going to show yourself. The old man sized up Yang Yi and smiled. So you noticed my presence. Extraordinary, extraordinary indeed. Young brother, Songyue is young and insensible. I hope you don't take her offense to heart. I apologize on her behalf. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. He flicked a spatial ring to Yang Yi. I hope you'll accept my goodwill. Yang Yi scanned the spatial ring. There were 50 immortal crystals in it. Yang Yi smiled and gazed at the old man. Actually, I thought you would threaten me to let her go. If the old man had done that, it was obvious that Bei Songyue would have lost her head. The old man shook his head. She made a mistake. So how can I disregard right and wrong? Yang Yi glanced at the old man, and then he gazed at Bei Songyue. Don't let conceit cloud your judgment. Understand? Bei Songyue looked Yang Yi in the eyes. I do. Yang Yi grinned, and then he put the spatial ring away and walked over to Nancy Yin. Let's go. He walked off into the distance once he finished speaking. Nancy Yin glanced at Bei Songyue and smiled. Miss Songyue, see you next time. She quickly followed after Yang Yi. Bei Songyue stared at their vanishing figures and asked, Uncle Li, why didn't you fight him? Even you aren't confident in being able to defeat him? The old man shook his head. Little girl, you're still too young. Bei Songyue gazed at the old man. What? The old man replied, Do you think he's ordinary? Bei Songyue fell silent. The old man continued, How proud is the Nancy clan? However, they actually allowed their eldest young miss to follow him. Moreover, haven't you noticed? Nancy Yin doesn't make the decision, and she obeys everything he says. Bei Songyue remained silent. The old man continued, He dared to kill members of the Shaman Hunter clan and attack you. Do you think someone ordinary would dare to do that? Bei Songyue asked, We aren't able to determine his background? The old man shook his head. We found nothing. The only thing we found is that he went to the floating sect, and then he passed through the floating path within 10 breaths of time. 10 breaths of time. Bei Songyue gazed at the old man. Are you certain? The old man nodded. The floating sect's master admitted it himself, so it's definitely true. That man is not ordinary at all. He gazed at Beit Songyue at this point. It's normal for the young to seek to excel over others, but you must know your limits, and you must not make the same mistake twice. There's no enmity between us, but do you know that if you keep going against him, then if you kill him or he kills you, the forces behind him will show themselves, and then Northern Sky City will have another formidable enemy. Beit Songyue took a deep breath and nodded. I was wrong. Don't worry, Uncle Lee. I won't offend him again. A gratified expression flashed through his eyes. It's good that you can think that way. Of course, our Northern Sky City isn't an existence that just anyone can bully. If he bullies you, then there's no need to make any compromises. Northern Sky City will always stand by you. Beit Songyue nodded. I understand. The old man said, go on in. You won't get anything if you're too late. Right. Be careful of those fellows hiding in the shadows. Especially the shaman race's Li Wu. She's here, and you must be wary of her. A wisp of surprise flashed through Bei Kangyu's eyes. She's here too? The old man nodded. She isn't the only one. Bai Lixin from the human race and Wan Kongyin from the devil race are here too. So, be careful. Besides them, there are a few others hiding in the shadows. In short, just be careful. Remember that your life is the most important thing. Beit Songyue looked into the distance. It's going to be a very intense battle. As they traveled, Nancy Yin suddenly asked Yang Yi, why didn't you kill her? Yang Yi stopped and gazed at her. If I kill her, that old man will try to kill me. The Northern Sky Cavalry will try to kill me, and her father will try to kill me. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Nancy Yin was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1911. Come with me. Actually, the real reason was that it was very difficult for him to kill her at the time. As the Northern Sky King's daughter, how could she not have some treasures to keep her safe? As soon as his sword pressed against her forehead, Head sensed a strand of energy lock onto his sword. It wasn't coming from the old man. It came from Bei Songyue. Of course, if he risked his life, he was still confident in his ability to kill her. However, it would waste too much time. Moreover, the old man would definitely lend her a hand. It was even to the extent that the Northern Sky King may show himself. After all, she was his daughter. An expert like the Northern Sky King would definitely not just stand by idly as his daughter died. As for him, the important matter at hand was to explore the Sage Ruins, and then head to the Sky Dimension to look for Shao Qi and Zir. Of course, there was one other thing, and he wanted to ask Shao Qi if she knew how to revive Blood Maiden. So, Yang Yi didn't refuse when the old man chose reconciliation. He stopped once he gained compensation. A short while later, they stopped. There was an ancient city before them. The city was extremely old, but it was preserved very well. It wasn't very large, and it was very small when compared to Northern Sky City. However, the shock from the sight of it was greater than the shock he experienced when he saw Northern Sky City, because it was floating in the other. However, it wasn't relying on any formation to float in the air, and it was being supported by a broken sword. The broken sword was quite long. It was around 10 m long, and that was at least 10 times longer than an ordinary sword. The hilt was against the ground, and the top of the sword was pressed against the center of the city. A sword was holding up an entire city. Nancy Yin spoke softly. What sword is that? Yang Yi sized it up carefully. The sword was very ordinary to the point there was nothing exceptional about it. However, Yang Yi understood that some things were extraordinary because they were ordinary yet extraordinary. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and looked towards the entrance. There were 3 words above the city gates, Sky Residence City. Meanwhile, Nancy Yin suddenly said, "Let's go." Yang Yi nodded, and then he walked into the city with her. There were very few buildings in the city, and the sky was gloomy, so it made the city seem quite desolate and ghastly. They went straight for the main hall of the city. They noticed numerous people gathered there when they arrived, but everyone had quite unsightly expressions on their faces. Yang Yi and Nancy In looked over, and the hall was empty, completely empty. An empty city. Meanwhile, a voice resounded. What the hell? It's actually an empty city. An empty city. Yang Yi frowned. He glanced at the surroundings. His intuition told him that there was something unusual about the city. The people gradually left the hall. They didn't leave but hid in the shadows to observe the surroundings. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, "Let's leave." Nancy In nodded and went to a deserted corner with Yang Yi. Yang Yi patted his chest lightly. "Little fellow, come out here." Nancy In had a puzzled expression on her face. Suddenly, a ray of white light flashed, and then a round and chubby little fellow appeared before Yang Yi. It was Snowy, of course. Nancy In's eyes lit up when she saw Snowy, and she stretched out her hand to touch Snowy. Snowy gazed at her, and then Snowy raised her claw to stop Nancy In's hand. She refused. Snowy wasn't someone that just anyone could touch. Nancy In was stunned speechless. Meanwhile, Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and said, "Little fellow, look around and tell me where the treasures are." Snowy was absolutely the best when it came to finding treasures because none could escape her nose. Snowy blinked, glanced at the surroundings, and pointed right. It was the main hall's direction. Yang Yi took Snowy in his arms and walked in that direction. Meanwhile, Nancy In followed him and asked, "Hey, where did you buy that little fellow? I want to get one too." Yang Yi stopped, glanced at her, and said, "I didn't buy her." Nancy In was stunned. "You didn't buy her?" Yang Yi nodded. "I found her." Nancy In blurted out, "Where? I want to find one too." The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched slightly. He ignored her and strode swiftly towards the main hall. It didn't take long for them to arrive there, and it was completely empty. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. The latter blinked, sized up the surroundings, and then gazed at the wall at the back of the hall. Yang Yi and Nancy In gazed at it too. The wall was smooth as a mirror, and there was nothing special about it. So, they gazed at Snowy again. Snowy flew over to the wall, and then she suddenly clenched her right claw. Her eyes opened wide, and then she slammed her little fist against the wall. Nothing happened. Snowy blinked. She glanced at her fist, and then punched the wall. Still nothing happened. Snowy gazed at Yang Yi, pointed at the wall, and then waved her fist. It seemed like she was asking why nothing happened. Yang Yi had a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Your fist is too small." Snowy blinked, glanced at her fist, and then cracked a smile. After that, she waved her claw, and the sword in Yang Yi's grasp flew into her grasp. She grabbed it with both claws and swung it at the wall. Hiss! The entire hall started shaking violently. Snowy glanced at the surroundings, and then hurried over to Yang Yi's shoulder while staring at the wall with a curious gaze. The commotion was noticed by countless people, so it didn't take long for no less than a few dozen people to gather in the hall, while more were still rushing over. Everyone watched as a crack appeared on the wall. The crack gradually widened, and it didn't take long for a passageway to appear before them. Countless people's eyes burned with flames of greed when they witnessed this. Suddenly, a figure shot into the passageway. Once there was a first, a second shot, and soon after. In just a short while, only Yang Yi, Nancy In, and Snowy remained. Nancy In asked, "Why didn't you go in first?" Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "Do you think a sage's inheritance is that easy to get?" Nancy In asked, "You think it's dangerous?" Yang Yi replied, "I don't know. However, it's definitely not that easy to get. Come on, let's go have a look." Once they entered the passageway, another world appeared before them. A bamboo forest appeared in front of them, and the bamboo filled their fields of vision. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. We can't fly here. Nancy In shot a glance into the air and said, "There's a form of mysterious energy up there." Yang Yi replied, "Then we'll just walk." She nodded, and they continued forward. The bamboo forest was huge and stretched far into the distance, but it didn't take long for them to stop. They saw 3 corpses in front of them. All of them had lost their lives to bamboos straight into the head. Nancy In spoke solemnly, It really isn't that safe. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, "Come on." Nancy was just about to start moving when the bamboo forest around them suddenly started swaying, and then two bamboo beside them suddenly rose up into the air and shot towards them. Right when she was about to counterattack, the bamboo split apart, and then two rays of silver light shot out from them. They were so swift that Nancy hadn't even been able to react before they arrived in front of her forehead. "I'm dead." That was what Nancy thought at this moment. Suddenly, a sword appeared before her forehead. Clang! The silver light were slashed into bits. However, the bamboo around them started to sway violently, and then all of them actually rose up into the air. "Be careful. It's a shaman technique." Ho Qing's voice resounded in Yang Ye's mind. "It's called the spirit control technique. It can be used to control all things. The person utilizing it has mastered 90% of the technique. It's someone quite extraordinary. So, be careful." The shaman race. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he swung his sword horizontally. Hiss! Everywhere his sword energy passed, the bamboos were slashed into two. However, a few hundred rays of silver light rained down upon them like a storm. Yang Ye's expression didn't change at all. He took a step forward, and then 10 ethereal swords appeared around him. After that, rays of light crisscrossed. They seemed to have formed a huge ball of light that protected him and Nancy. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded incessantly. Around 15 minutes later, a ray of light shot up into the air, and then it entered deep within the bamboo forest. Bang! That area exploded apart. A voice resounded, "A sword cultivator." The sword energy dispersed, and then Yang Yi and Nancy-in's figures appeared once more. Yang Yi looked up, and he saw a woman in a strange dress standing not too far away from them. The reason it seemed strange was because there was a ferocious beast embroidered on her dress, and it seemed ready to pounce on her enemies. She was barefoot and floating around 10 centimeters in the air. Besides that, there was a small, multicolored snake on her foot. An expert of the shaman race. Yang Yi glanced at her, and then he swung his sword. Hiss! A ray of sword energy appeared before her. However, she didn't do anything. The small snake on her foot suddenly looked up, and then it opened its mouth and sucked Yang Ye's sword energy into its stomach. After that, nothing happened, and it even seemed slightly satisfied. Yang Yi frowned at the sight of this. "An energy-devouring python." Ho Qing suddenly said, "Kid, that thing isn't ordinary at all. Be careful." Yang Yi nodded slightly and was about to attack. However, Snowy suddenly patted him on the shoulder and pointed at herself. Astonishment covered Yang Ye's face. Snowy wanted him to let her do it. While Yang Yi was in a moment of surprise, Snowy had started flying forward slowly on her sword. Or to be more precise, she was flying towards the snake. Snowy's gaze was on the python, and it was filled with excitement. It was like Snowy had found a new toy. It didn't take long for Snowy to stop, and then she withdrew an immortal crystal and tossed it to the snake. After that, she waved her claws. She was asking it to follow her. The woman from the shaman race was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1912. Drag it into the pagoda. Come with me. That was what Snowy was telling it. Snowy's eyes had lit up upon laying eyes on the multicolored snake, because she felt it was amazing. At the very least, she couldn't do what it had done. She could devour spirit energy, but not sword energy. It was fun. Very fun. That was what Snowy was thinking, so she stopped Yang Yi from attacking. Because she was afraid Yang Yi would kill it in an instant. Only Snowy was capable of enticing someone else's pet while the person watched, and she even did it so boldly. The multicolored snake glanced at the immortal crystal, and then it gazed at Snowy. It didn't attack Snowy and just shook its head. It refused. Snowy blinked, and then she glanced at Yang Yi. Yang Yi shrugged to convey that he could do nothing to help. It didn't take long for Snowy to gaze at the woman from the shaman race. She hesitated for a moment before withdrawing 2 immortal crystals and making them float in the air. After that, she pointed at the multicolored snake. She spoke indifferently. I refuse to sell it. Snowy didn't give up. She flipped her palm, and then 2 fruits appeared there. Fruits of rebirth. Surprise flashed through Nancy's eyes. You actually have fruits of rebirth. They're precious treasures. Yang Yi nodded and looked towards the distance. The woman shook her head again. I refuse. Snowy blinked, and then she put the fruits and immortal crystals away. After that, she gazed at the small snake, hesitated for a moment, before raising her claw to grab it. She intended to drag it into the pagoda, because anything that went into the pagoda would be hers. Yang Yi naturally understood what she was planning, so he hurriedly appeared before her and stopped her. After that, he spoke seriously. You must always be reasonable, understand? At this moment, Head decided to teach Snowy well. Otherwise, she'd be absolutely lawless. Snowy blinked and shook her head. Yang Yi took her in his arms and spoke seriously. That snake is hers, right? Snowy nodded to display that she had no objections towards that statement. Yang Yi continued, since it's her, how can you take it from her? Snowy blinked. She thought for a moment, pointed at the multicolored snake, and then pointed at herself. She was saying that it would be hers once she dragged it into the pagoda. Once he realized what she was saying, Yang Yi's face darkened. When did she learn the logic of bandits? Yang Yi organized his thoughts and said, another person's belongings belong to that person. We have to be reasonable. Understand? Snowy scratched Yang Yi's hand gently, and then she clenched a fist. After that, she started waving it. She was telling Yang Yi that Head told her the fist was all the reason a person needed. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She was impossible to educate. Yang Yi had a headache at this point. He gently pinched her cheek and said, head inside for now. They'll teach you later. Snowy glanced at the multicolored snake with slight reluctance, but she didn't try to take it by force again. She flew over to Yang Yi's face, rubbed her forehead against his nose, and then flashed into the primordial pagoda. Once she entered the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi looked up at the woman. Meanwhile, she suddenly said, I sense the aura of the shaman race coming from you. The aura of the shaman race. Yang Yi glanced at her. No wonder she hasn't attacked. She sensed the aura of the shaman race that I have. But I've concealed it so well, so how did she notice? It's because of that python. Ho Qing suddenly said. It possesses a consciousness of its own. It should have sensed it when you attacked just now. Yang Yi glanced at the multicolored snake, and then he gazed at her. He was about to speak when Nancy's suddenly said, he's half man, half shaman. Half man, half shaman. Yang Yi gazed at Nancy's. What's she up to? Nancy's continued, he doesn't just possess the shaman race's bloodline. He has cultivated the techniques of the shaman race. The woman from the shaman race glanced at Yang Yi, and a wisp of pity flashed through her eyes. A moment later, she turned around and vanished into the distance. Yang Yi asked, why did she look at me like that? Nancy's replied with a question, do you know what it represents? Yang Yi shook his head. Nancy's explained, a half-man, half-shaman represents that the person is the fruit of the union between someone from the human race and someone from the shaman race. Such people aren't tolerated in the human race and rejected by the shaman race. They're very pitiable. Forget it. Let's hurry up. Yang Yi nodded. He didn't want to waste more time here. They sped up, and it didn't take long for them to leave the bamboo forest. All along the way, they saw many corpses, and all of them belonged to humans. Obviously, it was the woman from the shaman race who'd killed them. If the sage ruins appeared in the human dimension and members of the shaman race went there, they would be treated the same way. Nancy's spoke as she traveled by Yang Yi's side. So long as they have the smallest chance, the experts of both races will try to kill each other. You'll get used to it soon. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he looked forward. Numerous mountains stood before them. A mountain range. Yang Yi frowned. How do we find the actual inheritance and treasures? Snowy. Yang Yi immediately thought of Snowy, so he hurriedly called out to her. Yang Yi grinned as he gazed at her. Snowy, quickly look around and tell me where the treasures are. Snowy blinked and started waving her claws. It didn't take long for Yang Yi's face to darken. Snowy was saying that it belonged to someone else, so they couldn't take it. This little fellow. Yang Yi had an absolute headache. How am I supposed to explain this to her? He thought for a moment and said, "This isn't the same as before. Understand?" Snowy blinked and shook her head. Yang Yi suddenly took her in his arms and said, "In any case, if I say it's right, then it's right. If I say it's wrong, then it's wrong. Understand?" Visit Rieadl. Me for extra chapters. Snowy was speechless. Yang Yi patted her lightly on the butt and said, "Hurry up and find the treasures." Snowy cracked a smile and sniffed. A moment later, her eyes lit up, and then she pointed towards the right while excitement filled her eyes. Shed found the treasure. Yang Yi gazed at the direction she was pointing towards. "Let's go." Yang Yi grabbed Nancy and vanished into the distance. All along the way, they didn't encounter anyone else. Obviously, the path they were taking was a remote one. Around 2 hours later, they stopped. There was a mountain in front of them. It wasn't tall, and it was just around 300 m tall. Snowy pointed at it and gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he started walking slowly towards it. Suddenly, the mountain trembled, and then the bottom of it shook. It only took a moment for the mountain to start shedding its walls. Yang Yi tightened his grip on his sword, while a trace of vigilance appeared in his eyes. The mountain walls were shedding at an increasing pace. It didn't take long for a barrier of light to appear before them. The barrier of light was shaped like a door. A door. Yang Yi glanced at Nancy, and she spoke solemnly, "Be careful." Yang Yi nodded, and then he walked over to the barrier and stabbed it. Bang! The barrier shook slightly, but nothing happened. Yang Yi frowned slightly. He fell silent for a moment, and then he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that slammed against it. Bang! The barrier shook once more, but it still remained completely unharmed. Yang Yi couldn't help but frown at the sight of this. He fell silent for a moment and was about to use the Sovereign of Man's sword. However, Snowy suddenly went over to the barrier of light, and then she was about to touch it with her little claw. But Yang Yi stopped her. Snowy glanced at Yang Yi, cracked a smile, and then pressed her little claw down. As soon as her claw touched the barrier of light, it shook slightly, and then the barrier of light slowly split apart. Yang Yi and Nancy exchanged glances. In the end, Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. "Why?" Snowy blinked and started waving her claws. It was just a feeling. Snowy's ability to communicate was still quite bad, but Yang Yi still understood her. Snowy was very sensitive towards danger. So long as it was dangerous, she would absolutely not touch it. However, she didn't sense any danger just now. As for why it split open once she touched it, even she didn't know the reason. Yang Yi rubbed her head and smiled. "Let's go in. Be careful." Nancy spoke solemnly. "A sage ruins will definitely not be that peaceful or safe." Yang Yi smiled, of course. It didn't take long for them to walk in. As for Snowy, Yang Yi had sent her into the primordial pagoda. It was very dangerous outside, so it was safer for her to be within the primordial pagoda. Right when they stepped foot into the mountain, Yang Yi suddenly stopped. Nancy turned around and gazed at Yang Yi. She was about to speak when a voice suddenly came from behind them. I knew following you would be fruitful. As expected, thank you for leading us to the true sage ruins." They'd been stalking Yang Yi and Nancy to reap the rewards of their efforts. Yang Yi tightened his grip on his sword and turned around. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1913. Wait a moment. Let me kill someone. 2 men and a woman appeared behind them. All 3 of those people seemed quite strange. Their figures flickered between being material and ethereal, and they didn't give off the slightest fluctuations of energy. So, even Yang Yi wasn't able to notice their presence. They were led by the man in a pure white robe. He looked very young and just a little over 20. His hair was extremely long and reached his waist, but it was tied into a bunch, so it wasn't messy at all. Besides that, the man emanated a holy and pure aura. The man gazed at Yang Yi and grinned. "Brother, thank you for leading the way. Now, you can leave." Yang Yi chuckled. He was about to speak when Nancy suddenly asked, "You're Baileys?" A wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes, and he gazed at Nancy. "You know my name." Nancy's face was solemn when she saw him admit it. She gazed at Yang Yi. "Baileys, one of the 6 greats of the human race. In the younger generation of the human race, there's 1 king, 2 emperors, 3 saints, 6 greats. They represent the younger generation of the human race." She paused for a moment and placed emphasis on what she said next. "He's very strong. He's absolutely not someone an ordinary enlightened realm expert can be compared to." Baileys chuckled. "I didn't expect you to know that much. It seems like your identity isn't ordinary at all, so I'm sure you know how to act given the current situation. So will you leave yourselves, or should I send you off?" He emphasized on the word off. Nancy turned to gaze at Yang Yi, but Yang Yi suddenly started laughing. Nancy was stunned. Yang Yi smiled. "Do you know what I represent where I come from?" Nancy asked without giving it any thought. "What?" Yang Yi replied. "I represent 2 words, never offend." Nancy was stunned speechless. Meanwhile, Yang Yi continued, "As far as I'm concerned, so-called geniuses are meant to be trampled on." As soon as he finished speaking, he started walking in Baileys group's direction. Nancy stared at his figure, and there was a strange color in her eyes. Confidence. Since she met Yang Yi, he noticed that Yang Yi was very confident. Regardless of who he faced, Yang Yi was still very confident, and this confidence moved her. She had only seen one other person who was that confident, and it was her father whom she looked up to. Her father had raised up the Nancy clan on his own and raised it to its current status. Yang Yi was walking towards Baileys group. Suddenly, the other man by Baileys' side stepped forward. The man didn't say a word. A red gourd appeared in his grasp, and then red mist surged out from it and shot towards Yang Yi like a vicious dragon. Nancy exclaimed, "It's poisonous." However, Yang Yi didn't stop, and it only took a moment for the red mist to envelop Yang Yi. Nancy's expression changed drastically. "OM." Suddenly, a sword howl resounded, and then a ray of light tore open the red mist. A figure appeared before the man, and then a sword shot down at him. Heavenrend. 70 overlapped heavenrends. Even though it wasn't enhanced by the sword domain, it was still capable of obliterating the world around it. An expert's skill was obvious once an expert took action. Yang Yi's attack made Baileys and the others' expressions change, especially the man in front of Yang Yi. At this moment, his pupils had constricted, and it was obvious how shocked he was by Yang Yi's attack. It was swift and impossible to dodge. Bang! The man was blasted over 10 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his entire body started trembling. That attack had injured his internal organs. Yang Yi glanced at the man's chest. There was a mirror-like object there, and most of the force from his attack had been endured by the mirror. Yang Yi didn't stop and intended to attack again. Suddenly, a black shadow swept towards him. It was extremely swift, and it arrived in front of him before he could react. Yang Yi raised his sword and swung it. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the black shadow was blasted away. Yang Yi looked over, and he noticed that the black shadow had been a whip. The whip was wielded by the woman by Baileys' side. Yang Yi sized up the woman and smiled. "I thought all of you would fight me one-on-one." She waved her whip lightly, and then it shot towards Yang Yi like a venomous snake. Meanwhile, a ray of light sliced through the air. Hiss! The whip was instantly sliced into 2, and then it arrived before the woman. Meanwhile, a dagger appeared in her grasp, and then cold light flashed. Yang Yi's sword energy was sliced into bits. However, Yang Yi was in front of her now, and then his sword descended. Bang! The woman was instantly blasted 10 kilometers away, and her right arm instantly fell off her shoulder once she stopped herself. Blood sprayed from there. Yang Yi lowered his sword and gazed at Baileys, who'd been silent until now. "It's your turn." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi waved his sword. Bailey Xian stretched out his right hand and shook it slightly. In an instant, Yang Yi's sword energy vanished without a trace. Bailey Xian gazed at Yang Yi. I underestimated you a little. I'll give you one last chance. Fuck off right now and he'll let you live. He didn't want to let YYY live, but he didn't want to waste his strength here either. His opponents hadn't shown themselves yet. We can't let him leave. Suddenly, the woman said, he has that white pet which can find treasures. That little animal is useful to us. We must. Suddenly, Yang Yi gazed at her. Little animal? Nancy Yin's eyelids twitched when she saw Yang Yi's reaction. That fellow is angry. The woman's heart trembled when Yang Yi gazed at her. She was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. The woman's expression changed drastically. At the moment Yang Yi vanished, Bailey Xian had vanished as well. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Bailey Xian was blasted back to where Head come from. Moreover, there was a bloody mark on his palm. As for Yang Yi, Head appeared before the woman. The woman would naturally not just wait for death to arrive, and she waved her dagger at him. It was swift, precise, and powerful. However, Yang Yi was even swifter, precise, and powerful. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. A ray of light flashed. Hiss. A beautiful head flew up into the air. Bailey Xian's face instantly became gloomy. You're courting death. He slammed his palm at Yang Yi. Bang. The space around Yang Yi shook violently, and then Yang Yi was blasted 300 m back by a wave of mysterious energy. However, as soon as he stopped himself, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Bailey Xian. Ferocity flashed through Bailey Xian's eyes. He raised his right hand slowly before slamming it down. At this moment, the space before him seemed like it was being compressed, and a huge, spatial palm appeared there. As for Yang Yi, had returned to where Head been a moment ago. The energy had blasted him back. Yang Yi glanced at his chest. There was a palm print there. It had traveled through space and struck him. It was very strange. If his body wasn't extremely strong, it would have heavily injured him. Die. Bailey Xian suddenly took a step forward, and then he slammed his palm at Yang Yi from afar. Yang Yi moved sideways and barely dodged it. Meanwhile, a spatial palm appeared where Head been just a moment ago. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he appeared before Bailey Xian and stabbed his sword forward. Bailey Xian didn't dodge and slapped his palm forward. Obviously, he was confident in his own strength. As soon as their attacks came into contact with each other, the space around them trembled violently. Suddenly, 10 ethereal swords appeared around Bailey Xian, and then rays of light crisscrossed and enveloped both of them. Bang! Suddenly, a ray of powerful light surged out from within the sword energy. In an instant, all the sword energy was obliterated, and a figure was blasted away. It was Yang Yi. As soon as he stopped himself, Yang Yi looked up towards the distance. Bailey Xian had a few dozen injuries on him, but there was a golden circle of light above him. It was that golden light which had blasted him back. An endless supply of trump cards. Bailey Xian stared at Yang Yi. Who the hell are you? Yang Yi cracked a smile. Go figure. Viciousness flashed through Bailey Xian's eyes, and then he transformed into a ray of golden light that shot towards Yang Yi. The golden light were thin like the hairs on an ox. It was created by extreme speed. Even Yang Yi hadn't been able to react before they struck him. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted far away by the force within it. Nancy Yin was stunned, and then she slowly clenched her right fist while a fire lotus brand appeared on her forehead. However, the fire lotus brand vanished just a moment later. She looked towards Yang Yi while disbelief filled her eyes. Because Yang Yi was completely fine. He wasn't completely unharmed because at the very least, his face was pale. But besides that, there were no other injuries on him. Bailey Xian's expression was extremely unsightly. He hadn't expected Yang Yi's physical body to be that strong. It wasn't just strong, it was simply terrifying. Yang Yi patted his chest lightly and started walking slowly in Bailey Xian's direction. He was about to attack again when a voice suddenly resounded from within the mountain. All of you come in. All of them were stunned, and then Bailey Xian and the other man were visibly happy. Fortune. Absolute fortune. However, Yang Yi suddenly said, "Wait a moment. Let me kill someone." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light and shot forward. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.